Welcome everyone for day 2 of Shark Souls presents Wizard Wars 2. Yeah, we are in a better place today because I actually slept. And yeah, we got some pretty crazy runs ahead. I'm really excited for this day because Pyro, I think, is one of those schools of magic that doesn't get enough love in Dark Souls 2. There's a reason why, because it's really difficult. But yeah, it's going to be really fun to watch. And again, Sorcery is kind of the staple of the magic only runs for kind of all the games. So yeah, so I'm really excited to see how that goes, and especially for the Sorcery run, we're going to be seeing probably both runs that will be sub 2 hours, which is insanely fast. Versus the original routes. So yeah, without further ado, let's go over again the rules from yesterday. So again, the no-hit rules are going to be the same as Team Hitless. Consumables, the melee with any staff or chime is allowed. You can use the bow if it's for aiming, before using a consumable, or anything else like that. And again, this was a little bit of a confusion yesterday, but there's going to be one reset allowed before the first boss kill. So again, the most common scenario for this is you go into the Dragon Rider's boss room, you try to do the Dragon Rider's cheese, and you fail it. So if you fail the cheese, you can just jump off the cliff, you can quit out immediately, like it doesn't matter, but you can only do that once, right? Because we know how frustrating and tilting it is if you start your run, especially like a 2+ hour run, with a failed Dragon Rider cheese. So no one wants to have that happen to them. So yeah, so if that happens, you get one reset. Or again, if you do Last Giant, same thing. If you get memed in the Last Giant fight, then yeah, you can reset and you get one more try. But that's of course if you didn't kill Dragon Rider first. And then this hasn't been an issue yet, but yeah, all runs have to be 3.5 hours or less, and that's just so that we can stick to the schedule that we made. And then, as the same per yesterday, if once you finish killing Nishandra, you don't have to watch the credits. You just quit out after you get Nishandra's soul. And again, we haven't had any issues during the interview, so I don't really need to touch on that. But we do encourage banter. I don't think we've actually heard any banter yet. Everyone's just been so friendly and, just decent human beings. So we need a little bit of banter. And honestly, I'm going to try to instigate that, because between Flippy and Alpha, I think there's going to be a fun little rivalry. And even Pan and LCorazza, like, they're both super talented, and they're both speedy too. So I think that, that'll be a fun little race. And yeah, again, as I mentioned, speed, in-game time is the true determinant of the winner if both runners, I shouldn't say get 0 hits, if they get the same number of hits. So actually yesterday, with an interesting turn of events, nice little segue, we had kind of a crazy reversal, and this was not scripted, so don't hit me with the, this is part of the script. No, this was not scripted. So for the Miracles run, we originally had it that Ritual was the winner, and basically what ended up happening is during the Wyvern fight right before Ornstein, or Old Dragon Slayer, Ritual failed to kill. Switch the miracle times. Oh yeah, I see. Sorry about that. Yeah. But yeah, so basically, I can edit that real quick. But yeah, basically what happened was, you guys are killing me. All right. Two 23. 5. But yeah, so basically Ritual failed to kill the Dragon Rider in time. How about that, guys? Look better. So basically, Ritual failed to kill the Dragon Rider or the Wyvern, and so he was, absolutely screwed. And he took a hit from, I want to say, the Wyvern or one of the enemies, and then there was time that he said he could argue. He could have escaped, or in his opinion, he took 2 hits when Doofus and I originally ruled it as 1 hit. So, basically Ritual, being the humble person he was, again, he holds himself to a higher standard than we even hold them to, decided that he was going to, take that extra hit. So he, I wouldn't even call it that he conceded. He just, he disagreed with the official calling. So, in an unpredictable turn of events, Max actually won based on the fact that he had 2 hits, even though Ritual was faster. So yeah, that was actually really cool. And again, the fact that we're using 2 hours as a like 2 hours for a miracle run is insane. Like I can't even express how ridiculous that is. So yeah, so kudos to them. And again, congrats to Max. He's going to walk away with at least $50. Our prize pool is growing, and I'll get to that in a second. But yeah, ! prize pool in chat. If you want to donate, these runners have been working on this for over a month now. Anything you can contribute is appreciated. Also, speaking of, I see Fala in chat, and I tried to say something yesterday after the raid, but yeah, thanks for the $5 from yesterday. I really appreciate it. And yeah, Jens apparently will donate €1 for every Dragon Rider parry, with an extra 10 if it falls off first try. So if any of the runners are interested in taking on that extra incentive, I'm not going to argue. But yeah, and then yesterday with the Hex run, Souza was our winner from that run. Congrats to Souza. Again, he's going to be walking away with some prize money as well. And he finished with a time of 2 hours and 35 minutes, whereas Chris took 10 hits, and he finished with 2 hours and 10 minutes, which, again, for a Pyro run or for a Hex run is super, super fast. So yeah, I mean, just the fact that there was no run even close to the 3-hour mark really, really showcases the skill in these runners. So yeah, couldn't ask for anything better. And then, like I said, today we are doing Pyro and Sorcery. So Pyro will begin in about 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm stalling a little bit, but yeah. And then Sorcery is going to be about 11:30 a.m. And that's going to be Flippy versus Alpha. So, without further ado, let's go to the Pyro screen, and I'm going to be joining the Discord so we can talk to the runners and the casters. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Sir Deadeye.
Hello.
How are you guys feeling?
Hello, Deadeye.
Amazing.
Amazing.
I'm doing fine. Other than my voice being a little bit screaming for help, I think I'm fine.
Yeah, I know my voice is gonna be gone after today.
Understandable.
How about you, Pan? How you feeling?
Feel like dying. Always.
This guy, I swear.
No, actually, I feel okay. Like, not too bad, but not like at my peak.
To be honest, I'm just like sleepy because I just slept for like, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours, so.
Oh yeah, I know, dude. Yesterday that was me. I went to bed at 11 and woke up at 2:30, and just sitting there, I was like, I really need to sleep, and I was like, I can't. Like all I can think about is just setting up scenes. I just felt like There's just no way I can sleep knowing there's stuff I have to do in the morning. And then yeah, I actually slept last night, but even then I still feel, you know, pretty tired. But yeah, I think you guys will do great. I mean, yeah, the sleep isn't helpful if you're lacking that, but I mean, at the same time, once you're, you know, over the first 10-15 minute nerves, I think you guys will be locked in mentally, and then, you know, it should be in good shape.
Yeah.
So yeah, anything? I know we gotta get going because it's 8 o'clock. But is there anything you guys wanted to say? Any banter to each other, or are you guys gonna be wholesome and friendly?
Yeah, you frankly always. You know,
Friendly always. Gosh, what kind?
Yeah.
I hired the wrong fucking runners. I thought this was an esports event, man. These people are too wholesome here.
We must be cool.
No,
Well, I can't banter on LCorazza because he would probably be at Guardian Dragon while I was still stuck with Nashka, so...
No, dude. But probably I'm gonna be there with like 10 hits when you used to be hitless. So it's fine for you.
Alrighty. Well, and again, if I don't really think I kind of didn't realize how much time I had, but yeah. So today we're gonna have Soza and Sax as Saxonator, Air Soza, as the casters for the Pyro run, and I will just be chilling in the background if you need me. And again, you know, Pan and LCorazza are our runners, so without further ado, I think we should get started. So, either of the casters, do you want to start the countdown?
Just
I'll
wait a
get ready
second
then.
because Pens is in the start button screen, so if he like starts the game when you do the countdown there, he will be like a little bit behind. So
I mean, it's in-game time.
Yeah, it's in-game time, so
Yeah,
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Kinda.
You can go past that first screen if you want. It doesn't. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
shit, I got it to the time already.
I mean, I'm creating a character anyway, so...
Gotta
Yeah,
be beautiful
yeah,
when you finish
so-
the run.
Okay,
Gotta take care of that, obviously.
Yeah.
let's see if this works. Okay, a little off center. Boom, professional. All right, start the countdown.
Okay, I guess I'll
Right,
take
Sax.
it. Yeah.
Take it away.
Okay, I'll start from 5, and when I say go, we're off
Yeah,
to the
we'll leave-
races, boys.
I'll leave the call, though.
Yeah, please leave the call when you guys are
Yeah.
ready.
yeah, it's fine.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And so it starts, right?
I'm more surprised I can count. And yeah, you know, we're off to the races here.
Yeah, GG Sax, so it's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
5 count done. We're off to a good start, it seems. So, Sax, do you want to tell us, you want to introduce us to Pansparce? What do you know about Pans?
For sure, Pan is a bit of a meme god, I would say, though a very accomplished DS2 runner, for sure. He has quite a few runs where he has very low hit PBs. He's a very, like, you know, he's very transient when it comes to the runs, you know what I mean? It's very, not a sure thing. And,
Exactly.
but he's a very cool dude, and I had the pleasure of meeting him, actually, when he was doing his SL1 All Bosses.
Yeah, SL1 All Bosses is quite a nice way to meet someone, I would say. Pretty sure there was like moments of rage or memes all around because All Bosses SL1 is probably one of the worst races or one of the worst runs that you can ever do on Dark Souls.
Yeah, it
Because
wasn't pretty.
SL1 yeah, pretty sure it wasn't. I mean, add SL1 to All Bosses and it's an explosive combination. On the other side, we have LCorazza, all the way from Brazil, and he has completed some runs in Dark Souls 2 as well as in others From Software games. Excuse me. And he recently completed SL1, if I'm not wrong. and he's a very talented runner as well. And I'm not sure what he's working on at the moment, but I know he was working on SL1. It took him quite a while, and he managed to get it. So I'm excited to see what we have here today.
Indeed. And it's good. It's very important to note to start here that these two are actually running incredibly different routes. And it'll be curious to see how it either manifests in different strategies for certain bosses, so they fight them at different times and whatever have you. And moreover, it'll be curious to see how their end games play out, because they're gonna have similar kits, though Pan's will be very different because he takes a slower, more safe route compared to Corazza, who we can safely call the YOLO King.
The YOLO King. So is it safe to say that we have the YOLO King against the Meme King in the same run?
Yeah, it's the Battle of the Titans.
Amazing. What a way to start.
Indeed.
So we can see Corazza is already making his way to Dragon Rider, I believe. Usually that's the first boss that you kill in the game, guys. Remember, the first boss.
Yeah, Sosa.
Yeah. Moving along. So that's the first boss you kill, and usually you kill the boss and you kill Licia as well, and you may as well grab some items to sell later, because on the Pyro run, just as the Miracles run, you need quite a lot of souls in the beginning, and everything that you can pick up is worth a lot of souls, at least for the beginning of the game.
For sure. And we'll notice very shortly that the opening of these runs begin with a very similar stroke, though very shortly thereafter it will there'll be some noticeable changes, shall we say.
In Corazza with the YOLO jump, so you were right.
Yeah. He's a bold man. He's gonna do some bold strats.
Indeed. We have a bounty of $1 or €1 for every parry, but Corazza doesn't want to take the chance, so
He finds the very thought laughable, unfortunately.
yeah. So that's one boss down. Jan's in chat, kinda not satisfied for not seeing parries.
The price we pay, you know.
Yeah, don't worry, Jans, though, because we still have more Dragon Riders in the run. It can still happen.
And now Corazza is locked in. No resets from here.
Exactly.
Technically, Pan can still reset because he has not yet gone to Dragon Rider.
Yeah, he just killed Licia. You want to tell us more why, for everyone joining in and that doesn't know why we killed Licia, which I highly doubt someone in here doesn't know, but anyway, I think it's better to explain. Do you want to tell us something, Sax?
Sure. Many runners kill Licia for two main reasons. One, she invades you much later in the game at both Drangleic Castle and the Undead Crypt, and that helps take pressure off runners, of course, needless to say, as well as giving you an early infusion of souls that can be used to level and whatever have you. And also Corazza here, those souls are very important for Corazza here because he levels attunement to 16 because he dives into the pit and then goes into the gutter thereafter, so he can get the dark pyro flame, and that 16 attunement allows him to survive the drop.
Yeah, it's just
as you can see
barely
here,
enough HP.
with a pixel of health left.
My goodness, I can't even see anything in there. So calculated, guys.
Very calculated. He's a very precise runner. He knows this game back to front, top to toe. And we're going to see that unfold before our very eyes.
Okay, so he's grabbing the red spawnfire.
Correct. Because he will come here later. And he will do that boss for the Toxic Mist spell, which is very useful.
Yeah, Toxic Mist is very useful indeed. And if you get the Toxic Mist, you'll also have most likely access to Poison Mist. And using both of them in combination is very important in a Pyro run because you're able to poison your enemies faster and therefore deal more damage. So and I believe Toxic Mist also procs faster and does more damage therefore. So it's always a good pickup in a Pyro only run.
Agreed, especially to help break the monotony of some certain late game bosses. Looking at you, Mirror Knight.
Yeah, Mirror Knight. Not in my head, obviously, but but yeah. And on the other side of the screen, we have Pansparce grabbing the bones now, and probably also going to do Dragon Rider, I believe.
Correct. Should be rounding the corner as we speak. Here we have LCorazza, and this is where this is the first point really where the second point besides the gutter drop where the runs diverge, because LCorazza uses the dark pyro flame to get through a lot of the early game, whereas Pan uses consumables.
Yeah, consumables are a reliable way to do the pyro run until you get your first glove.
Exactly.
If you want to do this no damage, for example, and that's my experience, you would have to kill Flexile with consumables to get the pyro hand. So picking this one up is another option, and a very valid one, even though the strongest one usually ends up being the regular pyromancy glove. And this place is like one of the first places where you can actually lose a run. One jump that is miscalculated, a holo that you failed to see.
Yeah.
All of
Forgetting
the,
to rest
all
at the
of that.
bonfire. There's so many different ways can, especially in a tournament
Exactly.
setting where the added pressure and the stress is on top of you. There's so many different ways you can mess up.
Yeah, exactly. And forgetting something like rest at the bonfire is so easy to happen. Like, because when you rest at the bonfire, you actually reset the enemy placement, and depending on how you are used to run through this area, it's going to be different. So if you are used to rest at the bonfire and you don't do it, the enemy placement is going to be different, and therefore the chances of you getting hit or failing to calculate a jump precisely are even bigger.
Pan slaughtering Dragon Rider, and now he is locked in. No more resets.
GG's for Pants. And also Satch for Jens, because yet again, no parry.
Hey, but there are more Dragon Riders yet to come. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, spoiler alert, DS2 has repeated bosses. And looks like LCorazza just made his way to the first bonfire down there. And I think he's going to go to the Shaded Woods now, if I'm not wrong.
Indeed. Because that allows him to unlock his initial pyromancy spells, as well as get an early fire seed from Vengarl, and, you know, just get the run going in kind, shall we say.
Exactly. This is how you get the run going, basically. He will be able to talk to Rosabeth, and Rosabeth will has 3 fire seeds, which are used to level up the Pyro Flame. And she also sells some spells. So you want to tell us some more about the fire seeds and the way they work on this game, Sax?
The way you upgrade your Pyromancy Flame is different from your typical staves, which use the regular Titanite and Twinkling Titanite upgrade paths. This specific, like, sort of catalyst, I guess you can call it, the Pyromancy Flame, uses something called Fire Seeds to upgrade in DS2. So they're scattered around in many different places, and you'll see some, but not all, in this run, of course. And they just help you increase both your fire scaling and your damage overall, so that you're not stuck in a fight for 15 goddamn minutes.
Yeah, and not being stuck in a fight for that long is essential, I would say. One other thing I wrote about Rosabeth is, and everyone probably knows this, but it's a very interesting mechanic when it comes to this NPC. If you exhaust her dialogue and give her some sort of clothing, she'll actually move to Majula, and you can talk with her there. So you're able to buy spells and level the pyromancy glove as well in Majula. The question is, and I make this a question because if you kill Rosabeth, you get access to an extra fire seed, and you can also level up your pyro seed, your pyro hand with Carillion. So it remains to be seen if any of the runners will actually take the extra effort and kill Rosie. So interesting to see, right?
We have some confusion in the chat over whether or not LCorazza was hit by that basilisk, but I don't believe he was, because it was neither like his jumping attack or whatever, but he just took some minor petrify from its breath.
I was looking at it, and at first it looked like he was hit, but I don't think he was.
No, he was just in the cloud.
Yeah, the frog kind of did the motion, and when he does the motion, he kind of moves his head forward, and it looked like an attack, but I don't think it was. And the cloud didn't proc.
Exactly.
I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if that would be a hit. I'm not exactly sure. That's something I never had, but nothing procced, and I don't think he was hit at all. Petrify would have insta-killed him, otherwise he would have taken damage. Okay, Mr. Pigeon in
perfect.
chat with the knowledge. Thank you for the help there.
LCorazza's navigating through the horrible place that is the Shaded Woods, and Pan here is moving on to Last Giant.
Yeah, so the Shaded Woods are a dark place in a way, you can say, for a lot of runners, because the way this place works is you have like a lot of ghosts scattered around this place, and you have trees that you can hit, and they will scream and make weird sounds, and the ghosts will be attracted to them. The thing is, this is not certain or 100% sure, so there is a chance that a ghost decides to not aggro to a tree and aggro to you instead, because they have erratic paths and they are very irregular most of the times.
Indeed. And it's important to note before LCorazza moves on to any bosses or whatever have you, his Dark Pyro Flame, it scales inherently with humanity. So if you notice that he's not doing as much damage as Pan would with a Pyro Glove at the same level, it's because he is not hollowed.
Exactly. So if you are a hollow and you use a Dark Pyromancy Flame, therefore the name of it, you'll actually do a little bit more damage than you do with the regular one.
Yeah, it's like in increments of like 9 to 10% extra damage per like little hollowing level or something along those lines. And yeah.
Exactly, and looks like he actually made it alive out of Shaded Woods, which is also great, which always great.
Yeah. Gotta count your blessings.
You really do, because this is a reset point for a lot of people that do these runs when they're trying to get the blue clear stone ring. So it's nice to see.
Can get a lot of garbage hits in that friggin' forest.
True. We have Pans also going to talk to Rosabeth, I believe.
Oh yes, indeed.
Yes, and as you can see, LCorazza is picking up everything that he can, because he's going to sell everything to Gavlan, I believe, if that's the case.
Indeed. Most of these runs, all of these runs really, will be going to the wharf, because you have to kill Flexile in order to get the normal Pyromancy Flame. So a visit to Gavlan would definitely not be out of the question. Plus,
exactly.
Who doesn't like Gavlan, man?
I mean, exactly. Who on earth would not like Gavlan? Any love for Gavlan in chat, guys? Any Gavlaners in chat? Yeah, what Zach said. If not, you're all getting banned. See, and we got some love for Gavlan in chat as well.
Nice, nice. Can we get a timeout on this guy?
Yeah, most definitely. Gavlin smells? No.
Not that it's bad. You can't just back that up. That's not how that works. Yeah, exactly. 10 seconds of friggin' hell. Anyway.
There you go. That's how you do it. You do not mess. You don't want to mess up with Gavlin. It
He's our
doesn't
Lord and
happen here.
Savior.
Okay.
Welcome back
Pan.
from the corner. I hope you learned your lesson.
Pan making out a live from a place that he actually had some trouble in the past.
Indeed.
Picking up that soul. And that's a place that if you do one mistake, and we've seen lots of stuff. I think we have clips in the Be Right Back as well. There's a lot of stuff that can happen and go wrong in that place. I've had times where I threw a bomb instead of a skull, for example, where I forgot to have skulls equipped, for example. And if you do like one little mistake, you're like cornered because of the enemies in there, and it can be a pain.
Yeah. It's a very fragile balance to strike on a run with a great deal of mental overhead.
Exactly. And now we get to see Pans doing the Shaded Woods as well. You can see he's using throwing knives, which is a very good option as well. And the strat is mostly the same. You want to hit the trees and make them scream, so the ghosts are actually aggro to them. And in that way, you avoid them hitting you.
A question from the chat. How long does it take to do this run? It'll vary between these two runners because, as mentioned previously, they do two different routes. But I believe LCorazza is at around like 2, maybe a little plus or minus 5, 2 hours. And Pan is closer to 2.5 to at most 3.
Exactly. So in a scale of fast to Souza, this is actually not a very bad run. So
Yeah.
you can actually get it in a very decent time. Obviously, this is a race, and the runners are trying to be a little bit more speedy than they would usually be. So yeah, that's obviously when you're trying to be faster. Sometimes you can get hit more easily, I would say.
Exactly. Especially when you're not used to that sort of in Pan's case, when you're not used to that speed at which you need to go through these runs in order to make the cut.
Exactly. And he's picking up the... Did he pick up the
Ooh, he missed
Quarantine
the
ring
tree.
already?
I don't believe he did. But he's going for the
Okay.
clear bluestone right now. I think he's boning out after this. Little sketchy after missing that first throwing knife.
My god.
But he should make it out fine. I hope he should make it out fine.
Yeah, looks like he's making it... Yeah, he did.
He hit the tree, goes right. Nice.
Good job. And now he's going to pick up Chloranthy. And he should be done with Shaded Woods. The Chloranthy ring is not as hard to pick up as the other ring, so... Hopefully the hardest part is now done.
Strange things have happened though in the past.
Yeah, strange things always happen in these woods, I would say. And on the other screen we have LCorazza, who is making his way to the last giant.
Indeed.
I'm
Lighting
not
the Cardinal
sure.
Tower bonfire?
Yeah, he's going to light up the bonfire now. And ultimately, I think he's going to end up killing the last giant and then the pursuer, as most people do.
Indeed.
"20 minutes in and they don't even have a weapon. This run is something else." See, that's something about the Pyro run. It's so exhausting, kind of like the Miracles run, even though you have a weapon on that run, but the setup for most of these runs is actually the hardest part of everything. When you actually have damage, most of the magic runs kind of get activated, as we usually say, and you're able to deal a great amount of damage, and most of the times it's a comfy run until the end. but the beginning is really hard, and as you guys all know, resetting in the beginning is mentally really hard. So
Exactly.
you really need to commit to getting a run if you want to if you want to get one of these runs done, or any run for that matter.
And now that Corazza has the Saint's Hood here, that is the only sort of gear he will be using for the duration of this run. He will not be getting the Lion Mage robes, which increase your cast speed. He's a naked man with a Saint's Hood.
My goodness, a naked man with a Saint's Hood. Never thought I would hear the two in the same sentence, but it seems like we're in for a treat. A naked saint.
Pan's internet doing its thing, I see.
Oh no! Let's hope it comes back fast enough.
He cut the internet so no one would see him fall.
True. Can we also talk about the fact that his internet died at the very moment he was jumping?
Yeah, it was very excellent timing.
That's a BBC photo right there. Okay, so Corazza is going to fight the last giant now, and with the amount of spells he has now and Poison Mist, this shouldn't be too much of a hard fight.
But again, you'll see here the incredibly decreased amount of damage you get from not being hollowed with this Pyromancy glove.
Which is very true. As you can see, Poison ticks fast here. And this is just Poison Mist. When he has access to Toxic Mist, you'll see that the poison will tick even faster.
Yeah, especially when they get cascading levels of poison, because they use both poison and toxic on some bosses. And you'll see just the health bar melt away.
It's actually disgusting in some cases.
Last Giant taking a very arms off approach when fighting Corazza here, and should be the end of the fight here.
Pretty much.
Oh, that was a...
Oh my god.
Yeah, cutting it a little close there. But YOLO King Corazza?
My god, my heart. I was about to say... I actually said pretty much, and then we had the spicy arm from the last giant. My goodness, that was scary, but he made it out of it alive, so...
Yeah. Again, a very talented
no hits
runner.
yet. And looks like someone is tagging me in chat and trying to refer to me. This is how you fight the giants hitless. I would happen to know nothing about that, so I will not comment any further.
The nerve of some people, I'll tell you what.
Exactly. Would you even believe it?
I really can't.
And we see Pan skilling this soldier here, which most people actually don't even kill this soldier.
Yeah,
So-
Pan has had some unfortunate experiences, shall we say. And he just often opts to just murdering the guy.
Makes sense.
Which is safe,
so-
albeit slow.
Yeah, so that's one of the things when you are doing this kind of challenge runs. If you have something happening to you, even if it's not like a hard place or a hard boss or something like that, if you have something happening to you, you kind of the next time you do and go for the same run and do the same bit, your head is going to be like, wait, I died or I got hit here once. Maybe I should do something different. And usually that's what happens because you don't want to take any chances of getting hit. And while we were speaking, Corazza already killed Pursuer as well.
Yep, in the blink of an eye, that guy's gone. Unfortunately, we had some hijinks with him yesterday from Chris. But I'll tell you what, normally that's how the fight should go. Quick and painless.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like Corazza used the somewhat new strat pull the Pursuer cheese, which is basically to just run and go and activate the Ballista instead of rolling. Rolling is more of a traditional way. There's actually 3 strats on the Pursuer, which is one of them is to parry.
Oh, panel. I'm sorry, but panel. Really, Monk is steering over there
my
with that arrow. I apologize, but
No problem. Yeah, I was just looking at it as well, and it's crazy. That archer is a legend. That's the only thing I can say.
yeah, he's Robin Hood, splitting arrows in twain and ending runs.
My goodness. And looks like LCorazza had some trouble as well with the barrel here. He threw the barrel down, but it didn't explode. And actually going for the intelligent move here. He's not using any fire casts, because that could be a problem. Using fire casts here against the enemies would mean you would blow the barrels up as well. And usually that can be dangerous because of your placement, and you can get hit as well.
Exactly. And last thing you want is a hit of your own design, pretty much. Those are the
Yeah,
ones that
pretty
can
much.
really wear you down mentally.
Yeah, and when you get hits that you know that you could have avoided, I would say your mental health suffers even more from them.
Exactly.
So you really want to avoid them. And looks like Pans is going to do Wharf again. Yeah. Is he going to kill the Flexile now already?
Indeed, he should be.
Okay.
Earlier, we might not have seen it, but he got some lightning urns from Vengarl, which is the poison knives just now from Gavlan. And he uses lightning urns because while in the water, Flexile has increased sort of weakness to lightning and increased resistances to fire, which is why he's using fire bombs or whatever have you.
Exactly. And speaking of urns and the damage they do, we could also speak about the way the pyro levels work, because they also affect consumables, and
Indeed.
we're specifically talking about int and fates. What can you tell us about it, Sax?
Well, fire bonus, the stat you can see on the level up menu when you visit the Emerald Herald, that is influenced by both intelligence and faith. And every 2 levels of either stat increase it by the small increment that it does. The soft cap you eventually reach when you have 60 in the combined total of those stats. So you can have 55 int and 5 faith, 30 and 30, whatever have you, but that's when the soft cap is reached.
Exactly. So, and the same goes for consumables. So he's going to use lightning urns, and that's affected by the damage bonus that you get from leveling up fate
Yeah, the lightning
in
bonus.
this case. So that's another thing that you have to consider as well. And
He's going
this
in
fight,
Nakey. Let's see how it goes.
yeah, this fight with poison knives and the lightning urns is actually a quick fight, as you guys are going to see. Yeah, it takes 4 knives to Flexile in order for Flexile to get poisoned.
And you can see the respectable damage lightning urns do as a consumable to flex.
Yeah, the damage is actually really decent. And with poison seeking at the same time, this is actually not a very long fight.
Exactly, he just
can
has
see-
to be careful because Flexile can always pull stuff out of its ass, so
Yeah, pretty much. I believe he was trying to pull the strat where people try to kind of get him stuck in the middle of the ship and he can't attack you. But it wasn't working too well because he wasn't able to trigger any attacks from Flexile. Okay, it seems like it's
nice. Painlessly closing out the fight, and after this he gets his Pyromancy Flame.
GG's to Pan.
Indeed.
Well done. And this is where the actual damage is going to start showing up.
Exactly.
Instead of the Dark Pyromancy glove as Corazza, he'll have access to the Pyromancy glove, which will do very good damage when you are not a hollow.
Exactly. And you mentioned earlier that the Dark Pyromancy Flame, that the normal Pyromancy Flame slightly outdoes the Dark Pyromancy Flame in damage, but if you're fully hollowed and they're both at an equal, fully upgraded level, the Dark Pyromancy Flame slightly, very slightly edges it out.
Yeah,
But it's pretty much negligible.
Yeah, it's not a very big difference, and I would say for any percentage, it all comes down to personal preference. If you want to go down first and get the flame,
Exactly.
or if you want to kill Flexile, because either way, it's not hard to kill Flexile, unless of course you don't want to use consumables at all, which is always an option. And if you want to just use pyromancies, you would have to get this glove, obviously.
Exactly. Some runners love their thematics, which we'll actually see by Corazza, should he make it to the end of the run.
Exactly. Looks like he's pulling off his Dunk Pies. He's going to poison Flexile as well. He got those from the gutter. And the Dunk Pies work just as the poison knives. It's another way of inflicting poison or proccing poison. So you'll see he will use Poison Mist and probably the Dunk Pies at the same time. Also, did he...
Just a quick point from Dooffish in the chat, that Dunk Pies inflict toxic and not poison. So it's probably another example of wanting to cascade different types of damage on top of the...
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the help, Dooffish. I was about to ask, did he use the Pharaoh's Lockstone, or is it just because of the effects being turned off, that because the ship looks
Corazza with a
empty.
hit from...
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, he plays on low graphical settings, so that could be an effect from it.
Okay. That would make sense.
He knew Flexile was dead, so he equipped the robes early, and he ends the fight with a single hit.
Okay, so that's one hit for Corazza. Still a very good fight, no matter what. And that's what you were talking about, Flexile. He can pull stuff out of everywhere.
Exactly.
So, yeah, and when he does that attack with the swords, it's really hard to dodge it. That's why most of the times people try to trigger the mace side to avoid having to fight the other one. And the problem is when you are doing range attacks, most of the times Flexile will be using, or he will be attacking you with the sword side, which is harder to dodge, especially if you are on low iframes. But yeah, it's always really hard to... Flexile is unpredictable sometimes.
And sometimes he'll even pull the spin to win move out, which can really catch some people off guard.
Yeah, Doofus just saying the same thing in chat. Flexile sucks so hard when you have range attacks and low iframes, and that's really, really, really true.
Indeed. Which often happens in these Magic runs.
Exactly. So Pan's actually traveling and meeting Falcon here.
Yes, to kill him for his hood. The hood's really good for this run because, as we all know, Pyro spells, they have very low uses. The copies of spells have very low uses. And what that hood allows you is to have one increment in the fire bonus, as well as increase your uses for every spell. Slightly, but it's very noticeable on a run like this.
Yeah, exactly. And especially for the better casts later on, the hood makes a big difference.
Exactly.
Okay, LCorazza with the 2 dogs. Always dangerous for this run.
But he got them
And
both in that explosion. GG
that
for
was perfect.
that. Yeah, very smooth.
Yeah, so this is also a place that can be complicated when you are doing the non-regular runs of Dark Souls 2, because some of the enemies here are actually quite complicated to deal with because you don't have access to range and a bow. You'll see that after the 2 enemies here, there's also a ninja guy on top on the ceiling, and he's actually hard to deal with as well.
Pan getting a nice zoom into the last giant's ankle as he poisons him.
Exactly. Let's take a closer look at the fight and see how it goes.
You'll notice immediately the damage difference. It's like night and
Yeah,
day between the two.
it's unreal. Like at this
With the
point, it
basic
makes
spells.
a lot of difference.
Yeah. Pretty much trivializes the fight, and so it ends.
Yeah, like, and compared to LCorazza's fight, this was like half the duration or something. So
Yeah.
you can totally see the difference there. And this is the ninja that I was talking about, and it's actually crazy. So the strat LCorazza is using was actually invented, I believe, by Deadeye. So you open the door here, you bait him, and wait for him to come to go the way around, and you're safe to go. So it's a very interesting and useful strat for these types of runs where you don't have enough damage to kill him in one shot, or to fire him, to shoot him from a distance. And I'm not sure if you guys know, but those ninjas have actually really fast attacks, and they can throw knives at you. And if they do that, they can do it even when they are being attacked, and it's really dangerous.
Pan heading onto the pursuer here, and LCorazza should be going up to Strayed.
Exactly. We have Pan also has upgraded the glove with while LCorazza hadn't upgraded. Okay, so that's also another thing. I guess we missed that, but it obviously makes a difference if you upgrade it or not.
Needless to say. Strayed has some very good pyromancies for a run like this, which we will shortly see. Shows both Lingering Flame and Flame Swath. Flame Swath is
Yes.
the heavy damage dealer really for this run.
Yeah, Flame Swat is if you know how to use it, because it's an interesting spell when it comes to the way you use it. But if you manage to do it correctly, it will deal great amount of damage. And Lingering Flame is, I would say, your best friend for this run, because it's always some kind of backup. So you can always protect yourself with Lingering Flames and then attack the enemies at the same time. It's kind of a backup, I would say.
And Lingering Flame will be used extensively in Amana. And to Doofish's question, it's both that, and it allows him, like, he uses mouse and keyboard, so it's easier for him to use the binoculars like that, pretty much, with his setup.
Yeah, interesting to see. That's another thing we didn't point out. Pans also actually uses mouse and keyboard, which is something we don't see a lot. We saw it with Ritual, I believe, and now we have Pan as well. And that's very interesting indeed. We have LCorazza leveling up.
I didn't quite
leveling...
catch what his agility was, though.
Yeah, I didn't catch it either, but I think he leveled up his attunement to 26, I believe. Not exactly sure, I may have missed it.
And he also leveled some endurance, because Lord knows you need stamina on a run like this.
Oh, you do. And this is actually when the saddest moment of this entire run starts to happen. Unfortunately, it looks like LCorazza is going to kill Rosie. So for me, it's personally tragic. I hate to see her go, but sacrifices have to be made, I guess. So, can we get any sages in chat for Rosie?
Rest in peace.
I mean, look at her. Look at the way she falls down.
And
I
now
find
he
it
can
a
upgrade.
cruelty.
Yeah, and now he upgrades his Pyromancy Flame for the rest of the run at Carillion.
Naked man in hood chased by naked man in hood. Oh man, amazing. But yeah, and he can still upgrade. Now, from now on, he's every single upgrade that he does, he's going to talk to Carillion, and he can upgrade it there.
And important to note from Finn as well, he doesn't have the stats to use his Saintshood, so his rolls will be a little more jank. But if anybody could pull off some jank-ass rolls at work, I'd say it's the YOLO King himself.
True, and that's a very nice little detail from Finn right there. And it's very interesting to know about that.
Agreed.
But yeah.
Pan
I was
dispatching
saying
the
that-
Pursuer as well. Real fast.
Yeah, it's like Pursuer is usually the boss that you, if you are doing this kind of tournaments, you rarely see him die because it usually goes really fast. And LCorazza is going to Nashka already. So interesting to see how he's going to fight Nashka. I believe one of the ways he's going to do this is he's going to trap her, because that's the safest way. But he used 2 Lingering Flames in the beginning, which is a good addition to that. And not very fortunate with the RNG, I would say.
But he's making it work.
Yeah, he is. He got some magic from Nashka right away. But he's doing really well. And you can see how the combination of Lingering Flame and Flame Sweat literally destroys Nashka.
Yeah. And Nashka is also slightly weak to fire, so that only serves to help for sure.
Yeah, that was a quick fight.
Very
LCorazza making it look easy. We have Pans in the same place. Is he also going to kill Nashka by now?
Correct.
He most likely is, right?
And then he moves on to the congregation afterwards,
Okay.
as you can tell by his splits. Some jank aiming for the poison mist, but it happens.
Yeah, it happens if you mismanage your stamina and you try to cast a spell, the spell will usually be cast in a completely different place. So that's also something that you have to have in mind.
Also earlier, LCorazza and I believe even Pansparce received the Northern Ritual ban from Carillion, which is why you notice their health bars are slightly cut off below their stamina, because the Northern Ritual ban at the cost of your max health increases your spell uses, which once again for Pyro runs where the spell uses are so scant, it's very, very useful.
Exactly, and we forgot to mention that they both had to visit. If you want to kill Rosabeth on this run, you definitely need to speak to Carillion. You can either do that in Wharf, or you can do that after killing Flexile. I'm not exactly sure if you need to talk to him before killing Flexile, or if he will move anyways after you kill him.
You have to, I believe you have to talk to him at least once, like get to his buy screen, like where you can select the buy, and then beyond, after that, you should move to Majula.
Yeah, so that's very interesting, and you definitely need to go there and talk to him once then, because if you're killing Rosie, you would have no way of upgrading your Pyromancy
Exactly,
Flame
without
after-
another trip to the wharf. And here we have
Yeah,
Pansparce
and-
moving on to Nashka.
Who wants to travel twice to Wharf?
3 times even.
Okay, so Pans doesn't have the same casts as LCorazza, so this is a different approach here. You
This
have
is straight
LCorazza
much
fighting the
later.
congregation as well, so
Yeah. Firing off on all cylinders, these two runners.
You can see the congregation fight is something else when you have.
Exactly.
Oh, and Pans got hits. Oh no.
Ooh, I didn't notice that. So now we're tied for hits on both runners.
Yeah, we are
Oh.
now tied for hits.
The branch wasn't broken and she still wiggled her way through there as well. Might have something to do with
Well,
where you're
yeah.
standing.
I can tell you this is the kind of stuff that happens on a tournament.
Yeah.
I have killed Nashka countless times whenever I was doing any challenge runs, and I think I have only seen that 3 times. And one of them was actually 2 weeks ago. It's a really rare sight. She rarely breaks the branch or makes it out of there. If you are cornering her from there, she rarely gets out of that, but it can happen. So that's why it's very important to always keep a little bit of your stamina, just in case she makes it out of there and you need to roll or move away.
Exactly. But important to say, both runners are still in the game. Lord knows
They
what
are.
can happen in the coming time.
Exactly.
GG to Pan
Yeah.
and GG to Corazza.
GG's to the both of them. Pans had to improvise and take a different approach to Nashka, and he did it very well.
Exactly.
That's also another thing about this kind of tournaments. You have to adapt. Sometimes you're gonna have things thrown at you that you're not used to, and you have to be ready to adapt on the fly.
And Pan clearly showing his ability to do just that.
Exactly. So we may be close to see the favorite part of most people here, which is Rotten Jam, I believe.
Indeed.
I think Corazza is most likely going to do the Rottens now, right?
Yeah, he's preparing himself now for just that.
Okay. Yeah, getting some last levels and preparing his spells. Speaking about spells, one of the things that I find the most important about this kind of runs is the way you organize your spells, because sometimes you'll have a lot of spells at your disposal, and you have to be very, very careful on the way you actually arrange them or rearrange them, because sometimes you go into a fight and you only need 2 spells. So I would say it's always better to just have those 2 spells equipped instead of having like 6 spells and having to cycle between them. From personal experience, I would say that's a very important thing to do. Always clean your attunement slots and only have what you need for that specific boss fight.
Exactly. And worrying about one less thing for any boss fight is always a good thing.
Exactly. Just like your items, you want to do the same thing with your consumables, with your quick inventory items, I would say. You want to make sure you don't have anything else that can ruin your runs. So that's important in my opinion.
Some typical Black Gulch strats on display by Corazza here. In a normal any percent, you'd be using fire arrows, but here he uses his flame.
Yeah, and you can see he killed both worms there just to be safer. And he actually managed to not trigger the invader before. I think there's a precise way of not triggering the invader. If you are standing on top of that hill, I think there is a precise way of not triggering the invader until you jump down. He did trigger. Yeah, he triggered.
Yeah, but he means
now.
that, yeah. Like, he didn't trigger him while he was up there, he means to say.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about this, but I think there's a way when you are on that hill that you do not trigger him. But I'm not entirely sure about it.
Also, Gully just
Yeah.
killed himself, so rest in peace. Because you could see Corazza got an effigy on the way in the fight.
Yeah, so extra souls always welcome.
Agreed. Pretty textbook fight here.
Yeah, and as you can
New
see,
game then.
Flame Swat is amazing. If you know how to use it And if you use it on the right bosses, which in the case of Rotten is a good idea because he's not too fast and he takes a while to move, it will work really well. And the damage is awesome, obviously.
Yeah. LCorazza was telling me, I talked with him a little while he was practicing on stream before the proper tournament. And he told me that just eating a bunch of herbs and using Flame Swath is probably the quickest way to use the fight. Like not using other spells and whatnot. So that's why you'll see him use a bunch of herbs and Flame Swath at the current moment.
Yeah, and it's working really well, I believe. And as long as you have the perfect management for of herbs, it should be fine.
We got some spice with Pan here.
Oh no.
Yes, some internet shenanigans.
Let's hope he's able to come back soon. Some Monka splices in chat. Very important on this run, when you kill the first Rotten, you have an extra fire seed here.
Exactly, within the arena.
So yeah, it's important to pick it up. No, and we got an ad.
Oh, ads. Wonder what they were trying to sell us. Go back to the ad real quick. It's a
We want to see the
in-between
ad.
period. Yeah, come on, come on. Ad in the chat. Come on, everybody. You want to see the ad. Oh, robbed. Scammed of an ad.
This hitless fight was brought to you by... Oh, man. And it looks like Pan is killing the ogre now in order to get the stone ring, I believe.
Correct.
And LCorazza is getting some more levels in attunement and endurance as well. Endurance is important too, because you want to make sure you have enough stamina to cast and dodge if you need to. And some of these spells take quite a big amount of your stamina bar, basically.
Yeah, especially Flame Swath. And I believe he was telling me that exact amount of endurance right there was enough to cast it twice and still have like just a tiny bit of stamina left if you need to do a quick dodge.
Yeah, and that's really important. Having just that little bit of stamina left allows you to not be slow for a couple of seconds and keep running away from attack if you need to. So very important. The kind of the same thing when I was talking about Nashka. Always important to keep that little bit of stamina.
Important to note here, Pan is moving on to Soza's favorite boss, Freya, which is something LCorazza does not do. And Pan does this because it nets him the Seldora key, which gets him both a Fire Seed and Great Fireball. Which is a heavy-hitting pyromancy.
Freya, and we have no Freya gem in chat, so we may as well get some people riots in chat, because no Freya gem in chat is unacceptable, I would say.
Yeah. Especially
so,
from your end.
Especially. So yeah, the way you want to come here, obviously you don't need to kill 4 Freyas unless you're doing no damage, but you still want to kill one of them if you... It's a good option to kill one Freya, because then you have access to the key, as you said, and you'll have access to Fireball, which is an upgraded version of Fire Orb and actually Great Fireball. So it's an upgraded version of those spells, and it does more damage.
Pan using the torch because you don't want spiders crawling up your ass the duration of that fight.
Oh no, you make sure you bring a torch down here, guys, because having to deal with Mother Freya and Baby Freyas is something that you do not want to.
True. We see LCorazza on Rotten 2 here.
Yeah, and you can see Flame Swath is still doing a lot of damage. I'm curious to see if he's going to do the Flame Swat plus Herb strat for all 4 Rottens. Because I'm not sure if he is going to have enough herbs, but he may as well. He may as well have. I don't know.
Also important to note, by doing this, Pan also risks many Forlorns by going through the Seldora in this area specifically twice on the way to get Great Fireball the second time.
Exactly. So that's one thing that is I would say the biggest problem with the Freya route. Even though the boss is slightly easier than Rotten, the way until you get to fight the actual boss is what is the most dangerous thing. So you need to progress through spiders, Spider-Mans, and all of that is dangerous. And if you're doing this on NG plus, you'll have to deal with an extra invader. And you can have times where you have to deal with an extra invader and Forlorn at the same time. So this is a spicy split in itself. Not exactly the boss, but the split is spicy for sure.
Agreed. And GG to Pan. Nice
GG's
clean
to Pan.
Freya. LCorazza dying to the fire in the
Oh
Rotten
my
arena.
God.
Oh no.
Oh no.
The fire itself is not a hit, but the death is a hit.
Exactly. Because he died from the hit, from the fire, it needs to be counted as a hit.
Indeed. Which is most unfortunate.
And we're probably looking at a change of approach here because he died. He also lost a lot of herbs, so his strategy
exactly.
is going to be a little bit different, I believe now, because he cannot afford to keep using herbs forever.
Pan going back for Great Fireball now, and LCorazza entering the arena once more.
Exactly. And hopefully we'll not see any red phantoms in here.
Well, he doesn't use the bonfire aesthetic, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He just goes in for the Great Fireball. He does Rotten
Yeah,
4.
exactly.
It's just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean Forlorn. So
Oh,
hopefully we
invaders.
don't-
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if Forlorn can still invade in the second run through, but I'm pretty sure he can. So yeah, it could happen. We have people in chat saying punch Rotten to death or they riot. So we may actually see that because
LCorazza's
in
a
terms of-
crazy dude.
He is. This is Rotten 2, by the way, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Arguably one of the worst rounds to deal with on most runs.
Yeah, exactly. Because runners usually don't use bright bugs for Rotten 2, and their levels are not exactly as they want it, as they want them to be yet. So it's a hard Rotten, usually the hardest.
Yeah. No Heavenly Thunder here either, so.
Yeah, there's no Heavenly Thunder here, guys.
Ooh. A little bit sketchy there. Who's up against the fog wall? But he made the roll.
Yeah, he's using I would say, the SL1 way of dealing with Rotten, which is outspacing his attacks and not relying on iframes. There's a lot of approaches for Rotten, and this is a very valid one. You also don't wait. Your stamina is also preserved for most of the time. LCorazza's cast speed is so as it is.
Yeah.
For now, it is.
It's a consequence of not getting the Lion Mage set and just the very nature of Pyro spells.
Exactly. Yeah, and because he doesn't get the... That said, it's going to look... and actually is going to be slower.
No, typically
Oh,
you
no.
really want to You don't want to strafe that attack, but roll it. Deadeye himself
Oh,
can attest
no.
to that. He had that very same issue. That's 3 hits for LCorazza, and this fight's really starting to look like a pile of garbage.
Yeah, you really don't want to just outspace or outrun that attack because it can really get you.
Exactly.
Oh my god. Like that's 3 hits, and see, this is where the mental part comes in. You have died twice to Rotten 2, and you have 3 hits. And even if you're not watching your competitor, in your head you have to be strong,
Yeah.
right? Because if not, the entire run is going to the trash bin.
In some better news, Pan is proceeding somewhat cleanly through on the way to straight here.
Yeah, looking really clean so far.
Taking a very bold approach, just nuking that guy down with Great Fireball, but it works.
Exactly. Just as I was going to say, this is a very dangerous enemy. Even if it doesn't look like one, he really is dangerous, and he has ended a lot of runs. But that was a very nice approach to it, and it worked perfectly. You might have to buy herbs from Carillion to continue. Yeah, Dewfish in chat mentioning the herb problem. Because that's the problem. When you die to Rotten twice and you are relying on herbs, the herbs don't come back as do spells, so
Yeah, they're a very finite resource.
they are, and you have to be able to manage them really well. LCorazza could still use consumables if he has any, or he could also use the Pyro Flame itself to punch Rotten, but obviously the damage is not the best. Very good. And Pan's making his way to straight. This is an important NPC because you can buy, as we talked before, you can buy Lingering Flame, you can buy Flame Swath, and later on you'll also be able to buy Toxic Mist from straight by trading the Rat Soul to him. So if you remember to do that, it's actually a very nice NPC. I would say probably one of the most important NPCs of the run, because Toxic Mist, Flame Swat, and Lingering Flame really carry you for the late game.
Exactly, and Pan also kills straight after he gets Toxic Mist for the hood, which increases cast
Yes.
speed, which is very important for Pyro.
Indeed. And looks like he's now going down the gutter.
GG to LCorazza for beating that run.
Just as LCorazza goes or kills the second Rotten now. So GG's to him. Yeah, and it also gives you +2 or 2 levels in Int and Fate. So it's an important piece of clothing.
For sure. And especially at that point of the run, you no longer get any benefit pretty much from the 1 Faith and 1 Int that you get from the hood. So with that in mind, it's very nice.
Indeed. And we're seeing Pans making it or going all the way to the gutter now, I believe. I think he grabbed the red bonfire, if I'm not wrong.
He sure did.
And now, yeah, and now he should be
I believe
going
so,
to the
yes.
Rottens.
His first time through the gutter here, which is a stark contrast to LCorazza.
Yeah, a very big contrast, as LCorazza went to the gutter in the beginning of his run to get or to have access to the dark pyromancy flame. And the thing is, if you're doing gutter this late on a run, I mean, which is obviously much later than LCorazza, and as we talked before, the gutter is a place where everything can happen, and one miscalculated jump or an enemy you fail to see, and you can get a hit out of nowhere.
Seemingly, yes.
Okay,
Ooh,
so
Pan not resting at the. Oh, there we go. I was very scared there. Oh yeah, because he uses the very old torch strat, and then you count down from I believe it's 20 seconds, and enemies should be in more favorable positions
yeah,
as
so
you run
that's
through it.
yeah. As you can see, he's now waiting because that's one of the things that we were talking about. The enemy placement in the gutter is very important as well, because you have enemies that can drop on you from the bridges above, and sometimes it's unpredictable. As we speak, LCorazza is on his third Rotten now, and you can see the damage is still good because he just leveled up, so you can see the difference that leveling up does. And he's also using a bright bug for this fight. It will be interesting to see if he uses another one for Rotten 4, but I'm pretty sure he's going to. So you can see the difference in damage is actually really good.
Sure, bright bugs can carry you very far in fights like these.
True.
Another important thing to note, I feel, about the Rotten fight is that, a lot of people get very comfy and almost complacent, I feel, after having done Rotten so much. And not saying this happened to
Yes.
LCorazza, but for a lot of people, you tend to sort of underrate him, which allows him to really sneak in some hits.
Yeah, exactly. And the same goes for every boss. If you're used to doing the same boss over and over again, you can sometimes get overconfident, and that's a problem every single time. I believe he bought more herbs from Carillion,
Correct.
and he's still going with the flame stat with the flame swat strat. So far he has managed to keep doing his original strat. Ooh, that's spicy. That attack right there is really dangerous. But
Especially
it
as we
also
saw
gives
earlier.
you exactly. But it also gives you a nice and bigger window of opportunity to punish Rotten.
Nika, Pan is going to the gutter if he did Freya because he did Freya solely for the fact that he can get Great Fireball and another Fire Seed from it. So he's not doing Freya times 4, he's simply doing Rotten times 4.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. So he'll have access to Great Fireball, which is an improved version of Fire Orb and Fireball, and it does a lot more damage, obviously. So LCorazza doesn't get that spell in his route. GG's to LCorazza.
Indeed, GG.
So it's Rotten number 4 now.
The meat man cometh.
Exactly. Any Rotten gems in chat? Any Rotten lovers?
I mean, I always love me some good meat,
I mean, who doesn't, right? So he has to do Rotten just 3 times. Now, no, I believe he's still going to do Rotten times 4, right?
Correct.
Stacks? Yeah. Because the souls wouldn't be enough. Rotten 4 wields you a great amount of souls, and if you only did Rotten 3 times, it wouldn't be enough to open the Shrine of Winter.
Someone in the chat here profaning the very name of Rotten. Not sure I like that, but
Unacceptable?
yeah.
Unacceptable indeed. Even though Rotten is not my favorite times 4. I would never say that from him. So I would say it's unacceptable as well. You can get 1 million with 1 Freya, 2 Nashkas, and 3 Rottens, which also is a very interesting approach to this run. You could do Nashka twice. You would also have access to an interesting ring, so that could be an option.
Exactly. Helps increase your attunement slots.
Exactly. So that's also an option.
Which is
that you
a
could
Southern
go
Ritual
for.
Band +2, if anyone is curious.
Dewfish with the mat, always. Where would we even be without Dewfish, right? Speaking of, do you guys not love to see what we are seeing now? We have 2 Rotten fights going at the same time. It's like a match made in heaven.
I'm not sure I can handle this level of meat, but we'll see.
Oh, you'll have to.
I'm being buried under a massive tide of fat meat.
Okay, so that was
But GG to Pan?
Rotten number 1. Yeah, that was Rotten number 1 for Pants. So, and because he did not kill or get the bonfire in his first go, he'll now clear the statues here and get the bonfire to then proceed to kill the other 3 Rottens.
For safety, using an herb here so he can, if he misses his fireballs or whatever have you.
Yeah, and he wanted to make sure that he... Oh, I thought he was going to kill the worm. Oh, there he is. I didn't
Yeah,
see
he killed
the
it.
worm.
He tossed it earlier. He tossed a fireball earlier. So by the time he
Okay.
gets there, he should be safe. LCorazza popping
And-
souls as he prepares to head on through to the other half of the game here.
Exactly. It's the rotten farming is now done, and he is now going to the shrine to open the Shrine of Winter and proceed to the Drangly Castle.
Well ahead of Pan here, but I would argue Pan has quite a few more tools as a result.
Yeah, so he has access to Great Fireball, which is helpful in a lot of situations. It can also be sometimes it's also a problem because Great Fireball has the visual effect of the spell. Sometimes it actually doesn't work alongside you because it makes it difficult for you to see what's happening.
Exactly, very thick.
So, yeah, and there's always good things and bad things about all this stuff.
Of course, gives and takes,
Yeah,
such as
exactly.
Dark Souls.
Yeah, you know, and specifically Dark Souls 2.
Especially Dark Souls 2.
Yeah, love and hate, always there.
LCorazza here has reached the soft cap for the fire bonus with 30 faith and 30 int.
Interesting. It is. This section just before the Shrine of Winter is an interesting section because of this falconers here. They are actually very dangerous. The archer falconer can actually shoot 2 arrows at you at the same time. I'm not sure if that's a bug in the game or if that's something that is intentional, but that can happen.
Important to note, you might see that Pan is doing merely 106 damage with the Great Fireball, but that's deceptive because there's an initial burst of damage followed by another one, and that's what you'll see at the bottom there.
Yeah, so I believe you only get to see splash damage basically.
Exactly.
Or most of the times that's what you get to see. And this is his second Rotten, I believe.
Correct.
Yes, you can see his approach to Rotten is somewhat different than Karaz's approach. He's using fire orbs and ranged spells. I think he's going to use fireballs too. and
Using every
great
tool he's
fireball.
got. But as Karazza said, the fastest way to do this fight would be just pure Flame Swath and then refreshing it with herbs.
Yeah. It's the same with Miracle Lightning Spears exactly. So you only get to see, most of the times you only get to see the splash damage that happens. And I'm not sure if he has used the Great Fireball. He probably did in the first Rotten, but I missed to see it. I didn't see it in the first time. But you can see the visual effect of it is much bigger than the other spells. So it can be a little bit difficult to see what he's doing.
He's even using Combustion. Like I said, every tool at his disposal.
Yeah, a wide arsenal of spells being used here, and it actually takes a lot of knowledge to know how to use every single one of these spells, because
And
combustion,
manage
for
stamina.
example, yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. If you look at his stamina bar, you'll see that combustion takes a great amount of stamina.
Finishing him off with a throwing knife, you'll love to see it, and GG to Pan.
My goodness, you'll love to see it. A throwing knife. If anyone ever is interested in routing throwing knives only, that's how you do it.
Karazza here dispatching the ghost, I believe, with Poison Mist, though we did miss it here.
Yeah, so these ghosts here are actually really dangerous, but when you have access to poison spells, they are kind of easy to dispatch. And because their vision is actually not the best, so
Yeah.
you're usually able to cast poison safely, and the ghosts don't even aggro to you, which is somewhat weird in my opinion, but that's how it works.
Another spell being Dark Fog that you can use for the exact same purpose. You'll notice that the rain decreases the damage, the upper end of the damage you can do for on enemies here,
Yeah,
because it makes them wet.
It does. And you know, when you're wet, and that's the end of the sentence right there.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna continue. So this is the same strat people use for hexes, or at least some people use for hexes. Again, the poison mist thinking on the elephants there, and you can see with poison and fire at the same time, they are easy to kill.
Exactly. Lots of damage and removes them as a threat.
Yeah. So interesting to see how he's going to handle this place.
Yes,
because
the
this is
gates
one
of
the-
hell.
Yeah, exactly. The gates of hell.
Seems I would be a
Okay.
little nervous using Flame Swath there because the other crossbowmen could possibly get you due to the long cast time, but Karazza handling it very efficiently.
Yeah, I would be too, but as you referred to, it's the king of YOLO, so
Quite right.
making justice to his name. There's a lot of interesting strats you can use here. You can use throwing knives. You can aim with your bow and use throwing knives to hit the guards in there. The one on your right is a little bit trickier to get. You need to be able to stagger him 2 times, so he gets back close enough to the giant, and you make his soul go there. So it's tricky, but it's doable, and it's a safer approach to this place, as you can also avoid getting forlorn early in this place.
Karazza picking up a fire seed and great combustion, and so the gates of hell open. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here, because by God there are some horrors later.
Oh, there are. Believe us when we tell you, there are some horrors to come. Even though I would say that the hardest part of the run is, except for Mirror Knight, I would say the hardest part of the run is done.
Pan getting greedy with the double flame swath, and he pays the price.
Oh no. Oh man, that attack has such that attack has such a weird AoE.
Exactly.
Oh man. Sag is in chat. That's 2 hits to Pans now.
Still edging out Karaza though on total hits.
Yeah. Still ahead, so important to keep your cool. The same thing that happened with Karadza. It's important to keep your head in the game and not throwing everything out of the window.
Exactly. You gotta, knowing Pan, you know, it does get a little spicy mentally when he does his runs, but you know, I'm sure he'll
Yeah.
be able to maintain.
And I'm not sure if you
finish
noticed.
that
I'm
round.
pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have, but I love how you can see that he's different from most runners. You can see that. First of all, I think it's noticeable that he's using mouse and keyboard because of the way his camera is always tilting. And you can see he's always trying to be speedy, and he's still very effective at the same time.
Ooh, got a little spicy on the first attack there, but he was able to roll it safely.
Yeah, and getting your souls is something tricky in this fight, but totally necessary, I would say. He only had, well, in this case, he only had 8k, so that wouldn't be too much of a problem. But sometimes you have quite a big amount of souls here,
Exactly.
and you definitely need to pick them up.
Every soul counts.
They really do. This is, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the second or third rotten for Pan.
I believe this is the third, but I could be mistaken.
I mean, it looks like Karazha has been invaded by Forlorn, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Exactly.
As he
You could
can
just run to the fog wall.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's about to fight the Dragon Riders, which is also another very interesting fight on Pyro because there's a lot of different approaches. You can try to bring the archer down with consumables.
Karaza missing.
Yeah, or you could use a fireball like that, but it's a little bit sketchy because of the range. Yeah, so as you can see, when you are not doing this fight with your regular rapier and bow, this can be a really, really sketchy fight. Yeah, so this is not the best fight for if you suffer from your heart. This is not the fight for you.
Yeah, some sort of heart condition.
Yeah. Just
Any
throwing out the
fight-
disclaimer there.
Any fight where you have to manage more than like one person or one entity, it's always going to be a little shaky. Even if
Yeah.
even if one of them is very squishy, there's still a lot to deal with.
True, and you can see he had to manage the Dragon Rider here and the bolts from the other, or the arrows from the other Dragon Rider, which is sketchy, obviously.
And it was a pro dodge from the second Dragon Rider as he dodged one of Karaza's great combustions, but on he goes and a GG.
True. Yeah, GG's to Karadza. A very clean Dragon Riders fight. Jan's in chat. Sag that no parries were made again.
There's one opportunity left.
Yeah, they can still get it. So don't let your dreams die, at least for now.
I'm keeping the dream alive for you. Let not your heart be troubled.
Yeah, you can see Karadza. So he's using the one of the strats that you can use here. If you roll against that wall, you'll make the mannequin fall down, and he'll be triggered when you open the door, and it's easier to call him to the place you want to kill him. And believe me when I tell you, those mannequins can be really hard to deal with. And as you can see here, Pans is, I believe, on his 4th Rotten, if I'm not wrong. I'm always lost when it comes to counting Rottens.
Yeah, it's all a
either
blur,
his-
you know.
It really is. It's either his 3rd or 4th Rotten.
Whatever the case is, we can clearly see Corazza has really accelerated compared to him, because the Rottens are indeed beefy, and especially on this run, and can really slow you down in the whole process.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see, I hope you guys were able to see, but the effect that Fireball does compared to, or Great Fireball does compared to the other Fireball casts or spells, it's a lot bigger. And if you throw it in close range, it will actually trouble your vision a lot. So again, the gives and takes of everything in this game.
Pan
Yeah,
playing
so that's-
safe here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a clean fight so far. He had a hit to Rotten already, so I believe he's playing it safe now.
Yes. And he has no way of knowing how Corazza is doing. So
Yeah, which I would say is always the best thing to do for a tournament. You want to worry about yourself and not about your competitors, because you'll get extra pressure from that. Even if your competitors are doing worse than you, there's a chance that will play negatively on your side. So it's always good to focus on yourself, I would say.
yeah, as mentioned in chat, he did not roll the same move that Corazza got hit by, but he made it out fine.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, that was so close. That last roll now was so close.
Indeed. But a clean fight in the GG.
Yeah, GG's to Pants. So that's one of the hits. I'm pretty sure on a lower ADP build, that would probably have been a hit. So that's the difference it makes on Dark Souls 2.
You're
Having
not
that
able to-
extra iframe or not.
Exactly. But I was just going to say, we weren't able to see how Corazza handled the elevator, but he was able to. And he got both the fire seat from up top and the key to King's Passage, which allows him to proceed to Mirror Knight.
Yeah, so we're about to see a Mirror Knight fight, which is probably one of the hardest fights on this run, and in most Magic runs, if not the hardest fight at all. So interesting to see how he's going to deal with the fight. Poison is definitely a way to go, but we'll see how it goes.
Pan hitting the soft cap for the fire bonus, and now that was round 4, so he's proceeding to Dragon Riders.
And I was speaking about Mirror Knight, but I believe he's still going to get Toxic Mist, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so
Should be heading down to the rats.
yeah, so almost time for everyone's favorite boss as well. At what point do they do small rats? I believe they do it after. So Corazza is going to do it now, which is after Dragon Riders.
And Pan was
And-
just hit as well by the
He
Falconers.
was? Oh
Yeah.
man. See, the Falconers here are, as we were speaking before, they are really dangerous. One little mistake and you can get an arrow thrown to your head. You can get hit. They have the Sword Falconer has a really hard attack to dodge, which is a thrust, and they can hit you really fast and you like out of nowhere. And the archer is also really fast, so and he can shoot 2 arrows at a time. If you guys don't know, but it's a tricky place for sure.
Corazza dancing around the rats and then making it through. Handling Roy very professionally.
Exactly.
So now the runners are tied for hits.
Yeah, so it's anyone's game now.
Exactly. There are many different ways to handle this fight as well. Sometimes you'll group up the rats, then use a flame swath, or you'll just take them down one at a time, and like Corazza's doing here.
Yeah, exactly. And there are benefits to both things. Obviously, if you use Flame Swat, you are able to kill more rats at a time. But you lose an advantage here, which is, I would say, very important. That is counting the rats that you kill. I believe you have to kill 10 rats, and after that, the main rat will show up. So I would say counting them like this and killing them individually is probably my favorite approach to this. But both approaches are good.
And with that, the Royal Rat Vanguard spawns, and you should be able to dispatch him with ease, as you can see. Just deleted.
Absolutely vanquished from the game. Unreal.
Now pan onto the ghost, dispatching them in a similar way to Corazza, I'm sure.
And looks like we may be seeing some video assistance. A VAR call from our verifiers in chat. I think they are going to review the third hit that Pan took. I was actually not able to see. I don't think you were able to see either.
Yes.
I wasn't, at least.
Yeah. Welcome in, though, a huge raid from Distraction Crab, who will be commentating in short order, actually, the very next run. Welcome
Sorry
in.
to butt in. Yeah, thanks, Distraction Crab, for the raid. Quick update to everyone. So me and Distraction Crab are going to be commentating the Sorcery Only run, which will start at 11:30 a.m. Eastern, so in about 2 hours from now. But yeah, we're going to be going strong for quite a while today. So yeah, welcome in, everyone. Again, this is a Dark Souls 2 Magic Only no hit run tournament. And right now you're watching the Pyro Only run. And like I said, the Sorcery Only is the last run of the tournament later today. But yeah, welcome in.
Yeah, welcome in, everyone. Thank you for the raid, Distraction Crab. And welcome in, guys.
Pan
can
here
see
dealing with the gates
Alpha.
of hell now.
Exactly. We can see Alpha in chat, who will be taking part in the Sorcery Only race against Backflippius. So you guys want to make sure you keep tuned in to watch that as well. Yeah. So again, the gates of hell, and we'll see how Pan deals with them.
With Corazza proceeding onto Mirror Knight as well.
Yeah, definitely an interesting fight to watch. So he's going to use Toxic Mist for sure, and Poison Mist at the same time, as well as Dunk Pies and Poison Throwing Knives. So it's a combination of all sorts of poison and toxic that you can use. And if you do it correctly, it's devastating to Mirror Knight. Even though it's always an unpredictable fight, you'll see that his HP pool will get drained very quickly.
Exactly. As we mentioned previously, the cascading layers of 2 different types of damage over time.
Exactly. He's also relying on Flame Swath, which seems to be the spell that he's using the most on this run.
Yes. Definitely the primary offensive spell.
Yeah, definitely. Very good right there, strafing Mirror Knight's attacks.
Dodging out of the way of those tricky thrusts.
And we have some news in chat that Pan may have been hit. So we're gonna take a look at that in a moment.
Indeed. But the gates of hell taketh and don't really giveth. Very hard to deal
Exactly.
with on this run. But GG to Karaza.
Yeah, GG's to LCorazza. A picture-perfect fight right there, I would say.
Does anybody in chat know what exactly he was hit by, or?
Yeah, we saw there that one of the soldiers there was aggroed as well. So he probably aggroed the soldier. It was the petrified soldier.
With the halberd, gotcha. Yeah. With the shield.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, yes. I've just seen it. Yes, these guys are really dangerous. Most of the times you do not aggro them, but sometimes it can happen, and if it does, it's kind of unpredictable.
Also,
Yeah, this-
Karaza here
Yeah,
proceeding into the real hell after descending a very long elevator. And yeah,
Exactly.
we'll see how he
And it-
handles Amana.
If Mirror Knight is probably the hardest boss of this run, then Amana is, I would say, definitely the hardest running section of the entire run. And this is where you'll see Lingering Flame actually playing a part as your best friend and as a backup. You see, as people trigger the enemies to run into the traps, and it actually works really well.
Exactly.
You can see he poisons the crawlers in there, and you can see that they never aggro, even when they are poisoned. Just like the ghosts in On Your Way to Drangleic, they also don't aggro when they are getting poisoned to death.
You'll also see Pan handles this very differently as well. Hi,
Interesting
Karaza.
to see
Everybody
when
say
it
hi to
comes-
Karaza.
Hi, Karaza. Everyone say hi to Karaza in chat. Yeah, and another thing that I was noticing was the fact that he was using poison, toxic mist, and just if you have the time, notice how much faster the poison ticks when you are using toxic mist instead of poison mist. So it's a lot faster, and you can use a combination of both, obviously.
It may look scary to some how some of these lizards are running through the lingering flames, but Karaza has assured me that it's a very consistent strat.
Yeah, it is indeed scary, but Lingering Flame has a very big range of when it comes to the AoE. So most of the times they hit the enemies in time, and it works.
Karaza having a tough time aggroing, which caused the lingering flames to despawn.
Yeah, exactly. And this part, alongside the last part of this running section, is probably the hardest one.
Nice artillery souls on full display.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you're aiming a
let's
mortar.
see. Yeah, that was still perfect.
Indeed.
See, that's why when you are pyros are definitely much different from any other spell because of the arch they do when you're trying to aim there or trying to aim them. So it's a lot harder than it seems to hit enemies. Artillery souls followed by landmine souls, exactly.
Exactly. This is the Western Front on the run.
See, as you could see there, it looked like the Archdrake was already past the point of action for Lingering Flame, but it still hit him. So this spell is really useful if you want to do a mana in Pyro only. And even if you want to do a mana in any other class and like a mixed run or something, it's a really good spell.
So Pan was able to do the rest clean up to the double Dragon Riders here, and we'll soon see his strat for them.
Yes, interesting to see for sure.
Some people might find this to be a little Monka-esque, but we will soon see.
Yeah, that's pretty good, I would say. See,
Oh
no. That's a hit, unfortunately.
yes.
That is terrible because you managed to get the opening, which is definitely hard to pull off, and then you get hit by what is most of the times the easiest part to deal with, which is the main Dragon Rider. But that is sad. It's Pans is now on 5 hits and LCorazza is on 3. So, but it's still everyone's game at this point.
Exactly.
So everything can happen.
There's quite a bit left.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, so LCorazza made short work of the last section. The last section with the 3 Archdrakes is, I would say, a really dangerous section. You have aggro points where the enemies get triggered, and if you hit one enemy and you step on the trigger point, sometimes you trigger 2 enemies at a time, and that can be terrible for you. And I know for a fact that LCorazza used to have a lot of trouble with that when he was doing his sorcery only run. That used to be a huge point of reset for him, because that section, if you aggro 2 Archdrakes at the same time, and sometimes you do that and you don't even notice it happen, so it can be terrible.
Exactly. But I will definitely say he is handling it very well. A testament to him as a runner and the amount of practice he put in to learn it.
Yeah. And Pans also made short work of the mannequins here, which is always a very complicated part. And we're just getting informed by Flippius that we may have missed on Wizard Wars 1.5, which is tragic, I would say. So the question is, are we Wizard Wars 3 or Wizard Wars 2?
There can be only one.
There can only be one, exactly. The brand is already here? Okay. It's a deal then. Wizard Wars 2, it is.
Oh my god. Do with the impeccable timing as always.
Looks like it's still going in chat. As LCorazza makes his way through a mana. Almost at the end of the... Oh, that was really close.
Very close, yeah.
Almost at the end of the second phase in a mana, or the second running section. Trademark will be settled in the Court of Souls and everyone will die. Seems like a plan. Okay, and This last section is
Yeah.
really tricky. This is where you'll see some interesting strats coming into play for sure.
It's very hard with the range of the Pyro to land that hit that aggroes the Archdrake guy. So
It
we'll
is.
see how it works out.
And this is I have never seen this approach to the Pyro run, so it's interesting to see how people come up with different strats. Every single one of the runners comes up with different strats to deal with this part, because it's definitely one of the trickiest parts to pull. And it looks like he's having some trouble.
Expressing his frustration with a very apt emote.
Yeah, we have all been there, Corazza. If Drangleic are the gates of hell, this is probably even further down.
Yeah. Arguably hell itself, quite frankly.
Yeah, blue hell, some would say. No YOLO Amana pointing out in chat, yeah, which is somewhat disappointing when it comes to the king of YOLO himself.
But understandable.
Corazza also expressing his frustrations in chat.
Breaking the fourth wall of running, but hey.
Exactly, breaking the fourth wall. The Brazilian aim, they say. Oh, don't worry. It's gotta be some. It's gotta be across every country, I believe. Because Pyro is. It's not only the way you aim the spells, it's also the range, because you don't have a lot of range, and it's really hard to be precise in a spot like this. Yeah, there we go. Looks like
And
he
moving
managed
on.
to do it. This is an interesting approach. I never thought about this one, and it looks like it works very nicely. The only hard part is to pull the hit on the Archdrake.
Yeah. And Pan employing a very similar. I was about to say very similar, but it appears he's gonna try to use Flame Swath.
Yeah,
But of course, a bit of
apparently he's-
jank because getting caught on the statues as well. But it is what it is.
Yeah, and that's why we mentioned earlier that if you use Flame Swat correctly, it's really helpful. But the hitboxes of the spell are a little bit tricky to understand, and they are better used on bosses that are big and can't move too fast.
Oh yeah, really close with that wreck. Definitely could have resulted
Yeah.
in a hit, but he finished it cleanly.
One could say that rat was looking at his soul.
And it appears
And
Corazza took a hit as well. Whilst we
he
were
took a
watching
hit.
Pan.
Oh no. Yeah, so this section is really hard, because you have the two Archdrakes in before the Fog Gate are really tricky to deal with, because when you aggro one of them, the other one will aggro as well, and you have to deal with two at the same time. So it's really hard to take care of them. So it's Amana yet again claiming another victim. And it's like 5 hits now for Pans and 4 to Corazza.
And you'll see he
So-
did a little dance because in practice he was known to use the rat soul, which would then require him to use a bonfire aesthetic and get it again, do the fight again.
Exactly. That's what I think I said in before, that if you remember to to acquire Toxic Mist, it's a deadly combination, and that's a GG right there. It's he managed to beat his own demons, I would say.
Indeed, he grew as a runner.
He did indeed.
And if you're wondering why he's clearing out the room and down here, that's because he kills Strayed and gets his hood.
Yeah, and I was just watching Karaz's hit, and it looks like he set up 4 traps for the archdrakes, and one of them managed to survive with like half of his health and managed to hit him. So it's definitely a hard place to keep track of everything that's going on.
And Pan with the 5-head strats, attempting to enable the mist and the poison through the floor.
Yeah, that's a nice one. I have never seen that before, so it's definitely a nice little trick to kill Strayed safely.
And Karaza onto Demon of Song here. Though it
Demon
goes
of
by many
Song.
names.
Yeah, by many names, and most of them we cannot disclose here, so we'll leave that to your imagination, guys.
I'm so tempted to say it myself. I can't even put it in words how tempted I am. But yeah.
Possessed Kermit, that's a nice one. People Feet Demon, interesting approach.
Demon of Song using that ranged attack, but Karaza handled it very well. Using it yet
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, and this is a sketchy attack to deal with.
Yes. Exactly.
Ah.
And
There we go.
finishes it hitless.
That was a very nice fight. We didn't mention, but I think everyone in chat knows that the frog or Demon of Song most of the times can end your run if he decides to. He has a very fast small frog leap that is very hard to dodge, and it has ended a lot of runs as well. But fortunately, Karaza didn't get it, so it was a very clean fight, and he moves on to the crypt.
Indeed. And here, Pan will be moving on to Mirror Knight.
Yep. And let's watch how the fight goes. I think the strats are mostly the same. Both Toxic and Poison Mist in place, as well as Dunk Pies and Poison Throwing Knives.
Indeed. Near identical openings to the fight from both runners.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, that was a bit of a sketchy one there, but he managed to go through.
Ooh. Yeah, so the thing is on this kind of magic runs, you for the most part of it, you cannot keep the AI loop going, and if you don't do the AI loop on Mirror Knight, he becomes a really hard boss and a very unpredictable one. So
We have Karaza in the chat mentioning his desire for no Forlorns because the one in the crypt is one of the hardest to deal with. And he was talking to me a little earlier, mentioning that he doesn't really know how he would be able to handle it.
yeah, so there's a chance that he could get invaded by Forlorn in 2 different places. One of them is not too hard to deal with, but the other one may be a little bit tricky. So we shall see how it goes.
And with that, Pan does Mirror Knight hitless. GG.
GG's to him, very clean as well.
And now he himself descends into the hell that is Amanas.
Exactly. Excited to see how he will deal with this place. Gotta watch for Lone Wind's Forlorn Guide. Exactly, guys. If you guys haven't done so, Lone Wind has very comprehensible guides about Forlorn, and they are really, really helpful. Also, shoutouts to Lone Wind. He's not a part of this run himself, but I would say shoutouts to him because he's one of the one of the guys that has done all 4 schools of magic, and he actually did the 4 schools of magic in succession. So it's a 4 runs of the same game without getting a hit. So it's something that no one has ever pulled. So GG's to him on that as well. I think it was only right to mention him on a tournament and on a weekend like this. Yeah, and you can see Corazza's strategy here. Definitely very interesting. Using fire again to blow the witching barrels. I don't know how you call them, but and with
It's
a
called
combination of
oil.
poison
You know, oil barrels.
or oil. I think oil does get the trick done. So with a combination of poison and fire, the witches here have not much that they can do. Lone Wind doing hitless in all 4 runs of the tourney, taking all the prize pool. That could happen. That's why he's not here. He wanted to leave something for everyone else, so praise
Yes.
to him.
He's he just messaged me. He's going to the toilet real quick, but he figured he could because he was in a safe area, and I told him he could because he was in the safe area.
Ah, okay. And it looks like he's back already.
Exactly.
Yeah, and everyone can take a break, obviously. In-game
Yeah.
time is your tiebreaker. If you guys have the same hits, the in-game time will be counted as will be used as a tiebreaker. But I believe you can do quit outs if no enemies are aggroed. I'm not sure about that, but I believe you can as long as no enemies are triggered. But that I could actually clarify on.
Ooh,
on that.
Corazza hit the bell, which spawned some of the mages, but he was
Ooh.
able to get out of there really quickly.
Oh boy, that was close.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no quit outs preference, okay, but yeah, in-game time will decide ties.
Exactly. But life comes at you fast, and Lord knows what could happen, you know.
Exactly. And Corazza just proved that, and was still able
Indeed.
to to get out of that situation. Okay, so interesting to see how he handles this. Some people like to break the rocks. You make a path so just so you can come back if Forlorn invades and cheese him somewhere else. So interesting to see. I don't think he did that exact setup, but he's making quick work of it, and it doesn't look like he was invaded.
Exactly, yeah.
Quit out is allowed if internet goes out.
Oh, Pan had one of the knights run right up to him, but he was able to
Ooh.
stagger him just in time before a hit went through on him.
Oh my god. This place is hell.
It really is.
Forever known as Blue Hell.
Fighting fire with
Because-
fire, though, in that case.
Yeah, pretty much. It's everything can happen in a mono. And we may be in the brink of watching one of the most satisfying deaths. Now look at that. Absolutely destroying the 2 soldiers there.
Indeed. And also important to note, both Pan and Corazza have a similar and different method of approaching this. Corazza using purely Pyro, because on the one hand, you know, he doesn't want to do speed, and on the other, I feel he's a bit of a deep down, he's a bit of a purist. And Pan returned to the Shade Woods to get some lightning urns for this area, which 1 risks the Forlorn, and 2 shows how differently he approaches it.
Exactly. And that's when stats can get a little bit strats can get a little bit different. if you don't use consumables, some of the places are really difficult, or they look more difficult. But definitely, it all comes down to how much practice and how used you are to doing it one way.
Exactly. All down to how comfy someone is with employing certain strats.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I believe Karaza is playing it safe, the safest he can here, and he's actually poisoning the two cyanides before the Dragon Rider fog gates, because you can actually get hit by them when you enter Velstad's arena. There's a chance that they can hit you through the fog wall. So I believe this eliminates that chance. Yeah, so Karaza is about to fight Velstad.
Yep.
This should be an interesting fight as well.
For certain. Velstad's another one of those bosses that can definitely screw you over if you're not paying attention enough, or with one of his many follow-ups.
Yeah, definitely. The follow-ups are sometimes they come out of nowhere, and they can definitely make the fight harder. Karaza, on the other hand, is known for being able to handle Velstad's follow-ups.
Yes.
It's not the first time that he had one of those making his runs a little bit harder.
Indeed. And you can see here Jank Swath in full swing, because sometimes Vel's moves just forward enough so that the hitbox of the Flame Swath is unable to do damage to him.
Exactly. And we got to see the combination of all sorts of poison and toxic at the same time again. You can see poison and both poison and toxic are thinking at the same time. You can see the numbers changing in between 15 and 30, which means both of them were active.
And GG to Karaza.
GG's to Karaza. A clean fight as well.
Indeed. And the King's Ring is will most likely be used by both Karaza and Pansparce, because it allows you to do, I think it's around 2.5% extra fire damage, which can indeed apply to your Pyro.
Yeah, so you can use the King Rings in order to get that extra damage. And 2.5% is something, any damage that you can get is good damage.
It's welcome damage as well.
Exactly. And Karaza is leveling up again, getting some more endurance.
Indeed. Because as we were mentioning,
important.
Exactly,
Yeah,
as we were mentioning. I'm sorry.
You can say sex. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, because the more endurance you have, the more comfy your rolls can be if you have to do it in a jam, and also because of the demand of certain spells in this run, it'll allow you to be a little more comfy as you proceed through the game.
Definitely. And especially for Tronings, for the opening, you want to make sure you have enough endurance.
Exactly.
We see Pan traveling through Blue Hell, still hitless, I believe. And Karaza is making his way to Aldi Skip. On his way to fight the Guardian Dragon as well.
Pan doesn't even need the binoculars to properly aim those knives, which I'm sure came about as a result of a great deal of practice.
That was unreal. That free aim was.
It was definitely beautiful. It was definitely beautiful.
You'll love to see it indeed. Interesting to see how he will deal with this part now. as we're closing to the, or slowly getting close to the fog gate, things get a little bit spicier.
Indeed. As Corazza proceeds into Aldia Keep, grabbing that Fire Seed to later upgrade through Carillion.
Exactly, and I believe that should be his last Fire Seed of the run.
He will also get one from Giant Lord, though, probably.
Oh, he gets, yes, exactly. He gets one from Giant Lord too. So he's almost ready when it comes to his Pyromancy Flame.
Pan getting rid of the 1 Knight in very clean fashion.
This so far a very clean amount from Pans, except for that first that first problem that he had with one of the
Exactly.
Archway.
Yeah, he got up real close, but
He
exactly.
still managed to get out of it hitless. And they actually are using the same strats. So 4 lingering flames.
Oh, again getting real. Oh, and then he gets hit.
Oh no. Oh man. Yeah, so this plays. That's tragic. I believe that's 1 hit. I believe that counts as 1 hit, but I don't know. You guys.
It might have been 2 because there was enough space in between where Pan could have avoided the hit. And believe me, I take no pleasure in saying that, but
Should be 2. Okay.
should be 2. Okay, then 2 it is then. Corazza
And
here
it is.
employing the speedrun strat, I believe.
Oh boy, look at the strafes right there, getting so close to the
Oh!
dragon's neck. That's a spicy dragon fight for sure.
Yeah.
I love the way he was just standing below his neck without taking any damage or getting hit at all. It takes a lot of knowledge of the boss to be able to pull something as precise as this.
For sure.
So if that's 2 hits, it means that Pans is now on 7 hits and Corazza is still on 4 hits, I believe.
Indeed. And unfortunately, this Guardian Dragon fight can definitely be a huge time loss for Corazza, mostly because it could just keep flying about or maybe clinging to the walls. And
Yes.
given the range of Pyro, it's very hard to deal with that.
Exactly. Depending on the RNG you get and how you approach this fight, you can get the dragon to fly a lot more than you wish. And as you said, Pyros don't have that much range, so it's hard to hit him when he's flying, so it can make it hard.
And GG to Corazza. As Pan makes his
But-
way to the Demon of Song.
GG's indeed. So Corazza still at 4 hits and another boss fight done hitless, so very nicely done. And Demon Song. Another tricky boss of this run, as we were just mentioning a while ago when Corazza was fighting him. This frog has a lot of tricks up his sleeves, so like the baby jump, as people call it, or the baby leap or frog leap. That's one of them. The bubble beam, as I like to call it, is also something that is concerning. He can shoot 3 of them in succession, and sometimes it's hard to keep up and dodge all of them. He doesn't have any sleeves. That's actually true, but you know what I mean, Dooffish.
Oh dear. But again, Flame Swath, though it does do somewhat smaller damage compared to normal due to resistance, still does enough damage to where this fight shouldn't be too bad.
His arms get cold in the winter. That may be true, but I don't know if anyone in this
Pants narrowly
chat...
dodging that water gun. Holy sh!
Holy
shiitake
son of a cow!
mushrooms.
That was amazing. That was that's
That was a
what he can
beautiful
do.
dodge, though. That was a beautiful dodge, though.
I thought for a second that he had been hit, so GG's. That's a very hard fight.
Exactly.
If you don't get the right RNG, that's a hard fight. And as Pans makes his way to the crypt and Karaza is on his way to talk to the Guardian Dragon and get the Ashen Mist Heart so that he can then move on and fight Giant Lords to get access to the final throne room. Will we see the door cheese threat? Exactly, good question. This is
It's
one of the
always-
places that... Yeah,
I was going to
This
say,
is one
it's
of-
always a possibility.
it is. And this is another one of those places where you have like a wide array of threats that you can use. You can use the door cheese, which consists of poisoning the dragon champion. You can use the ledge streak, that players jump on the ledge and then use a throwing knife to attract every single enemy in the area and then just run. Or you can also just fight him straight ahead. Shimu says he's here just for the cheese.
With Karaza waving at the Dragon Knight, who seems to be taking his time when it comes to aggroing.
Deadeye getting a little bit emotional in the tournament, understandable. And we'll get to see the door cheese indeed. Oh, and you'll see how scary this looks.
Exactly. It's a very
If you-
precise strat.
Very, very precise. If you do one thing wrong, he'll be able to get out of the loop he's in at the moment, and he'll be able to hit you. So it's a 5-head strat.
Very much so.
The best part of DS2 is closing doors. I would say I kind of agree with you. It's a cool mechanic.
And I believe Deadeye learned a bit of the hard way on one of his runs that, though initially thought it wasn't as precise, it was definitely more precise.
We will not be silenced, Deadeye. We will talk about it. No, like if you do it correctly, the chances of that missing are really, really thin. Like as you could see from Karaza, it worked perfectly, but you need to execute it perfectly. But it's always good when something goes wrong because you know it's not 100% and then you learn from it, right? It's DS2 and nothing is consistent or 100% consistent. So that's actually true as well.
Pansparce handling this the slow way, but the safe way. Because you could also just straight up run through the area, but at this point
Yeah,
you wanna be safe.
Yeah, we cannot blame him at all. Safety, I would say, comes first, and he knows he has taken like 7 hits or some hits right now, and he knows he needs to play this safely.
Exactly. And with his splits, he has exactly 7 hits, much like we do here.
Exactly. It's only the inferior DS3 that lost the technology of door closing. See, you guys know a lot about it. Imagine a Dark Souls game without the ability to close doors. I would say it's unacceptable, but that's just my opinion.
Karaza proceeding here to the Giant Lord boss fight. Giant Lord's another one of the another one of the bosses that can definitely be a victim to Jank Swath, because sometimes when the Giant Lord moves back a little to do his slam attack forward, sometimes he could move just enough to where the Flame Swath doesn't quite work.
Exactly, and you can, as you will see, even the way there's a lot of ways to approach this, and looks like LCorazza is doing it the YOLO way, so making justice to his name now. So you
YOLO
can just,
King.
yeah, exactly. You can do it like this. Obviously, most people, if they are on a good run, they will not risk it, and they'll wait for the head to roll and hit the giants. But as you can see, he managed to pull it off very cleanly.
And exactly as Easy said, not 100% YOLO because he did a bit of a spin on his way there, but even still.
Yeah, so, and I think you mentioned it on in the beginning, Sax. Those giants before Giant Lord, which are like, they have a very janky hitbox, and they can hit you out of nowhere. I've seen
Exactly.
some really weird stuff happen there.
Seems to be handling this pretty well, though.
Yeah, so far Flame Swat is working pretty well, I would say.
Yep. As soon as you say that,
Oh my god, cast
as if on cue. As if on cue.
Calculated, guys.
And with that, he does the Giant Lord fight hitless.
GG's to
Pansparce
LCorazza.
begins to move on to Velstadt.
LCorazza making it to the end game, so probably going to do the last level ups, and I'm not sure if he has leveled his Pyromancy Flame to the max, but if not, he will do so, and he will proceed to move to the throne room. And let's see how Pans actually handles Velstad as well. Interesting to see.
Doing it without a Bright Bug. And typically, if you do use a Bright Bug, which you mentioned earlier, upon entry to the room, there's a chance you could get stabbed in the back by one of the soldiers or the Dragon Rider even. But, yeah. I don't think Pan returned to get any Bright Bugs on his way in here. But he seems to be doing the fight just fine without him.
Exactly. Looking really smooth as of now, so Velstad should get both poison and toxic applied to him, and it will be quick work.
Exactly. Especially with Flame Swath in the mix. And if you just keep the spacing up, you should be perfectly fine on this fight.
Oh god.
But with that,
Definitely
he
a
finishes
spicy
the fight
ending.
hitless. And a GG to Pansparce.
GG's. Nicely done as well. So you can see Flame Swat is actually disgusting if you manage to hit it correctly. And it's a great help for the Pyromancy run.
LCorazza making his way to the throne room here.
There's another thing that I want to mention. If you do Velstad, always make sure you have a homeward bone left, because you don't want to make that way all the way back to the bonfire. That's something you always have to remember. And let's watch LCorazza's fight.
Indeed. He opens with 2 Toxic Mists, which I think he intends to make sure that it gets on both, but it appears that the Watcher has avoided it.
Yeah, apparently that's what happened. It's an interesting approach. Some people don't use poison at all on on this fight, and they just go straight for fireballs or great fireballs. In this case, Corazza has no great fireballs, so that may have changed the way he fights this or starts this fight.
Yeah, as a result. But it appears he's handling it quite well.
Yeah, so far so good. As most... Yes, go ahead, Sex.
No, please go ahead.
As most magic schools, or basically every magic school, you can deal a great amount of damage on both Watcher and Defender. And if you do the right opening, it makes the fight a lot easier.
Exactly. And it does indeed make the fight a little easier as well, to make sure that you're fighting them and attacking them. It's where their health bars pretty much meet.
Oh, that's spicy trust right there.
Indeed.
Oh my god.
Oh,
we're
just
getting-
just a sliver of health left there. But he's able to.
That's a really spicy end to
Indeed.
to the Tronis fight right there. Caster spoil? And that's a GG for Corazza.
And so he moves on to Nishandra.
Yeah, Throne Duo is dead, and it's now time for everyone's favorite boss, Nishandra.
As you can see, the second fire orb he threw there literally just cut off before it could hit Nishandra. Well, the first one did.
Yeah, one of the problems of Pyro.
Kraz in a very favorable position here to keep punishing the attacks, as
Exactly.
Nishandra keeps using that laser beam. Though always, it's always good to note that as she keeps using that that laser beam, that if you hit her in the right position, she does shake a little as she shoots the laser at you, which could result in a hit.
Yeah, you can also use that to your advantage. And I'm pretty sure if Shilky is still here, he knows how to use that to his advantage. You can actually make the laser go above your head, and you can do it without getting without getting hit. So it's not needed to say that it's a very, very dangerous threat, but it works mostly for SL1, but you can use it for any run you want.
Yeah, exactly. As mentioned in chat, those flame swaths definitely, as mentioned previously, they can definitely just be outside the hitbox of the enemy, which could result in hijinks, to say the least.
Pretty much, basically. So, playing it safe here, and
GG, says Sir Corazza.
and that's a triple GG. Very nicely done. Congratulations, Mr. Corazza.
And Corazza does in fact pick up that set in the gutter just so he could wear it towards the end of the run.
Some fashion souls as well going in. Waiting for the
In-game
time.
being 2:22:15.
Well done. 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 16 seconds, I believe. That's a very fast run. 15 seconds, I mean.
Pan's character staring into my soul as he continues on through Guardian Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, again, well done to Karazza, finishing this run with 4 hits. That's a very nice run, and 4 hits is definitely a very respectable record on this run, as well as doing it in 2 hours and 22 minutes. Because
Indeed.
usually a Pyro run takes a little bit more time than that. Karazza in chat asking if we enjoyed his new route with 6 Rottens. What did you think about it, Sax?
It was definitely something a little new for the Pyro route, but honestly, wouldn't have it any other way. The YOLO King himself.
Exactly. And Pan's here fighting Guardian Dragon,
I would
making
say
quick work out of it as well.
exactly. GG. Slight greed with the 3 great fireballs in there, but
Yeah, I would say it's okay to have a little bit of greed when it's almost over. But
also
yeah, that's-
Karazza here can't hear the stream because he destroyed his PC headphones.
Oh, amazing. I hope you did not do that on when you had to do the 6 Rottens. And
No, it was well before.
anyways, keep to the headphones.
Indeed. I don't know about you, Soza, but I can kind of feel a bit uncomfortable here with Pan's character staring directly into the camera. But
Yeah, my soul was shaking a little bit inside of me. So I don't think it was just you. But I think it was pretty much looking into our soul.
I know Karazza can't hear us. Here, let me type to him. He can join us if he wants.
nice.
Yes, feel
And
free to join us, Karazza. Interesting to see how Pan is going to handle the Guardian champion too, or the Dragon champion.
Hey, Karazza.
What's up, guys?
Congratulations.
GG, Karazza.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Karazza.
Guys. Well, thank you again. And thanks
How,
everyone. in the chat as well.
Yeah, I was saying, not to, start the interview too early, but how was your mentality after that rotten fiasco?
It was just fine. To be honest, my mentality was the same all the run, like the entire run. I was just like fine. Nothing else. I didn't feel anything after those hits. The first death was kind of sad, but yeah, it happens.
Indeed.
Yeah. And you were blind, or did you have Pan's tournament up?
Nah, blind. By the way, I was not supposed to die to that Rotten because I forgot to level up my Pyro Flame, and if I had done that, I would have killed him. Like, the 2 times that I died to him, I would have him dead by the time because of the damage left.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it happens.
You hate to see it.
Truly.
So,
But good recovery on that as well.
So what are you going to do with your prize pool money? Are you going to buy a new Lamborghini, or do you want to get that boat you always wanted?
I don't know. I think I'm gonna buy like a car and maybe a house as well.
Oh, yeah, that's always a good a good choice.
Yeah.
I think we need to address the elephant in the room. How about your headphones? I would say.
Yeah,
get
actually,
some
I would
new
start there.
headphones.
I was playing something like a few days ago, and they just like step into my phones because they are in the ground in my house, like in my room. So I just like destroyed them, and they not working anymore. So
Sad.
yeah, that happened.
Imagine using Toxic Mist not in the behind a door. It's like, it's just so sad to
Maybe-
watch. Clearly, he hasn't been
Maybe there's a
exposed to
reason
these.
for that.
these 5-head strats, but you know, it's okay. We'll convert him one day.
Yes, at no point have I ever seen him use the door cheese strat. But here we go.
Yeah, I would say doors are overrated sometimes. So
But
who
by the
knows?
way, this is faster, so it works.
So was that your best time that you managed to pull?
To be honest, I don't know because I never timed my runs, but it seems to be just the same as every run that I did.
Like all around
But
2.5.
yeah, but I think that I can get like 2 hours if I do not get hit and not die to rotten 2 times.
We have Jens in chat asking what was up with the 0 Dragon Rider parries. Definitely a very interesting question. We had the prize pool for that.
Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah,
could have walked away with not only your winnings, but you could have had. I mean, you could have parried him 72 times. How much would you have donated, Jens? It's, I don't know, a lot of euros though, just down the drain.
A lot, because there was like a special bonus for like 10 times in a row, I believe. So that would have been spicy for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm happy with the amount of money that I already got, but I feel like I
we
don't
all
need
know,
more. Yeah.
we all know how greed plays in Dark Souls, so probably was for the best.
Yeah, the next runners they may like attempt that. I passed that for them.
And Jens is clarifying €1 for every penny, 10 extra if you knocked him off the ledge. So, well, there's sorcery left. I mean,
Yeah.
Indeed.
who knows? Maybe Alpha is just gonna flex and add an extra 5 minutes of just parrying Dragon Riders on top of his already like hour and 40-minute estimate. So,
Yeah.
By the way,
Question
I was
is,
watching.
Yeah, Corazza, go ahead.
I was watching his when he did that in the tourney. I was there.
oh,
It
for
was
when Jens
really-
did that.
Yeah, I was watching.
Yeah, Jens is a legend. Can we get a shout out for
72
Jens?
carries.
I can shout him out too. But go follow Jens. The Miracle World First. The Ots #1 fan. I'm pretty sure he has more Ots dad emotes that have been in chat than in like Otstarva himself. that emote is so legendary. So, but yeah.
So
Oh,
Pan
uh-oh.
YOLOing through to Giant Lord.
Internet keck weight.
Yeah, so looks like he's having some internet issues again, but hopefully he'll manage to go through the fight hitless as well. Dewfish with a 5-head strat here, 7 aesthetic for late game Dragon Rider parries.
I
Or
mean, isn't
post-game.
there an ascetic in this arena right now with Pan? He could just
Indeed.
grab that
There is.
ascetic.
It's the
and
first
then,
pedestal you can go up.
Yeah, dude.
To the
That's,
left.
see, that's the real 5-head strat.
Alpha, we're looking at you. You can get this
Hint,
aesthetic.
hint, wink, wink. Alpha.
Huh?
You know what we're trying to say. So
Also, by watching him right now, I just remembered that I forgot to upgrade my flame again for the final boss.
I mean,
who
no
needs to
upgrades and
upgrade
fusions
flames?
is the new meta. Am I right, guys?
This is why you need notes, so you don't forget things like that.
Believe me, even when I'm looking at notes, I forget things, so...
Yeah.
Notes are
Imagine
overrated sometimes.
writing notes.
Yeah, imagine.
And here he is. We should see him on his way to level up, followed by Throne Room.
Exactly, getting close to the end as well. And a very clean end game, since I believe Velstad. I think he was not hitting a mana, was he?
He was hitting the mana at the fog wall area,
Oh, okay, okay.
much like you were
I
here,
feel him.
Corazza.
I feel
Except he
him.
took 2 hits there instead of 1.
Yeah. I was unlucky there. Like one of the guys did not die to the flames. I used 4 of them just to make sure they both die, and he managed to survive for 4 explosions. That's annoying. But yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
I was
I think Pans did the same thing.
I was wondering, Karaza, have you gotten a no hit of this yet?
No, not.
Are you gonna continue after the tournament?
Maybe I'm gonna try it. I'm not sure. This is my PP, to be honest.
Really?
Before-
Wow, congrats.
Yeah, my old one was like 10 hits, I think. Let me check my hit counter. I think it was 10.
It was 10.
Yeah, that's amazing, dude. PBing in a tournament, there's like no better feeling.
If
Yeah,
I had
that's
a
true,
bit
so-
lucky with the Sentinel fight, and maybe that rotten thing, it could be like 1 hit though. So it was a good PB.
Yeah, I'm just really impressed at the ability for you to not let that rotten get in your head, because to me that, like, I don't know, that's where it really is.
Yeah.
That's the
difficult,
beginning of the
so-
end. As the
Yeah,
snowball
'cause-
begins to fall downhill.
Because you
Yeah.
still have the second half of the game left, right? And you use all those herbs. That was what we were worried about. We were worried you were going to get soft locked.
No, I have enough spells to kill him, like no problem. The
That's
herbs
good.
are just to speed things up. I also could buy more herbs from the street. He sells like 3 items. I don't know the names of those items, but they restore your spells as well. So
Those crimson
those are
waters. Or...
I'm not sure, but those things are my backup if I need.
Nice.
Yeah, you have
So I
some
was
crimson waters there, exactly.
Yeah. So I was just like safe with the amount of herbs that I have, even though I died to the rotten. And I also have a lot of them to spare in the end of the run, so yeah.
Yeah, you mostly need them for the farming and for the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's usually fine. You need like one of the better herbs here before you fight Nishandra usually, and it's
Oh my
pretty
gosh,
much
that jump attack. I don't know if anyone just saw that from Defender.
Yeah.
That is terrifying.
I
That
wish
is
we could
terrifying.
see- I wish you could see the explosion attack from Watcher. It's so hard to see.
Oh yes,
that.
the AOE.
Oh yeah, I think I got
Yeah.
that actually in I forget what run I was doing. It was like in the last few months, but yeah, that's actually I think it
GG
might have been the
depends.
Sinner one. I don't know. But yeah, GG
Oh,
Pan.
going for the lingering flame strat here.
Yeah, I love how
Yeah.
there's like a lingering flame strat and a heavenly thunder strat before you fight Nishandra. That ritual did. That's so cool.
Yeah, so if it goes well and he's able to move Nishandra to the right place, yeah. So
Well, at least he got
managed
one
to
in
get
there.
some damage in.
Oh, never mind. Look at that. Got another 1 or 2 in there.
That's
What the
a
heck?
nice
What happened with
amount
that
of damage.
fireball? That great fireball just
Yeah.
got eaten. Did you see that?
Yeah, I think it
It's the
happened
range.
twice. It's the range of Pyro. It's really
Oh,
hard
I
to,
see.
to
I was gonna
manage
say, I
that
was like,
sometimes.
hitbox question mark?
Yeah, that hitbox. I think I missed it 3 or 4 though. That's the pyro because of the hitbox. The flame suite. If you want to use that, it's better to just aim into her legs.
Uh-oh.
If you're aiming into her body, you may miss that.
Oh, I thought that was summoning more orbs. I even got baited there.
Oh, that
GG
oh,
Pansparce.
That was spicy.
GG.
Well played.
Yep.
So, I mean,
Well played.
7-4 was pretty close. I mean, honestly, it was tied for what, like the like most of the mid game, and then I think it was a mana
Yes.
that really hurt Pan,
Exactly.
or I think right, or no, Pan had a clean amount. Where was most of Pan's hits? I forget.
Well, no. He got hit in the mana right at the fog wall, and then he got some hits at the gates of hell before Dragon
Oh
Riders.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
the Shrine of Winter. I think that probably.
With the Falconers as well, right before he went through. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Falconers, and he was hit by the Cyanide as well at the Gates of Hell.
So yeah, if Pan wants to jump in, if anyone wants to go to Pan's stream and let him know he can jump in the Discord call, we'll do the post game interviews. And it's 10:44.
We're waiting for in-game time as well.
So we should be able to start at 11:30 unless something happens in terms of technical difficulties, which you never know.
2:38:16.
But yeah, so congrats LCorazza again, and congrats Pan. Both of you had a great performance. So, but yeah, I guess Pan, if you want to start, since we've been talking to LCorazza for a while, yeah, any first comments?
I should have bought some food beforehand. Like, and I felt it like the rotten hit. That I felt that one, and then I realized I was really hungry.
Oh man.
So I had someone give me McDonald's mid-run, and I'm eating the chicken nuggets right now. So
Yeah, dude, honestly, the food plays a big factor. I mean, food and sleep, I would say, are like some of the biggest factors for like just your no-hit mentality, right?
It was weird. Like the whole run was weird. The Nashka one, normally when I do a run, I always talk, and I never overthought anything because I never think that much to begin with. But I started overthinking stuff that I would never even think about.
Really?
For example, on Nashka, when she does the magic attack, I never think about that. And then I thought, hey, when it's coming, and it didn't come at all. Then it was there, and I was too late.
Yeah, which part of Nashka? I think we were on the solo, or I don't know. I remember what happened in Nashka again?
She was locked in.
She was locked in, and I staggered
Oh yeah,
her,
she
and
escaped.
when you stagger her,
Yep.
sometimes she decides to straight up do a magic attack. And I went too late. Yeah, I think it was too late. And then she slipped through as well.
Which is a really rare sight. You rarely see her actually getting out of there through that way. So it's a really rare way or a rare thing that she gets through there. I was just telling chat earlier that I have only seen it 3 times, and so it's really rare, but you can get it. So it's good to always save a little bit of stamina.
I think I've seen
but you
it
managed
now
to do it.
fourth.
I think you managed really well after that. I think you
Yeah,
changed
but-
your strat.
I did it like normally with melee runs where you just straight up go behind her.
Exactly.
Exactly.
About it. I still don't know how the rotten hit happened. I really don't know. I had the roll. It looks like it was some side hitbox that got me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that attack has a giant hitbox. I think it's like a
Oh.
cone of some sort, and it's really hard to avoid it if you are not close enough to the boss.
So he got hit by the same attack that I did as well.
Yeah, I think it was the AoE, the one when he slams his
Oh, the
his
dark
weapon on the
magic
ground.
one?
Towards you. Wait, he
Yeah,
pushes
so it
towards
was
you
the
with
same.
shoulder.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Once he got created with the
mana
second
gate was
flame swap,
weird.
he
I
charged
think we're
flame
in
and got
fine
banned.
with that attack.
That attack actually, like, that's something I've learned just from doing these 3 magic runs so far, is that since your cast speed, like, people are used to melee where you can just A, you're up close, and B, like, a thrust weapon is super fast. But when you're doing magic, like, a lot of the times, especially with the low iframes or just in general, like, you want to do kind of like those strats where you bait him out and then you run away from him. And by the time you're casting, if he starts doing that dark magic attack, you're so far away you don't even have time to make it, depending on which spell you use. So that's something I didn't really think was ever an issue. Specifically during my Hex run, that was a big problem for me until I learned to only punish once, because I felt that particular attack was, the bane of my existence.
Exactly,
No
and
problem
you can get cornered by the fire as well, so you can be in a position where you have to move away from the attack and roll, and sometimes you have a fire pit ahead of you, and it can be really hard.
In my case there, I got hit because he did that attack 2 times in a row, and I was not expecting the second one, so I was out of stamina. So I could not dodge that.
Yeah, for sure. Any other questions you guys want to ask Soza and Sax?
My question would be, I think Karaza already answered it, but what about you, Pans? Are you going to continue this run to grind it out, or do you have any other plans?
I probably will do this one, just because I'm that close. It feels good for most of it. Today was a little bit bad, because I forgot. Especially the Drangleic pick, I forgot about that. I forgot to buy the throwing knives. And then I was there, and I was like, okay, do I really want to go all the way back to buy the throwing knives and go through the whole gauntlet thing again? Yeah, but I'll continue to run.
That's nice to hear. We saw that you had your throwing knives equipped on the slot, and I was kind of confused because I thought maybe he's going to use throwing knives, but then I noticed you didn't have many of them, so now we know what happened. So, but yeah, if you're going to continue it, I would say best of luck with it, and I'm pretty sure you're going to get this real soon, and you as well, Karaza.
Thank you, Souza.
Alright, and...
I think if you continue this, it's gonna take just like 1 week or something.
Yeah, you guys are really close.
Can someone let me know real quick what the times were? So, Karaza, what was your time? 2:22:18?
5:15.
Yeah.
15. And Pan,
2:38:16.
you were 7 hits, right?
Yeah, 7.
You said 2, sorry. 2:38?
Yeah, 2:38.
15.
It was a good time pace for you as well.
Yeah, it was pretty okay for
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we will. So yeah, I just wanted to point out. So yeah, so we're gonna be doing the sorcery run at 11:30. It will begin. We're gonna do a quick BRB, and then we'll do a countdown for the sorcery. So that gives everyone enough time to eat real quick or use the bathroom, whatever you need to do. And then, like I said, the casters for sorcery are going to be myself and Distraction Crab, which also, again, thanks for the raid earlier, DC. And yeah, and that's going to be the final event. And I mean, no one has gotten a no-hit run, which, again, you know why, because these runs are insanely difficult, which I also think was really cool for the whole idea of this tournament is, I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I think it's kind of boring when like every single run in a tournament is hitless. You know what I mean? Because then there's like no excitement.
Yeah.
But yeah, this has been like a very, very, I guess, roller coaster event in terms of hits. So, but everyone's done really well, so I'm really happy. But yeah, so like I said, that will be at 11:30. Any shout outs you guys want to make or anything else?
Please follow my boy Pan here. Can't praise him enough for continuing that run after some pretty nasty hits. And head on over to LCorazza here, LCorazza on Twitch. Which
Stream Element Spot just posted them, so yeah, go follow them.
Thank you.
And yeah, without further ado,
Yeah, guys.
And also,
Make sure.
don't forget. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
make
ahead,
sure
go ahead.
it's the same thing. Make sure you guys go follow both of these guys. They are amazing runners, as well as everyone else involved in the tournament over the weekend. So make sure you guys follow all of these wonderful people. And for me, it was a pleasure to commentate here today. It was my first time ever, and I would say I enjoyed it a lot. And it was a pleasure to commentate alongside Mr. Saxonator here. So
same goes for you, man. Same goes for you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you guys did great. I'm really glad that you you guys were able to make it. So, of course. All right. But yeah. I hate OBS. But yeah, we're gonna play the BRB. And yeah, thanks again. And like I said, we'll be back to the runs in about half an hour. So we'll see you guys soon.
Seems good. Good luck, everyone.
All right, just give me 1 second. Just trying to get the BRB all situated because it's being a little fickle right now. Yeah, I don't know why it's not capturing the way I want it to, but that's fine. Oh, actually, 1 second, guys. It's because I didn't open the file. Alright, let's try this now. I think this is good. Alright. So yeah, we will watch this BRB. And like I said, I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Enjoy.
You son of a fucking bitch! Somebody ban the giraffe. Right now. Get him out of here. I'll deal with you later, motherfucker. Your goddamn days are numbered! Thank
Oh my god. Let's see if I can salvage this. Calculated.
Whoa, what the hell is going on? Have a look at that! Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh my god! I've never fucking seen that before. That was not right. Okay. You did it again. The fucking bitch.
Ó, só tem mais 2 lanças, Corazza. Você tem mais 2 lanças. 1, 2. Troca de lança, Corazza. Boa. Raio? Boa. Raio? Raio? Morri. Ele errou! Meu amigo! Mano, se essa não for a run, não sei qual vai ser, velho. Se essa não for...
And it is Spooter Ball time! Oh god. I almost kicked the Spooter Ball out of bounds right off the bat. There are not many children here, though. Okay, Isaiah, play Spooter Ball with Daddy, Isaiah. Isaiah, don't ignore your father, Isaiah. God damn it, Isaiah is always on the goddamn internet. Oh, nice block, nice pass, Isaiah. Okay. Oh man, look at who is that? Why am I drawing a blank on names? Oh man, this is a beautiful stop though. I don't know your name, but you're pretty cool. Oh man, Isaiah's getting into it now. We got a good, oh man, we got a scrimmage going here. Very good job, Bethany. Oh. Alright, enough of this.
Quero uma dessa. Dessa. Como eu tô com o cu na mão, ela não vai me... Ai, não. Ele rolou, ele não me atacou, velho. Ele não me atacou, ele rolou 2 vezes. Ele parou do meu lado e rolou 2 vezes. Nossa! Eu falei, eu juro que eu ia falar, como eu tô com o cu na mão do fantasma.
If she behaves, she'll stay here for the whole fight and not do anything. Of course, as soon as I say if she behaves, she starts fucking doing this shit. That is fucking such bullshit. Oh my fucking god. What a fucking joke.
No. Oh boy. I'm dead. Oh my... What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Why is this so fucking fucked up, dude? Why is this part so fucked up?
Now I have to kill Flexel again. God damn it. What?
Wow, that actually would have been a good attack to punish too. Come on, do your little hug bullshit. You've got to be fucking... Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, why does she have so much fucking poise resistant, or whatever the fuck that is, dude? When she
Just be easy. And I have to split here. Forgot about it. This is maybe the worst thing that can happen. Okay, that's a reset. That's a reset.
Газ пущен. Блять. Еще и собака мешает своим туловищем. Так, вот ее. Вау! Что? Что? Я не знал, что это может случиться. Как это вообще понимать? Рандомайзер, другой чувак делал. Капец, они тут просто Хера тут происходит? Что это вообще такое? Первый раз вижу. Что с этим чуваком он застрял на лестнице? Просто что... Что это? Опа, новый рандом. Просто 2 брата-акробата. Бля, ну это уже просто beyond sanity.
That was a hard fight, man. I could have gotten more hits when he was in phase 2. Oh, fuck. What the fuck? I forgot about those fucking guys. Holy shit, I almost just spilled my fucking drink.
What the fuck was that?
Can I finish? Oh, I can't finish. Oh, I didn't finish. Oh.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Куда? Какой, блядь? Сука! Блядь! Что, сука, это ебучий брейдбак говна, какого хрена он выбран был?
Okay, now we do this small trick here. No.
Watching me suffer, asshole. Of course you have like 1 HP. Look at it, did you see him start fucking... He's like, hey, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Like, what the fuck was that, dude? That was creepy as hell. I have not seen fucking shit like that.
This is uncalled for. Yes. Is this Twitch? What? It's a fucking robot. Dude, can't talk to a real human at Twitch, can you? For fuck's sake. All right. But yeah, see if you can join. I don't know if we can. Yeah, I don't know. Oh my gosh. Dude, I can force and CD on you guys, bro. I can fucking
Yo! What the fuck?
I did something wrong. Cause I homeward. Oh my gosh. Dude, am I dead? Okay. Oh my gosh, dude, I fucking hate my life. I didn't even jump, I just like was not paying attention.
See, when you're just practicing, everything will work. You don't need to worry about anything. See, there you go, guys. Ah, fuck my life.
Dude, what? Oh, okay. Okay, dude. Okay. Is this Twitch? What? It's a fucking robot. Dude. Can't talk to a real human at Twitch, can you? For fuck's sake. Alright.
What do I do? Oh my goodness. How do you even manage that?
Like, as we'd say, it's why I've not learned this fucking new strat for Pursuer. Because this one never fails me. What the f-
Oh my god. What was that? Like, wait until he's on the door, open the door. Oh my goodness. I think I messed it up. Let's try again. Oh, the door is now open. Never mind. Ow, let me please sit here. Oh goodness. Okay. How did I make it alive? No! It was so good! Oh my goodness. Can I please... Oh, I'm not able. I'm panicking. I'm like super panicking. I'm not boning out. I will never. Easiest thing in my life.
Oh my god. What the fuck was that? How did I not get hit there? Dude, what the fuck?
There it is. There is... Oh. Uh-oh. Well. Run is dead. The run is blessed! The run is blessed! The run is blessed! What the fuck? Would that have counted if I died there? Would that have been a rip run? Oh my...
Просто без комментариев.
Oh my... Fucking spider, dude! Are you kidding me? Ah.
Also, fuck this basilisks. I think we may have a case of Guys, what kind of sorcery is this? Chris, have you been practicing hexes? This guy... What the fuck is that?
Alright, welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed the BRB. And yeah, definitely was not running to the fridge or anything when it said 30 seconds left, so don't mind my glory or my flawless transitions. But yeah, so right now we are about to see the Sorcery only run. And earlier today we saw the Pyro run. So the final results of that was LCorazza is our winner with 4 hits and in game time of 2 hours and 22 minutes. So the least amount of hits and the quickest run. So that was really impressive. And then yeah, basically, you know, this is the final run of the day, guys. And as you know, the prize pool is still open. And, you know, we got what? I mean, you can even donate till, you know, midnight tonight or whatever. But if you were thinking about it and, you know, you want to support the, you know, the runners, like I said, they've been working really hard over the last month preparing for this tournament. And like I said, I don't get any of it, so, you know, it's not a thing of like me sitting here begging for money. It's just, like I said, I think that these runners deserve the, you know, not only just monetary compensation, but, you know, I think they deserve the attention as well. So, you know, if you can donate, it's appreciated. If not, that's completely fine. Just being here and watching is, you know, already a huge deal. So, yeah. And then the caster or casters for this event is going to be none only, or I can't even talk, man. This is what happens when you run a tournament. It's going to be me and Distraction Crab. Oh my goodness, dude. Sleep is for the weak, am I right? But yeah, so it's going to be Distraction Crab and I. And Distraction Crab rated us earlier. So if anyone is here from Distraction Crab's stream, welcome. And again, our 2 runners are going to be Flippy, Backflippius, and Alpha Mystogan. So I guess without further ado, actually, let me double check, make sure everything looks fine. Okay. Without further ado, welcome to the Pyro run.
Ninja up.
And we are live. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
You don't have to start just yet, Flippy. I'm a little worried. You're getting a little antsy for me.
I'm doing save files. Doing save files, my man. I'm just waiting
save
on
files, 4s and CD. Don't mess up. We have the hit tracker. Oh, actually, don't mind the 7 and 4. I'm gonna fix that right now. See, this is what happens. Can't run a tournament without something going wrong. But yeah, so welcome, Crab. DC. I don't know what you want me to call you. What do you want me to call you during the run? Is DC cool? What's that?
Either works well for me.
All right, I'll stick to
Dr.
DC.
Professor Crab.
Dr. Professor Crab. I like that.
Mr. Dr. Professor Crab.
Oh, yes.
So yeah. Oh, transition. There we go. Saw nothing. But yeah, so are there any... I was to say, so speaking of banter and rivalries, you two were competing against each other in the original Wizard Wars, or was it the last... Or there was an event, right, where you guys were in the same tournament?
I think Mortal
so.
Shell is the only one where we've competed against
Mortal
each
Shell.
other.
Yeah. Yeah, you were part of that. That's right, Alpha.
I was about to win that, and I forgot to press a button.
Alpha, did you go offline, by the way?
Don't mind me. Am I online? Yeah. I should be live.
Okay, for some reason the stream ended, and now it's up again. But yeah. So, yeah, I mean, is there any banter, any friendly words you guys want to say to each other before we begin?
Well, I just gotta preface this for the audience. So this is a classic tale of the tortoise and the hare. You see, Alpha is super quick. He is the goddamn hare. He is gonna be bolting through this run like you wouldn't believe. Me, on the other hand, I think I'm the slowest person in this whole tournament. I'm putting up like a 2:15, 2:20 time. I'm a tortoise. I'm just taking my time. So if Alpha can get a 0-hit run, he wins. No way I can beat him. But if I catch that hare napping just a little bit, if that hare starts relaxing and naps even just a little bit, this tortoise is gonna scoot right past him.
But where's the content in that? What I need to do is get a really fast run with one hit, and then Flippy will come in, and he'll be very slow behind me. He'll be taking his time. He'll be frog walking through, and then we'll see if he can get 0 hits.
You know, I think
that's perfect. That's exactly what we need to do.
Not to say I scripted this or anything, but I think the most ideal scenario would be Alpha goes into Nishandra, no hit, gets hit on Nishandra, and then, you know, Flippy comes from, like, I don't know, Dragon Riders or Mirror Knight with 0 hits, and then just, like, slowly but surely takes the tournament and the last 1/5 of the prize money, because, again, no one has gotten a 0 hit. So that, like I said, if you both do this hitless, you're going to be walking away with, like, what, an extra $25 each or $30 each? I mean, on top of the 50 that you're guaranteed. So that is exciting.
Flippy, if I throw for content for you, will you give me the 1/5 that goes to no?
Hey, whoa.
No.
That's for behind the scenes, all right? If you're gonna do an exchange of hands, I gotta be involved as the host. So, you know, don't be doing this on stream, guys.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We earn what we get. Come on, man.
We hold this tournament to the highest moral standard. Anything that is said in this Discord chat should not be taken to the court of law, unless it's, you know, DC's what was the thing earlier, the Souls Court, where everyone loses.
Everyone will die.
Everyone will die, exactly. So, and you can't take your money to the afterlife. Am I right? Well, too deep. Okay. We'll get off that existential crisis. All right, guys, let's get back to hitless. So DC as the guest of honor, the co-caster of honor. Do you want to start the countdown for these two? And also, before you start, Alpha and Flippy, when you begin, just leave the Discord, or I'm gonna kick you.
Yep.
All right.
Kick me, Poppy. Kick me hard.
All right.
Bye, guys. Good luck, Flippy.
DC.
Good luck, Alpha.
So these two titans, the legends of the mages for Dark Souls 2. In 3, 2, 1, begin.
Flippy really gonna make me kick him, isn't he? You bastard.
Look, they're busy focusing. They don't have time for menial matters like Discord.
Exactly. All right, and I can start the timer.
Yeah. And I'm actually really excited for this. I don't know about if anyone's been keeping up with what's been going on the backside, but Flippy spent some time trying to learn some faster strats, and I don't know if he's going to do them because he said that he does not like them at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. We told you to start, Alpha. Oh my goodness, dude. Already scuffed. All right, I'm not resetting this timer. That's on you, Alpha, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, DC, what before we begin, I guess, do you have any predictions? Like I said, I have my script of choice, but anything from your end that you'd like to see or that you think is going to happen?
I'm really interested in the route divergence here. I mean, through all the runs that we've seen, we've always had a lot of good variety between the different ways that people hand it, which is, like, that's the bread and butter of no-hit, giving us, you know, choice and being able to try new things and be creative. And the differences between these two runners, like, I don't know if, for people who don't know about Alpha, but he is a speed demon, and he can make look any of the sorcery runs that you may have done, like, so easy. Doesn't even need to bother with soul spears most of the time.
Yeah, I'm actually, that's like the thing I'm looking forward to the most is just the route difference, because even watching the Pyro run earlier, I was taking notes because that's the last run that I need to route. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think I could do Corazza's route. It's just it's too YOLO. But I really like Pan's route, so I think I'm gonna steal some strats from him, and you know, go from there. But yeah, I mean, I think that, like you said, or you know, also that Doofus loves to say is, you know, this is the tale of the tortoise and the hare, and you know, at the end of the day, it's about hits. So even if Alpha finishes in an hour and 40 minutes, but he has one hit, and Flippy takes 3.5 hours. Please, Flippy, don't take 3.5 hours. But if he takes, you know, let's say 2.5, then at the end of the day, Flippy wins.
Yep, patience is well rewarded, and the amount of things you can do with that patience is just phenomenal, especially in DS2.
Not any 9-hour any percents. I mean, I don't know about you, Doofus, but I mean, you can keep the stream going. We'll raid you. You can take all my OBS scenes. You can take over for the next whatever amount of time we have left. And yeah, I think the start to this is pretty standard. I mean, the one nice thing about Sorcery is you actually start with spells. I mean, Pyro, yeah, because no Pyro, there's no Pyro class, so you use Sorcerer for that. So yeah, I mean, being able to get the Seldora set before Dragon Rider gives you a little nice extra padding of souls. Anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, one thing I've already noticed is we already, not really much of a route divergence, but Flippy, you know, has already went and got the Stone Ring, you know, which is very useful for keeping enemies locked down and, you know, a lot more safety, where Alpha's just speeding by it. He's already gone through everything, gotten the usual tool of binoculars, and is just ready to move on.
Yeah, I mean, I know that when I did Sorcery only, I always grabbed that Stone Ring, just because, again, like we said, you start with, you know, what, 30, or I guess 24? I don't know. Soul arrows, so, you know, it's kind of, in my opinion, a good efficiency. I mean, obviously Alpha is like the speediest, but for a normal runner, it makes sense to grab Stone Ring first, then you go to Majula, you get your bones, you get your skulls if you need to, you get the, you know, Seldora set. It's kind of a nice, you know, warm up to the run in terms of, you know, collecting your items and doing your chores.
Yeah, definitely. And it's, I know there's a few bits of different ways people will go for like standard no hit, but I don't think we're going to see like much divergence because they got to go meet their best friend Carillion.
Yeah. And I guess, I mean, it makes sense, but I was going to say, I was actually curious if Alpha was even going to grab those souls as he went by. Because again, there's just a lot going on in terms of, you know, with all these magic runs, like I said, the pickups are really, really important. Being able to get those early souls and start really, you know, leveling up your character is going to be huge, and is usually, like I said, the most difficult part to any magic run is those first 45 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. Especially like, so Doofus, as Doofus just mentioned, Flippy has a pretty well-known route between most people, and he's most likely going to be picking up 30 intelligence so he can get the Northern Ritual Band very quickly. Where Alpha, on the other hand, you know, since he's speeding by quickly, he's most likely not going to be worrying about that and may deal with that later.
Yeah. And that's actually one of the newer routes that, like I said, I actually watched Flippy's tutorial when I ran Sorcery many moons ago. And the 30 Instra is something that, like we talked about, or like you alluded to earlier, it's like, you know, there's been a lot of behind the scenes rerouting for Flippy. So it's interesting to see if that pays off. And, you know, as per usual, like with the rules of the tournament, you know, these runs have to be under 3.5 hours. And I know if I was racing against Alpha, I would completely rerun my run if I even wanted to stand a chance, because like we said, Alpha is fast, but it's not like he's just a speed runner. Like he is very, very skilled as a no-hit runner. Like it's going to be really, really fierce competition.
Yeah, exactly. And Flippy was spending some time learning to do the regular Soul Spear strat or route rather than farming a bunch Crystal Soul Spears, which is the norm. And we'll see if Flippy decides to do that.
Yeah, I think he will. I mean, because it's just, I don't know. I mean, like I said, yeah, the Crystal Soul Spear is really, really nice, but it's a bit overkill for any percent. I know when I was doing it, there were times where I was like, oh, do I really need this, like, you know, this third Crystal Soul Spear spell? You know, like, you're like, what if I do 5 Freyas instead of 4? You know, you get a little greedy. And then, like I said, if you end up getting hit anyway, just because you made a mistake, like, you spend so much time farming those spells. And, you know, it is a trade-off, like you said, because a 4-hour any percent where you're overpowered versus a 2-hour any percent where, you know, it's almost a speedrun mentality. You're resetting more often, but hey, you have more chances at runs.
Yeah, and like you said, whether or not it's worth it, it's actually kind of an interesting trade-off there, because you got either route that you're going to do, you're going to be spending time repeatedly killing a boss, no matter what. So
Yeah.
it's kind of helpful just to go ahead and pick that up. But if you're like me and you just absolutely hate Freya, you'll probably go the regular Soul Spear route, because I don't know, Freya bugs me.
Yeah, I actually used to think, well, you know, again, this is kind of like, you know, something I've always had the idea of, like, doing, you know, maybe let's say 2 Freyas and 2 Rottens, or you know something like that, because again, you know, we just saw in the Pyro run that Pan ended up doing Freya for that Great Fireball, and then still did 4 Rotten. And, you know, there are people who, you know, mix and match, and then again, you know, there's obviously the choices in terms of doing Flexile versus Ruin Sentinels. And, you know, the one thing I really like about DS2 is, like, the first half of the game, there's so much freedom in terms of your routing. And even in the second half, I mean, there's some interesting decisions to be made. We even saw when that Pyro run, the fact that after Shrine of Winter, they go and, you know, kill the rats for that Toxic Mist spell. And, you know, just stuff like that makes these magic runs so unique.
Yeah, the Pyro run was very interesting. It was very interesting to see, like, the difference in strategies between the two, because from what I saw is LCorazza spent a lot of time, you know, using up some of the smaller charges earlier on and saving up some of the bigger ones for key points, where Pansparce actually was going, you know, full on with the big spells as early as possible to get through some of the bosses and enemies as quickly as they could, which is very interesting to me.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give these 2 talented runners their time of day. I feel like I'm getting a little off topic, but yeah, like I said, I'd like to talk about the Pyro run because I think it's, you know, it's a rare thing to be seen in a tournament setting for sure. But yeah, Flippy and Alpha both do this early No Man's Wharf, which again, the reason they do that is there's upgrade materials, there's souls, and then the NPC, which is the most important aspect of coming here, and that's Carillion, who is the sorcerer NPC who will sell them the Great Soul Arrow spell, the Heavy Great Soul Arrow spell, and Yearn. And if you're not familiar with any of these, basically the first 2 are just, you know, they're traditional offensive magic spells, and then Yearn is really unique in that it's almost like a Alluring Skull, but it actually can take the attention of enemies that normally aren't affected by skulls, and occasionally it can work in the opposite way, that a Yearn won't work on an enemy normally that is attracted to a skull, but most of the time it's the former, not the latter. So, and they get that ring, the blue Clearstone ring. In terms of safety and in terms of cast speed, Sorcery is usually the fastest. So you don't really need to take that risk in the Shaded Woods and get the clear bluestone +1. Yeah. Anything else to add to that, DC?
Yeah, like the ring there that you mentioned, getting in the woods. It's one of those things that I'm actually surprised that so many people do, because every time I try to find the treasure chest, I get lost in the mist, and I'm just waiting to get backstabbed.
Yeah, it's even if you know where you are. Like I swear to you, I've been in the shaded woods for I don't know, like over hundreds of hours, right? And there are times where I just take I just go to the right of a tree instead of left. All of a sudden, I have no idea where I am, and it's over, right? Like you don't have time to bone because there's the ghost, and if you don't see a tree in the next 2 seconds, you're dead. Now we can see here that that Flippy was selling some items to Gavlin, and I don't know, did Alpha sell items? I wasn't paying attention to that part. I know he did some pickups, but he's gonna go to Falcon area, and is he gonna cheese Falcon? I don't remember.
Most likely. It's, as far as I know, between these two routes, they usually will get that for the extra cash charges.
Yeah, because basically, in terms of, you know, the standard equipment. Okay, so yeah, he is going to cheese. So yeah, in terms of the standard equipment, usually you have the Lion Mage set for, you know, your body, for your legs, and for your gauntlets. And then the headpiece is almost always going to be either the Hexer's hood, which is what Falcon is, you know, is wearing right now, or it's going to be the Saint's hood. And the Saint's hood is only given to you if, you know, you have 30 faith and talk to Alicia, or if you kill her. And again, the Hexer's hood does give you +1 int and +1 faith, so it is the better of the two. And like you said, Alpha did a really good job cheesing Falcon there. Or I wouldn't say cheesing, like he just straight up killed him, so.
Just get them stun locked with headshots.
Yeah. But yeah, that was really well played from Alpha. And so he's actually going to grab Soul Spear now, isn't he? Because he's going into this next section, unless he just grabs the bonfire. But for anyone who's not familiar with the sorcery route, this, I'm trying to think of where it is. The Undead Bridge is the bonfire. What is this area called? Anyone in chat can help me out. But in this area, basically, there's Soul Spear in a, I would say it's a cave, right? That you can drop into. And it's one of the more powerful spells. Huntsman's Copse, yeah, that's what it is. But yeah, so he's going to go grab a Soul Spear. I'll zoom in on Alpha. But yeah, basically he's going to run in here. He's using Yearn to keep the attention of the enemies, because this area is super dangerous, by the way. And to get the Soul Spear this early there's a little bit of risk to it. You can't say it's, you know, free. And for this first shot, you always have to get a headshot, because this Scion Knight will just block pretty much indefinitely. And you see he grabs Soul Spear and then immediately bones out, because, again, the only reason he wasn't getting, you know, attacked was because of that Yearn cast he did.
Exactly. Yearn is very useful, and as you mentioned earlier, like, some enemies are not attracted to it. The dogs there, for example, are one of the biggest fears for it, because you can run by, have the bridge down, and you'll be chased for miles by a singular dog.
Yeah, it's one dog too, right? It's like it's the biggest troll, and you know there's also an enemy right behind that dog, and sometimes if you aren't, you know, the best at free aiming, you can accidentally hit the you know, the enemy and then aggro the dog, and all of a sudden you have a dog coming at you. It can get messy real fast.
Yeah. It's probably my most hated, because it's one of the places that it says, hey, you can run by here, but there's this one thing that you can't. Just be ready for it.
Yeah.
It looks like we have Alpha already going towards Notchka, it seems.
Correct. And and the other cool magic only strat here. So like we said, there's force with the miracles, and then with sorcery, since you have that Yearn spell, you don't even need to use skulls here, and you can just straight up cast Yearn, you know, usually twice. Sometimes you can get away with just one, but that's really risky. And again, Alpha's waiting for this not an NPC, but this enemy, I guess. to attack the Viking guy, and then basically he grabs that soul, which I think is a Proud Knight. I think it's 2,000 souls. So that is pretty significant in terms of the soul collection / farming in the route.
Yeah, it's also interesting in contrast a lot to the other runs because, like, standard no hit for DS2, you'll be going to Forest of the Giants like almost immediately after Dragon Rider. And here it's like you don't really need to as much because you can rush this way to Nachka and pick up the Staff of Wisdom really early.
Yeah. And again, I don't know. I'm assuming Alpha is going to use sorcerers on Nazca. So Nazca is always a problematic boss in these runs. Even with the cheese, like we saw earlier, what happened to Pansparce is basically Nazca, you know, there's two things that can happen, right? At the very beginning of the fight, you can have Nazca just do magic, and then either you can bone out or you can, you know, try to still get her to go into the cheese spot, or like we saw with Pan, even after she's in the cheese spot, sometimes you can stagger her, and if you stagger her, you know, just in the right position, she can actually slip through, and that's why we, you know, saw that tragic hit from Pan earlier. And again, I kind of got sidetracked, but what I was trying to say earlier is, you know, since Nazca is sorcery resistant, I'm actually interested to see if Alpha is going to use consumables on Nazca, or if he's going to use the spells and just, you know, either use herbs or, you know, I don't know. I doubt he's going to straight up fight her. I don't know if have you seen any of the runners actually like straight up fight Nazca? I don't think so. Other than after she burrows.
Yeah, so far no, but I was watching Flippy practice a little bit ago, and he was straight up fighting her, so we might actually see a fair fight.
Oh, man.
I mean, content, man.
True.
So I'm honestly, I think I will see Alpha do the cheese regardless, since he's trying to be speedy. It would, like, it's just honestly slower overall to do it. Even if it does happen to mess up, it's still, you get a lot more casts off just for free by doing the cheese.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Flippy again. This is another divergence in the route. He's a big fan of doing this particular section early for those Twinkling Titanites and the Soul. I hate this area. Like this is, you know, to me, one of the most sketchy parts because, again, you know, in the sorcery route, you do this, you can either do this early or you can do this, you know, once you have a little bit better spells. But then you have to come here again to get to the second half of the game at Shrine of Winter, and I don't know, I've gotten memed here so many times because these Falconers, they're really weird enemies in the sense that they have this backstep. And they also have shields, right? So most of the time they have a pretty scripted first attack, so you can bait out their attack, and you don't even need to roll most of the time. But occasionally you'll hit them, or, you know, you miss because they backstep, and then all of a sudden you're, you know, vulnerable to get hit. And it's just knowing that potential is there is really, really, you know, challenging for your mentality in terms of going through that section. So kudos to Flippy for, you know, being consistent to do that so early.
Yeah, and it's even interesting. So for that section, there's like a minor cheese that you can use at central area to leash some of the enemies there. But it's not perfect, and sometimes they'll break through and be able to chase you further than they normally should be able to. So Flippy, being the all-wise one here, knows not to try to do that and rely on it, and just get into better positions to take them out before they can even move and aggro.
Agreed. And I don't think either runner has grabbed that +1 ring. I don't know if we can confirm, but I'm pretty sure they both bought it from Carillion.
Yeah, neither of them did. Alpha got the Chloranthy ring from the chest and then moved on.
Yep. So, you know, pretty standard errands in the beginning of this run. in terms of the fact that, you know, you have to go through the area with, you know, to Cardinal Tower, and then again you go to the Shaded Woods and pick up all the souls in that area before Nashka. And if you want the butterflies, which if I was in this tournament, I personally wouldn't even bother with the butterflies, because it's something that, again, it's an RNG drop. You either get life gems or you get herbs, and it does take a significant amount of time. So to be able to like put your run in the hands of RNG, it's, you know, not ideal.
Exactly. And the two runners here kind of making liars out of the two of us for a little bit about Notchka thing. Alpha didn't immediately fight Notchka. He backed out immediately to go towards the Giants, or Force of the Giants.
Yeah, so I was wondering that, and again, the only way I personally, well, I'm gonna be honest, with the spells that Alpha has, because again, he did pick up Soul Spear, but you need 40 intelligence to use it. So there's no way he has the souls to be able to level up that high.
Exactly.
So the only way that Alpha could have done Nashka that early is with consumables.
Yeah. And speaking of levels, at this point, even though they do have physical access to the Staff of Wisdom, they still don't have the intelligence for that either, which I believe is 50, correct?
For which one? Staff of Wisdom? Yeah, that's 50.
Yeah. Yeah, so they have access to a lot of tools really early on and very quickly. They just unfortunately can't use them for a bit. But it's nice to get some of the chores out of the way really early.
Yeah, and like I said, with all the magic runs, the first 45 minutes is just sitting there picking up items and, you know, going, you know, through the many different running sections. And again, like we've seen with some of the other runners, those early hits really just, you know, completely mess with your mentality. And like I said, out of all the magic runs, I don't want to, you know, say objectively one's better or easier than the other, but I think most people are in agreement that Sorcery is the easiest magic run of all four schools. So I think if we're going to see a no-hit in the tournament, which again, this is the last chance, I think that one of these two runners will get a 0-hit. That's my prediction.
I would agree with that prediction. It's you see some of the end fights with Nishandra, it takes many casts, they're forced into a corner and they have to survive for a while. And I think it was during one of the Pyro runs that they got blocked between two sequential casts of the cursing orbs, which in Sorcery run, you're not gonna run into that. You're gonna see what happens when our mages here get there and just nuke her.
All right, so we're going to see Alpha going to Last Giant, and again, we are only in the first 25 minutes, so that's pretty fast. Typically, I think in Flippy's standard route, depending on if you want to grab Lion Mage set and Hexer's Hood or Saint's Hood, it's going to take about, I don't know, at least 40 minutes, like we said, before you even fight Last Giant. So this is a good pace from Alpha so far. I don't think he's made any hiccups to his route.
Yeah, I haven't noticed any oddities. And this isn't the actual first boss, but this is like the
first real boss. This is the first one that requires more than just sprinting.
Yep.
GG to Alpha. Really well played.
Yeah. Keeps that AI in a loop. Did the giant actually even get around to tearing its arm off? I didn't even see that happen.
I don't think so, or if it did, it was just too fast.
I know that is amazing work. Keeping the giant in a loop like that is probably one of the hardest things I've ever tried to learn for this.
Yeah, it's. I mean, like I said, there's a couple different ways to fight Last Giant with Sorcery, and the one that Alpha was doing, I think I actually might have showcased that on my channel a week ago. I was trying to do speedy Sorcery runs, and you know, I'll say this, that it can be consistent, but it's very technical in terms of the timing, because those stomps, like we heard in some of the previous casts, like with Drunky and everything, they have a huge hitbox. It's very deceiving, so if you're just even like an inch too close to that foot, not only do you get hit, you get staggered and knocked down, and it can really, really put you in a poor position for multiple hits. And GG to Alpha, I wasn't even paying attention there, and Pursuer's down. And we're not even at the half-hour mark.
Is that a mini-boss? Who's Pursuer?
Pursuer is a boss, but again, almost everyone uses the cheese, so it's trivial most of the time. Unless you're Chris Jappy, not to call it Chris, in that BRB clip, that was absolutely hilarious.
Yep, I saw that too. It's honestly, it would be amazing to see some legitimate Pursuer fights.
Yeah. And I'm talking about the BRB clip sacks. I'm not talking about the tournament run. But if you have to bring it up. But yeah, and then if anyone's not aware of what Alpha is doing, it's pretty standard now. I think this has become the meta for the last, I don't know, almost year. But the Pursuer automatically spawns when you go near that chest. It's kind of like a trap. It's not a mimic chest, but that's the whole thing. Is like if you normally on your first playthrough go up to that chest and open it, the Pursuer spawns behind you, and you're gonna get hit almost all the time. But if you go into that little section where there's like almost like a cut in to the wall, the Pursuer will despawn, and you just have to sit there for a few seconds, and then you can safely grab the chest.
I didn't see this, but did Alpha use the explosive barrel for that? I don't think he did, right?
I actually didn't even see.
Yeah, I think he picked up the large Titanite shards and then immediately jumped off and then boned out.
Maybe he doesn't even grab that blacksmith. That's actually a possibility. In that case, he wouldn't be able to infuse anything, right? Because the only blacksmith that can infuse the staff is going to be that second blacksmith. And then also, you're missing out on the ability to buy large Titanite shards, which means that for your normal sorcerer staff, because it has Titanite scaling, you're going to be at a disadvantage there, because most runners would want to get that sorcerer staff either to a +5 or +6, depending on how many souls you have at this point. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting whether that pays off. And as we know, Alpha is super skilled, so even if he's taking a hit on damage, he's probably going to be able to dodge anything that's thrown at him.
Yeah, and you mentioned the infusion. I don't think he does that.
I don't think so
Back when he
either.
was working on it, I'm pretty sure I didn't see him have it.
And speaking of, we're already at Nashka, and we are not even 30 minutes in. So now we see the Soul Spear being used, and okay, a little scary there, but yeah, Alpha gets Nashka where she belongs. And yeah, so again, the spells that Alpha is using is going to be the Great Heavy Soul Arrow, the Great Soul Arrow, and Soul Spear, and he's going to use that Rouge Water, which you actually pick up on the way to the Falcon Cheese. And that Rouge Water, I don't remember the exact percentage that it restores spells, but it's analogous to an herb, so it's really, really nice just to have that, especially in such an early game position. And like we said before, that's an instant, or not an instant, that's a guaranteed pickup versus those butterflies. So just a nice thing in terms of routing to be able to consistently have that tool at your disposal.
Yeah, not to curse Alpha here, but so far it looks like he's having some good luck with Nachka staying in place.
Yeah, have we seen? I think there was one magic cast, right?
Yeah, she started off with the
Oh
usual
no!
Soul Spear
Oh my gosh! Oh my!
Time for a hug.
That's you, DC. That was all you. That was 100% you. Oh my goodness! I have not seen that actually. I'm gonna be honest. I have not seen that.
I have before. It's I didn't see if any of the wood broke, but it is possible for her to squeeze through there. It's just extremely rare, and
That's twice today. In one day, we've gotten her to squeeze through. I mean, yes, I know this is a Magic tournament, but my goodness, it's spicy. That's. I'm not sure if I know Alpha's a youngin, but I'm pretty sure he's out of the diaper phase. But if not, we're gonna need a diaper change. So.
Yep. Right. Just making a quick observation. We have Flippy who just finished up Last Giant, and I find it interesting. He actually used a bright bug for it. It appears.
Yeah, actually, that was one of the things that I never agreed with in terms of when I was watching his tutorial. I personally think a bright bug's a waste there, but I think for Flippy, it's probably just because he's a creature of habit and it worked for him the first time, so why not? But I personally think it's a bit overkill, but it also could save time. And a lot of the sorcery route, you don't need bright bug for most of the bosses. I would say, other than probably dragon riders or certain bosses where there's like a script to it, right, in terms of the timings and stuff.
Yeah, and if things get off script, things just go badly.
Yeah, it's more just for consistency. I don't think you really need a bright bug for any of these fights. And like we've seen, if you've ever seen a sorcery run, or even just most of the magic runs, the end game, at least the throne duo fight compared to melee, when you're using bow most of the time, you absolutely just melt throne duo, and it's so satisfying after years of playing as a melee character, and you do your first magic run, and you're just there's nothing better.
So I have a question for you. Which do you think would be the faster throne duo fight, the miracles or the sorcery?
If you're ritual, miracles. If you're anyone but ritual, I don't know. I'd still say miracles, but I mean, Doofus is gonna say sorcery. I would say for the average runner, probably sorcery. I would agree with Doofus, but yeah, I mean, ritual just absolutely melts Watcher immediately. So
yeah, I'm also curious to see how different that's going to be, since we've already seen that the two runners here are going to be very set up differently for damage. And I was watching Flippy practice earlier today, and I'm curious to see how his throne duo will compare to Alpha's.
Yeah, is Flippy also like pulling an all-nighter?
I don't think so.
Okay,
He's
so
definitely not supposed to be awake at this time. But
yeah, he did mention that when I asked him to be a runner, he was like, "I can't do the AM slot." I was like, "All right, that's okay." So, but yeah, no, like a lot of people have had really, flexible schedules for this weekend. So again, shout out to the runners and casters for taking that hit on sleep.
I don't need sleep. I fail at that anyways.
Yeah, I think yesterday was the first time I've ever been up at like 2 a.m. and then just stayed up. Like, usually for me it's like 3:34, where sometimes I just wake up and I'm like, you know what, I've had enough sleep, but then I feel horrible later in the day. But yesterday was a new territory for me.
That's about usually when I'm waking up. I sleep at like noon, wake up sometime in the middle of the night.
Yeah, that is a schedule I hope I never have to to deal with.
So that was interesting. So I'm looking at Flippy's. Oh, well, Flippy just had the usual barrel faux pas. So let's see how that goes. But there's also a fun contrast between the two runners, because Alpha will not ever have to deal with Forlorn at any possibility when he doesn't go this way. But since Flippy is going this way, he may have to deal with him. But Forlorn didn't evade this time, of course, but it's a possibility that can happen.
Yeah, you're talking about the Bastille Forlorn?
Yeah, right where they come out near McDuff.
Yeah, it's It's a bad one. That's all I gotta say. I think the first time I actually like learned my lesson was probably earlier this year, and I got that Forlorn, and I didn't even know where he could spawn, and then there was no chance, and then ever since then, it's like the first time you burn your hand on the stove, it's like you never go into that next section without checking Forlorn.
Yeah. Yeah, because where he comes from behind if you try to push too far forward too quickly, and then we know how fun the tracking is for his jumping attacks.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, some runners just parry Forlorn because surprisingly it can be more consistent than trying to dodge his BS. Oh my goodness, Alpha. And I don't know if you guys saw what he just did, but that is one of the 5-head strats here, is if you lock on and you position your character correctly, Soul Spear has this ability to keep the spell damage going. Like the hitbox goes through enemies, and he actually just killed the priest and Magus in 2 shots, I believe. And yeah, the precision required for that strat is insane. So GG to Alpha, just absolutely flexing on us right now.
Oh, that was over ridiculously fast.
Yeah. Doofus, that's my strat. Well, GG to Doofus for finding that strat, if that is indeed yours.
Yeah. Like, and also a quick shout out to Doofus real quick. Since this tournament was announced, Doofus has actually come up with quite a few interesting strats. Been very interesting to see like what people can come up with, and Doofus has a lot of fun with these. I don't know if he likes routing as little or as much as other people, but he definitely likes his strategies.
Yeah, I mean, me and Doofus were in a Discord call 2 days ago or something. Actually, no, I think it must have been yesterday, like 2 a.m. I don't even know. But yeah, basically, he's been showing me some of his strats for the sorcery only no leveling and, other different things. And I think the crazy thing about, like we talked about with Dark Souls, is just, it just keeps getting optimized, right? Like you think, oh, there's not that much to these games, right? Like there's, it's just like, when speedrunners, it's like, oh, like, there's an optimal strat, you do the strat and, it's over, right? But like, there's so many different ways to do these runs, and also like new strats are just being found all the time, because sometimes it's just a thing of like, what if I did, and then all of a sudden, boom, it just works. And yeah, it's just really, I think it's one of the nice things about the people who don't just copy and paste routes. Again, sometimes that's the source of that is being stubborn. Like I've seen some of the bigger runners, do, but other times, it's just, well, hey, why not, take the extra time and just kind of explore and, and feel it out from my own. And then that's kind of how the birth of some of these strats come about, right?
Yeah, you speak of stubbornness. I'm kind of that way too, but in the opposite way. I refuse to do what other people do and just do everything on my own.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, like, again, I know I kind of like sound like a hypocrite when I'm like, oh, I'm going to take some Pan strats, but, I do think once I start doing Pyro, I kind of want to like, explore as well and see if I can come up with anything new. And I will use my Toxic Mist on the Dragon Champion. It's 100% consistent. I don't want to hear it from chat. But yeah, no, like I think that it'll be fun to try to just, come up with some new things. And yeah.
So, quick question before we get into Alpha's Freya fight. 100% consistent. Is this real 100% consistent or Souls 100%?
Let me put it this way. I thought there was way more leeway to my strat when I found it, and there turns out to be a couple positioning variables. So I will say that if your positioning is as precise as it needs to be, then yeah, I think it is actually 100%. But, to the average runner, I would say probably not.
Okay.
So, Whether that makes me accidentally place myself on this pedestal, I'm not trying to intend that, but I think that, you know, again, as time goes on, some of these strats, you know, rear their ugly heads, and the truth comes out. So. Oh, and then we see Freya's head pop off there.
Yep.
Another interesting mechanic for this fight. So, you see Alpha actually punishing from the side here. Normally, oh my goodness. Normally you go around to the other side. You want to bait out that laser attack, but since that head is gone, you actually cannot do damage to Freya from that side now. And that's why Alpha is doing this interesting positioning.
Yeah. It's even worse if you accidentally break both heads. Because I'm pretty sure there's no way to do any damage, like mist or otherwise, to her if they're both gone.
You can ask Soza, because he's actually in a lot of his no damage runs, he has that happen to him. So.
Oh.
GG to Alpha. That was pretty clean.
Yeah. Freya #1. And we could see Alpha splits for like a second there, and looks like he's definitely going to be going for the 4 Freyas.
Okay, interesting. So is this not his 1 hour 40-minute route?
I
don't even know what that entails. That's all I've heard of. It's just that's the, like, you know.
I honestly couldn't tell you because I don't know the time difference between. So there's like a few ways to go with getting your damage. Like, this is the one that I see most frequently is the multiple Freyas. The other one is to find various amounts of, you know, bonfire Cetics to respawn the Soul Spear multiple times, which can I doubt anyone would really want to do it early when it comes down to it, and they would wait till they get the extra ones following Mere Night.
Gotcha. And Doofus is telling us that I think this is his speedy route. It's just that he doesn't really level or upgrade after Shrine of Winter, which makes sense because I've seen a lot of routes like that in terms of, like we talk about, you know, after doing 4 Rottens or 4 Freyas, because you need 1,000,000 soul memory, you have so many levels. And, you know, if you think about it in the big picture, you know, SL1 runs or, you know, any no leveling runs, it's like you don't need souls. With Magic, it's a little bit harder. Like, as you've seen me do the no leveling runs for each of these schools of Magic, it's horrible. And spoiler, don't try it, chat. It's the most masochistic thing I think I've ever done.
You can do it.
Exactly, but no. The sorcery is like the only one that really, like, is, you know, is not too bad. It's still very difficult with the iframes, but so yeah, it makes sense to me that Alpha can pull it off in terms of the fact that, like, he has everything he needs, you know, after he does the 4 Freyas, and then, you know, he just goes through a boss rush almost mentality, you know.
Yeah. And as Doofish mentioned in the chat, Alpha will be getting a +2 Staff of Wisdom. And that's what I remember from a while ago too, so I'm with Doofish on this one.
Yeah, that's really impressive to me because I think the lowest I've ever had my Staff of Wisdom is probably +3. To me, that's like the minimum I need to be comfy. I don't need +5, that's for sure, and +4 is usually what I would get. But to do +2 is pretty impressive. I'm actually curious to see his damage for those late game bosses.
Yeah, back when I ran Sorcery for a bit, I always went for +5, but that's because I hate not having max upgrade. Even though it's like completely unnecessary.
Just knowing there's those twinks you could put in your weapon. I mean, gosh, how could anyone bear that on their mind? But yeah, no, we're gonna see Flippy using his classic Soul Mass combo with the Soul Arrows and Soul Spear, and, you know, this is where the real power comes, right? Like, that's the difference between Flippy and Alpha's route is, you know, Alpha almost got hit because, again, I mean, I wouldn't say it's necessarily related to the damage output, but more the fact that it was a longer fight, right? So being in, you know, the fight, the longer you're in there, the more some some BS can go down if I'm gonna say that kindly, but
That's
the memes are real.
Yeah. That's the statistics for you. It's the longer you're in the fray, the longer you are to get stepped on by a spider, to get hugged by a scorpion.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see those type of hits.
Yeah, Flippy had no problems. I guess I didn't get the chance to curse him. For shame.
Yeah, and again, pretty standard fight. And if you sneak peek at his splits, Alpha does Ruin Sentinels, which again Flippy does as well. And the reason Ruin Sentinels is so favorable for the sorcery route in general is because Freya actually gives you less souls than Rotten. So a lot of the times you either have to do 5 Freyas, which no one wants to do 5 Freyas, or you can do Freya, Flexile, maybe like one other boss or something like that. But Flippy actually, again, kudos to Flippy. I think he's the one who found this, but basically if you pick up certain souls and sell enough stuff to Gavlin, you're able to hit the 1 million soul memory mark with only doing 4 Freyas and having, again, 3 ascetics. And that made this route viable, right? Like that was the whole thing is, how do we do Nas, thanks for the raid. But yeah, how do we do 4 Freyas and still be able to get through Shrine of Winter? So yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest complexities when it comes down to this. I don't know when it became popular because I was very late to the no-hit scene, but the using the bonfire Cedix versus going say an Old Souls route is you don't see Old Souls very often, and I think in previous tournaments I only saw maybe one person do it. So it's very interesting to see the routing and the choices you can make for individual items, which normally would be insignificant because you only need them for leveling, but here it has a huge impact on where you go, what you might do, and even how fast you can go.
Agreed. And yeah, I was just watching Alpha there. I mean, so now he's pumping the levels. So again, in terms of the speed aspect, right? So one of the other things that you have to decide when you're going through your sorcery route is, okay, where do I want to take the time and go to Majula and level up, right? Because there are some people who will go to Majula every single Freya, and it adds so much time because you have to warp. Obviously, you have to talk to, Emerald Herald, and it's one of those things where if you want the speediest route, you really, really want to make sure that you can kind of pump those Freyas out and only go to Majula when you really need to level. And for Ruin Sentinels, because I don't know if you're too familiar with fighting them, but they can be pretty tricky with low iframes. So I think that having those 2 Freya souls and the leveling that you do beforehand really, really makes this fight. We're going to see Alpha, obviously destroy them. Not to cast or curse, but, it really is a pretty trivial fight once you have the stats. But I personally actually had a lot of difficulties with Ruin Sentinels when I was running this. You can also step off the ledge, which, is always a fun meme. So you got to be careful on your positioning. So yeah, I mean, it's not a free fight by any means. I think it's pretty difficult, but again, we're dealing with some of the cream of the crop of the sorcery world.
Yeah, when Alpha gets there, I'm not gonna curse anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't even have to roll once. He probably knows exactly how to strafe each one of those attacks.
Oh yeah, because you can no roll that first Sentinel, but you have to be really precise because that hitbox, depending on the swing, because again, it's not scripted in the sense of the RNG you get. The very first attack is scripted, but after the second attack is not. So, that's where RNG can really kind of screw you over.
Yeah.
Alpha has, oh my goodness, good positioning, but it's still scary. I just those rolls. Sorry, I'm not zoomed in. Oh my goodness, yeah. And then when this Rune Sentinel falls off the ledge, it can also be kind of scary.
Yeah, you might know this better than me, but there's a positioning for when the second Sentinel comes up to pay you a visit, and Alpha's going to show this here right now, that you can just kind of stand in a nice safe spot. Do you know if like they come from one of the other sides, is that still doable?
So are you saying like if the Rune Sentinel was to come not from that particular side of the ledge?
Yeah, like the one that just fell off, and for some reason he didn't have enough damage to kill it. He would have to, let it come up at some point. He would still
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I would say depending on where, because the Rune Sentinel usually falls in like, pretty similar places each time, and some people, they like to punish because again you have that range, right? It's not a melee build, so most of the time you will punish when they're on the ground, but some people, they again are scared of falling off, so they'll let them jump up first and then they start casting. Either way is fine. I would say that most of the time you want to punish them when they're on the ground, because again they themselves are not in melee range of you, right? So that's when you have the advantage. We have the high ground, right?
All right, so it took me a second to interpret Flippy's very colorful naming scheme for his splits, but it looks like he's about to either go towards Congregation. I haven't seen him do that yet, and then go to Freya, it seems.
For Flippy, if he's doing the route that I know, yeah, he's gonna do Congregation first, because again, he wants that aesthetic, right?
Yeah. I mean, he has to do it anyways, even to get to Freya. I just didn't know if he had done it yet or not. I didn't see him go that way.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, he has the Staff of Wisdom, but I think this is where he spends the time getting his staff upgraded and getting the souls, because it might be hard to see, but he doesn't have the int yet, and he's about to get it. Yeah, right now Flippy's packing. It's very hard to see, but he has his staff infused and upgraded. So he's ready to kind of blitz through things now. I don't know how quickly it'll go with the extra damage, but it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, that's for sure. I was gonna say, I was like, how did he like activate those traps? I actually did not, I don't remember ever seeing that, but yeah, so he actually shoots those wooden planks that hold the boulders up. I don't remember ever seeing that. That's interesting.
Yeah,
for me, I usually just run to trigger them and then run back, right?
Yeah, I only recently learned about that doing the randomizer I made you suffer through.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, I learned about it because they weren't triggering when there was a lot of enemies around there, and they actually have no trigger. It's specifically the enemies there are triggered, and they are scripted to attack that first, no matter what.
Yeah. All right, so now we're gonna see Flippy doing Congregation Fight. Oh my goodness, dude! That opener gets me every time.
Yeah, too quick spears and the Magus is dead.
Yeah, one thing I want to note, I don't know, obviously you can see it now, but so Urn in this fight is actually really, really nice. Skulls also work for these smaller enemies. Oh my gosh, that was a close call. But yeah, basically you want to cast Urn so that the smaller, I guess, I don't know what their enemies are, but the hollow like creatures, they look like they're a joke, right? You think, oh my goodness, like, they just kind of run up to you, or they don't even run, but they just kind of walk up to you and do these little flail attacks. But yeah, prisoners, thanks, Doofus. They are super scary, and they actually have like a pretty like decent AI in terms of like they have a couple different variations of their swings of their arms, and the hitbox is much bigger than you'd expect. And honestly, I think that most people get hit by that enemy more than the other two. When you're doing like melee versions of this no hit route, so it's nothing to sneeze at, is my point.
Yeah, and you know how you mentioned that was a close one. I don't know if it's been mentioned too often back during the miracle runs, but Lightning Spear in this game has an extra AoE hit at the end of its cast. So it's quite possible, even though that the actual church pew blocked the Lightning Spear, that Flippy could have gotten hit from the extra AoE.
That's true. Like if he stepped forward and instead of staying still. So yeah, that's.
Oh, and this was a question I was going to have for you. So you mentioned that Freya gives less souls in Rotten. So I was kind of curious. How bad does the health increase change between like Rotten and Freya? Is it the same scaling between the two of them? Do you know?
Probably. I personally think Rotten 4 is horrible. For Sorcery, I mean, I'm just thinking because, like I said, another reason that people do Freya is because you do way more damage to Freya than you would Rotten with the same spells and stats and everything. So that's why most of the time, doing Rotten is it's a chore, right? It's a much longer fight. I would say that like you can do a faster, like a really, really fast run. I think Easy did a sorcery run. I don't forget. It was like an hour and a half or something. I think it's even faster than alphas, but it's a very YOLO route, right? I think all you do is you use the Witch Tree Staff and Soul Spear, and maybe I don't even know if you get Great Soul Arrow from Carillion. It's or even Urine. It's crazy, but yeah, there's different variations obviously in terms of the spells and route you take. But I would say in terms of the scaling, it should be the same. But again, for Sorcery, you're gonna do more damage for Freya, even with the new game plus elements and variables taken into account.
Yeah. And something I didn't think about, it actually could be faster just because you have less to worry about. Because Rotten is, your usual cycle, wait for attack, dodge, attack. Whereas Freya is, you can position yourself really nicely and kind of ignore all of the little soccer ball spiders, which is kind of nice.
Yeah. And yeah, like you said, with the torch, the reason they have the torch here is because, again, those spiders are afraid of fire. I think that's actually a pretty fun element, and it kind of reminds me of the days when you have the axe can and the lighter. I just think about the spiders just like running away from that little flamethrower or something.
Is that a thing only in Scholar? I heard someone mention it before.
Yeah, so in vanilla, the torch actually doesn't work against the spiders. So yeah, that was a kind of like a later, updated version.
Gotcha. That's really interesting, because all the versions we run on have been Scholar. And
correct. And the main reason for that is because the dull ember, which is required for that second blacksmith, is actually an iron keep in vanilla. So you can't actually infuse or pretty much upgrade anything with the second blacksmith unless you want to go through iron keep. And again, that means you have to fight Skelly Lords, you have to fight the Covetous Demon, Mytha. So it's not ideal for most people.
Yeah, and as Doofus said, Staff of Wisdom, you're not going to be getting that for a while.
Yeah, that's
Dragon
another
Harry.
good point. So yeah, I mean, I would say that, 95% of Magic, oriented no-hit runners are going to run vanilla, or not vanilla, going to run Scholar. See, someone's going to clip that out of context and be like, hey, see? But yeah, I actually, I really like the Witch Tree staff. That's what Easy is commenting on. It's got the fastest sorcery casting in the game, and with a Faint Stone Infusion and plus 10, it's actually really, really nice. You do a lot of damage still.
I think we saw our first Freya jump for the evening on Alpha side.
Yeah, and that Freya jump, it looks, I mean, it looks scary. I don't want to say like, oh, it doesn't look that bad, but it's actually pretty scary. I mean, it looks scary and it is scary. Let's be honest. But if you run, like the key to that attack in terms of dodging it is you want to get off the lock on, and you want to run at, I would say, like a 45-degree angle if you're looking at Freya's, at her face. And most of the time you don't even really need to roll, but a lot of people roll just to be 100% safe. But I would say the problem with that attack isn't the attack itself, but more on where Freya lands, right? Because depending on where your position is, because again, she's jumping towards you, right? That's how her AI is programmed. Yeah. So if she jumps and ends up in a corner, especially with how Alpha is fighting her, that can actually be super problematic, because if one side, or if one of her heads has fallen off, and it happens to be the one that you're facing, and then the one head you need to punish is in the corner, you don't have the spacing you need to be able to even like punish, right? So it's something that, I would say, that specific scenario I just talked about isn't, that common. It's a very rare scenario, but like just having her be in a corner like that is actually more common than you think. And again, you have to be really careful in terms of, okay, well, now that I can only really punish one side, sometimes you just have to run around, dodge the laser, and then you have to run back, right? And it's just annoying to deal with.
Yeah. And those jumps are less frequent in caster runs, right? Because everyone's keeping their distance.
I don't know. I haven't really fought Freya with melee too much.
Okay.
So, but I would say it probably happens like once per Freya to me personally. Like sometimes you go the whole time without having once, but I would say usually it happens like just one time. But when it happens, that's the RNG, right? Like if it happens really early in the fight, especially if it's Freya 4, it can really, really throw a wrench into your plans.
Yeah. Also, another comment for Doofus is the slowdown debuff when she jumps as well, which I think Dark Souls 2 has the most of those out of the series in terms of just slowing you down due to proximity.
Yeah, and as we are talking, Alpha's already going to Shrine of Winter.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we're at 1 hour and 4 minutes, and Alpha is, already looking at the finish line from a distance. he sees where he wants to be, right? But yeah, no, he's hitless so far, which, both runners are hitless. Not trying to discount Flippy. But yeah, I mean, like I said, in terms of what we mentioned in the very beginning of our cast is it's the tortoise and the hare, right? If Alpha, makes it to the end hitless, it's over. Not only would Alpha win his, specific event, he wins that extra 1/5. He walks away with 2/5 of the prize pool, and that would be a pretty insane finish to this weekend. But yeah, again, I don't have any bias. I'd like to see Flippy win as well. But like I said, in terms of if they're both hitless, Alpha's gonna win because he has a sizable lead right now.
Yeah. Ooh, Alpha rolling through some of these.
Yeah, that is actually terrifying. I will never do that strat. Now, if you weren't paying attention, chat, basically, I don't think he even aggroed the first ghost, right? He just went right by both of them. So he was relying on strictly iframes there.
Yeah, I think what he did is that the ghost aggroed, but he was staying in his kind of like pseudo idle I don't like you phase and waiting
Yeah,
for
where he just stares at you.
Yeah.
It's worse, right? Like, I'd rather him like try to stab me with a dagger, so at least I can, like roll back and then, trot around him. But yeah, no, when he just stares and he's like, he has this like crossbow down, right? Like he's just waiting for you to run so he can just pull it up and just instant fire. It's, oh my god, it is terrifying. So, and Flippy is going into, I'm not sure which Freya he's on now. It must be the second Freya because according to his splits, he hasn't done Sentinels yet. So I think this is Freya number 2 for Flippy.
Yeah. I've only seen one fight from him as well, so.
And yeah, we'll keep it on this cam because, again, we've seen plenty of Shrine of Winter memes. So I'm curious to see if Alpha has anything happen with Forlorn.
Oh man, Forlorn can't evade here, right? Can't.
Yeah, I was just saying, I was waiting for the caster curse, but no, Alpha is immune.
I honestly didn't even think about it. I know some really annoying places where Forlorn can invade, but it's DS3 is my game. That's the one I know in and out. So it's fun to learn a lot of stuff in here watching all the runners through this tournament.
Yeah, I honestly it surprises me that something like this hasn't been done before. I mean, that was the main attraction for me. Like when I first came up with this idea, I was like, because again, I've been kind of leaning in towards the Magic runs for the last, I would say, 3-4 months. And there's so many of these talented runners, and in my opinion, they don't really have a platform to be able to, showcase their skill. And one of the beauties of Dark Souls 2 is the fact that you have 4 schools of magic, because I believe Dark Souls 3 just has Pyro, Sorcery, and Miracles, right? There's no, because Hex is exclusive to Dark Souls 2.
Yeah, exactly. They're just kind of branched off into Miracles. Like you have Chime Hexes and Staff Hexes. Those are just kind of moved into Sorceries and Hexes in 3.
Mm-hmm. In Dark Souls 1, you have Sorcery and Pyro, and you do have Miracles as well, so it's, it's kind of like a, from the same vein as Dark Souls 3.
Yeah.
And Demon Souls, I mean, I don't know, I'm not too familiar with Demon Souls, but I know there's like fire spells and there's definitely sorcery, so.
Yeah, there's only magic and miracles. All the fire and the magic damage is just magic.
Yeah, and Bloodborne we know is arcane, and then, I guess we'll see what Elden Ring brings. I really would love if Elden Ring had a Hex. Even though, of course, I'm biased, I would love to see a Dark Souls 2 kind of vibe to Elden Ring. I mean, I just think that the build complexity in Dark Souls 2 really makes it stand out for a game. Again, there's a lot of glaring flaws.
What? I don't believe you.
But that, like a lot of people say, oh, Dark Souls 2, is the weakest, which I always would disagree with that statement. But in my opinion, the reason I love Dark Souls 2 so much is because it's so different. Dark Souls 3 is almost a callback to Dark Souls 1 in a lot of ways, and I love Dark Souls 3, it was my favorite for a while. But, I just think the fact that this game exists and we can even do, 4 different schools of magic and such complexity in the runs and the challenge running, it's, I think it's a real treat in terms of the Souls community.
Yeah, I'm with you the whole way. DS3 is my favorite, and that's my bread and butter, but I'll say this for Dark Souls 2, it probably has the highest complexity for routing options, and like a few of our chat members here who are big fans of routing, and myself, routing is our favorite part of the whole thing.
Agreed.
Ooh.
And that was really clean with Alpha, and that right there, how we talked about the fact that Alpha is taking I don't want to say taking a hit, but he has less damage, right? So it's a trade-off, and that fight particularly is going to be more difficult because he doesn't have as upgraded of a staff, and he has slower cast speed because he doesn't have the Lion Mage set. So there's a couple different elements at play, but again, flawless. GG to Alpha, and both runners are still hitless, and this is what I wanted to see, right? I wanted to see, you know, if we could get one no-hit route, and again, I'm not trying to cast a curse, so don't be at me in chat, don't at me. But you know,
I think I
it's,
put all the curse out there.
yeah, I mean, I really hope that you know, we can see one of these two runners, if not both of them, you know, come out of here with a hitless run. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah. And yeah, that was a question that I had too that was brought up in chat. Is I didn't see Alpha use a bright bug for them. I don't know.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I was gonna say it's interesting he didn't use a bright bug. Maybe he, you know, actually could relate to the fact that he doesn't come back to Majula at all. So when those new bright bugs are unlocked, he doesn't even buy them, right? So and that's something that, you know, is actually pretty interesting in terms of the route. So maybe it's not even a thing of like, oh well, you know, he just chooses to use it. Like, I mean, you know, obviously he's saving it for other bosses, but you know, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, well, you know, yeah, this is going to be a tougher Dragon Riders fight, but you know, I know I can do it, and again, I want the fastest run, so.
Yeah, it's also consistent too, which, you know, you talked about this earlier. Consistency is what they want to find. They don't want to get caught trapped in, shall we say, RNG hell.
Yeah, and you know, even like, because we talked about this before, like, you know, even though it's, well, I'll say this, even though it's more difficult to not get that insta kill on that Dragon Rider on the, you know, on the ledge, there is consistent strats in order to like dodge the arrow and, you know, to dodge that melee Dragon Rider. So even though you don't get that, like, you know, easier fight, you can still be very consistent.
And even while we're talking, Flippy made short work of the Ruined Sentinels. I saw the beginning, and then I blinked, and then they were dead.
Yeah, that was super clean. I watched that fight. Yeah, so again, you know, Alpha made quick work of the Dragon Riders. Flippy is, you know, done with Ruined Sentinels, so now is going to unlock Strayed and unlock and collect the bonfire ascetic. So he will have access to Crystal Soul Spear, which is what Alpha is using. So again, the main spells that Alpha is using for this route is Crystal Soul Spear and Soul Spear. And actually, you know what's interesting? I just realized is Alpha doesn't actually cash in on all those Crystal Soul Spear spells, or on all those Crystal Soul Spears, and I guess that's actually something interesting we should talk about. So remember how I was talking earlier about the 1 million soul memory requirement? The reason for Freya's is, you know, costing, you know, you those souls is because typically in Sorcery, you trade that soul that you would have popped to get Crystal Soul Spear, and on top of that, you also have to pay 10,000 to trade. So there's two things that you're, you know, costing souls, and that's probably the main, you know, variable at play here, right? So Alpha actually has, I think, only one copy of Crystal Soul Spear. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone in chat, but yeah. So that's actually something I didn't even notice until now.
I believe 2, because he goes after the second Freya, and it looks like he has 3 left over after a fight. And you unlike some of the other Souls games, when you Homeward Bone or you Dark Sign, your spell charges don't immediately refill.
Oh, I see. He just didn't rest of the bonfire.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so he has two copies of Crystal Soul Spear, 1 copy of Soul Spear.
Yeah.
And again, if you're not familiar with the attunement requirements, Crystal Soul Spear requires 2 attunement slots. So that's another reason that, you know, Alpha can't just, you know, go crazy in terms of having all these spells, is because since he's, you know, doing a speedier route and doesn't get as many souls, his attunement is lower. Therefore, he can only use, you know, so many Crystal Soul Spears from that angle as well.
Which is a very interesting trade-off because it's double the requirements to be able to actually use it, but it's about 20-25% damage depending upon. Well, no, it should be 25% exactly. I learned recently how the resistance calculation works in this game.
Oh, really?
And yeah, apparently it's like a 100 to 1000 flat value that translates into a percentage reduction from 10% to 100%.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was thinking to see could I stack enough fire resistance to ignore the fire damage from Smelter Demon.
And you learned the hard way.
I haven't had time to do this. I got done with my runs dying and got a burrito.
And GG to Alpha, that was a really clean Mirror Knight. And honestly, like all these Magic runs, Mirror Knight can be a pain. And I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, that Alpha didn't get the AI loop, right? I don't think he has enough damage. Or did he? I may not have been paying enough attention.
I'm not familiar with it, so I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary.
Yeah, people can chat, can let me know. But out of all the schools of Magic... Oh, okay, thanks, Doofus. Yeah, so apparently he has enough damage to get the AI loop. He just didn't successfully get it. But Sorcery is one of the few schools of Magic where you consistently get the AI loop for Mirror Knight. Pyro, there is always the option of using Fire Whip to break the summon, but I don't think you have enough damage just purely from Pyro spells. And I know Hex for sure doesn't, unless you were like really OP. I mean, someone can correct me if I'm wrong. And then Miracles, you definitely can't. I think you can start the loop with Great Lightning Spear, but you can't keep it the whole time. And I think that's what Ritual does. So Alpha is in Amana already.
The best place in the game.
Yeah, and like we said, it's just it's crazy. I mean, it really is, impressive to me that I think Alpha, I don't know actually when the last time I know he's been practicing for the tournament, but I don't know like how long it had been, because when I reached out to him, he was happy to do the tournament, but he hasn't streamed in a while, and I don't know when he actually was up to par with his sorcery practice before this event. So it was cool to be able to kind of bring him back just for this event. So
yeah,
always a treat to watch.
Yeah, I'm not too sure when he's last played DS2 either, because beforehand he was working on Dark Souls 3 sorcery only, because he was probably the only other contender I know of to go for the trilogy sorcery only.
Yeah, it's actually really, really cool though to see like a speedy version, although DS3 sorcery is not speedy.
Alpha actually has a pretty good time on that. I think he has sub 2 hours.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, but he doesn't go out of way to get like the original soul spears and a lot of other stuff. So he sticks with like the soul arrows and the heavy soul arrows throughout the entire run.
Yeah, that's impressive.
This is actually something interesting Doofus said. If he gets DS2 hitless a day, he'll go for the most spaced out trilogy in history.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I'd say at Team Hitless for that rule. And Ritual did say that you can keep the AI loop going with hexes, so interesting to learn that.
Yeah. So speaking of the AI loop, since I'm unfamiliar with it, could you elaborate on more on how that works with Mirror Knight?
Sure. Yeah, let me save it for when Flippy does it, so that way we have a visual element to it. But I will go over that with Flippy, because he probably will do it. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't.
Based on his practice, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. It seemed very similar to Alpha's run, but then again, he also practiced Najka not doing the cheese and did the cheese anyways, so...
Yeah. Either way, I mean, even if he doesn't... Oh my goodness, Alpha. Did anyone just see that, or was that just me? 'Cause that was a bit of a close call. But yeah, no, yeah, when Flippy does it, I'll kind of show you. If he does it right, then obviously he'll be the showcase itself. But if not, I'll kind of explain the proper way. But yeah, even with what's interesting is even with the magic compared to melee, like the opening bait attack is always the same. And then, like I said, the only difference is you're not using a melee weapon, for the damage output. You're just using a, magic. And, you have to be close because, again, most people, I would say for for magic, depending on how many punishes and your cast speed, most of the time, if you want to get the AI loop with a magic run, other than sorcery, because you have enough, enough cast speed, you usually have to do the no roll strat for Mirror Knight, and it can be kind of scary, honestly. I mean, I've used it for a while, and I'm pretty comfortable with it most of the time. But oh my goodness, Alpha! But it's just another I would say skill threshold that you have to meet.
Definitely.
And yeah, Crystal Soul Spear for Amana is amazing, and homing Soul Mass. It's saved. Yeah, I mean it's we just saw Alpha. It almost saved, or pretty much. I wouldn't say it saved him there 100%, but it definitely helped. That's for sure. It's a little bit of a buffer in terms of if you have any of the Amana memes, or if you missed your Soul Spear. Usually with enough intelligence, you can kill those priests with Soul Mass and just maybe one cast like Great Soul Arrow or something. I'm not 100% sure. It might actually just kill just with that spell alone.
Yeah, we'll get to see a good comparison when Flippy comes by this way with possibly twice the amount of damage.
Yeah. And if you notice here, so Flippy kills the invader. I can zoom in on Flippy real quick, but there's this invader in the Freya area that once you go into New Game Plus, you have to deal with. And basically, you can either kill Freya, or not kill Freya. You can either kill the invader, or if you run to this back wall, so you see Flippy, he's going to grab this hero soul, and then right where that door is, like right here actually where he's standing, you want to stand kind of right near here, and the invader actually will not be able to hit you. The real tricky part is if you get a Forlorn, because if you have the Forlorn and the invader out at the same time, that's when it gets real spicy.
Which do you think would be worse to get here? The Bowman Guthrie, or Forlorn?
Oh man, probably Forlorn. I think Forlorn takes the cake almost every time. So yeah, another nice thing about sorceries is I don't think it has the element of the damage fall off with the range. Like I know with miracles, if you're too far away, you do a lot less damage. But yeah, like the nice thing about this fight is when you open, the opening of this fight is pretty scripted in that you can get, I think, at least one or two soul spears or crystal soul spears, because again his his head or his face is exposed, and just really nice to kind of start the fight with already like a third of his health down.
Yeah, and that's also a really good contrast to a lot of the other fights we've seen here, which that fight takes a really long time.
Yeah.
I think the earlier Pyro run that we saw, they were stacking both poison and toxic and still had to throw tons of fireballs just to deal with.
That fight on Pyro is horrible. Like I think the main takeaway from the Pyro segment is if you had some kind of rule where it was like, hey, you're not allowed to have like proc damage, it's over. Like there's very like you'd have to completely reroute everything because you rely on those spells so much. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe this is Freya 4?
I
Or
believe
is this
so,
Freya
too.
3? I think we missed a Freya when we were on Alpha's Cam in Amana, so I think this is the last Freya for Flippy. Oh, and this is a classic attack, so yeah, that whatever, like leg spam mixed with, I don't know, was it toxic or poison spraying out of Freya? It's shenanigans. GG to Flippy, that was a clean Freya. And Alpha is just, cruising through Undead Crypt. And, we're at an hour and a half, so I want to say that a 140 is not possible, but I might be biting my tongue later. I would say right now, Alpha's looking at like a 150 easily. Maybe like a 145.
Yeah.
It just depends, because again, he's not leveling, or he's not. Oh my gosh, Alpha, you. I don't know. Oh, he's using urine. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, to be like that deep into that area when all those prisoners are around, that's scary. And if you're wondering why Alpha talks to this NPC sells Soul Spear. So, and again, like we talked about with the attunement requirements, Soul Spear only requires 1 attunement slot. So it's a really, really nice spell to have in your arsenal. Especially like we talked about before, not going back to Majula and leveling means that you really have to be careful on which spells you choose. And I'm gonna assume that he's gonna replace Great Soul Arrow, whatever he's not using for, whatever is in the Soul Spear. I'm assuming he's gonna replace, because right now he has plenty of casts. So
at this point, he's set on damage.
Yeah, so he just replaced. I think that was either Great Heavy or Great Soul Spear, or Great Soul Arrow. I apologize.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too, because like the earlier vendors like Carillion, after you get to a certain point, will start selling a lot of their spells infinitely, so you can get like infinite yearns. But Soul Spear, on the other hand, as far as I know, you cannot do.
Yeah.
So the only way to get, like, besides the two, the one that you pick up and the one that you can buy, you'd have to start using extra Bonfire Ascetics, which you can get right after Mirror Knight. For example, like after Mirror Knight, you can pick those 3 Ascetics up and you can go get yourself, 4 regular Soul Spears.
Yeah, and I don't know if you just noticed, but Alpha actually just messed this up.
Yeah.
He's supposed to use an arrow. Again, we can use bow as a tool according to the rules of the tournament. And he actually missed and hit one of those shield enemies. Basically what happens here is, luckily he killed Lisha and didn't get a Forlorn, because if he got a Forlorn, he actually probably would be screwed. But basically, you want to shoot that arrow in that corner, and what it'll do is it basically turns one of the shield enemies. Usually people do it on the left side, so that left enemy will turn, but you can also do it on the right side. But yeah, and basically you don't even have to fight these guys, and you just run right past them, and it's useful for almost every single run I can think of. It's probably one of my personal favorite strats. I don't know actually who came up with it. Yeah, exactly. I don't know who came up with that one, but that one is probably one of the more important. I think actually a speedrunner probably came up with that, because it's used in every speedrun, like especially the all bosses run for Dark Souls 2. So yeah, that's a really clever strat.
Yeah, it's the most recent speedrun that I've seen didn't use it, but that's interesting that it's even used in speedruns. Is it fairly new or is it fairly old?
I have no idea. It's been
Okay.
around for a while. At least I've been aware of it for a while, but
Okay.
yeah, I guess we'd have to check the speedrun leaderboards.
Yeah.
For some old submissions. Oh
And
my
you-
goodness, dude. I would never cast 2 Soul Spears. I'd just be too scared. Because basically you have like enough stamina for like 1 roll, and then if you have to do a second one for a follow-up, you're gonna be out of stamina. So.
It's entirely scripted. Don't worry.
Doofus, don't be calling me a coward. You're sitting there with your 9-hour any percents. Get out of here.
And we're getting confirmation in chat. It's a pretty old strat.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And that's GG. Just absolutely melts Velchat. And
Mhm.
like I talked about for so many of these runs, is the magic runs are front loaded, right? So that means that if you're going to get hit, statistically it's going to be in the first 2 hours. Well, in Alpha's case, the whole run is less than 2 hours, so the first hour, I would say, is, you know, the most problematic, right?
Statistically speaking, you're correct regardless.
But yeah, you know, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not doing it. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. I will say that Flippy's entering Shrine of Winter. Can I say that? Is that going to be a Forlorn? Are we going to see a Forlorn here because I just mentioned that?
How many Forlorns have we got in this tournament?
Oh god. I mean, not as many actually as I thought, but I know yesterday we had a few. Actually, I'm trying to think of if we had any Forlorns today. Did we have any Forlorns today? Because I know yesterday we had one in Shaded Woods. I don't think we've seen any really rare Forlorns, so.
So overall, good luck.
That or Forlorn is sitting here just waiting to screw over one of these 2 hitless runners. He's like, he like Forlorn knew that there were going to be hits in the other runs, and he's saving the best for last, right? So, you know, you never know. I mean, Alpha has a few invasions left. I would say the Crypt one is one of the last problematic runs. I mean, he has the one before Last Giant, or before Giant Lord, which is very easy to deal with. And then, yeah, actually, I'm trying to think if there's any other ones. I think there's only, really like one Forlorn that could happen in the rest of the run. So I think Alpha, regardless of what I say, unless he's just not paying attention to the little, you know, the bar that pops up if Forlorn invaded, I mean, he should be in the clear for Forlorn, or problematic ones at least.
Yeah, I can only think of... I'm pretty sure there's one that does invade in Aldia's Keep, but I can't remember. But even then, I don't think it's even remotely problematic.
Yeah, well, there's that scripted invasion. I actually don't think there is one. But maybe it's a trigger that you just don't normally go by. I could be wrong.
Yeah, because there are Forlorn NPCs there when you light the torches, but that's it.
Yeah, and Ritual just mentioned that he won't get that Forlorn if he does the Giant Lord skip. But I don't actually think Alpha does the skip. I don't know. I'm not familiar with his run, so I really have no base for that statement. So we're going to see Alpha. Actually, I'm going to keep it on this screen because we're actually going to see Flippy fight Dragon Riders, and Alpha is going to be fighting Ancient Dragon, or Guardian Dragon, excuse me.
I believe it's actually a Wyvern. Yuck.
The Wyvern, yeah. I know, it's like, ever since Rituals, Wyvern shenanigans, I'm like, now every time I say Wyvern, I just think of that fight.
Hey, if it's big, breathes fire, has scales and wings, it's a dragon.
True.
And complete one cycle.
Yeah, I was just say I literally didn't even see the fight. Can someone like clip it? Like, what the hell? Like, I literally was looking at Flippy going up the stairs. I look over to Alpha, and he's running to the elevator. So, GG.
Yeah, it's
I was
Toss
saying it
on
wasn't even
Brightbug.
worth going to the solo cam. It would have been a waste of like the transition would have been longer than the fight. Like, let's be honest.
Yep. All right.
We can actually, yeah, let's watch Flippy for this. So he melts these Dragon Riders. It's like I said with the stats that he has in that slower but again max min kind of mentality. It's just a breeze. Like I really do think that for sorcery only, once you get past Shrine of Winter, well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, once you get past Shrine of Winter, then I would say it's like run activated, right? And then it's kind of like on you. I mean, obviously you can get like a crap Forlorn or, you know, just some random meme, but like I would say that your odds of getting a no-hit run are significantly stronger once you get past, you know, those Freyas, because that's also like the one thing is the fact that there's a Forlorn you have to deal with and an invader for that Freya territory really like makes it difficult.
Yeah, I'd probably say like the most dangerous thing at that point would be the Forlorn Invasion in Amana.
Yeah, the Forlorn Invasion in Amana, like most runners don't go near it, which is good. But yeah, depending on, because I think there is actually a, what is it? I know there's a Pyro you can pick up that's in that trigger area, and then actually isn't Crystal? I think Crystal Soul Mass is there, but again, those are spells that are completely unnecessary for an any percent. So yeah, you really shouldn't have to worry about any Forlorn Amanas. And yeah, Alpha is, you know, again, just speeding through Dragon Airy. Yeah, it's... I feel like I need to stall. Like, I'm like, come on, someone slow down. Like, there's not enough run left. Stop. Like...
He's taking away our content. We need a quick Forlorn Invasion.
Quick, someone trigger a Forlorn something. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah, and like I said, so, you know, my classic door strat does not work for sorcery because there is no, you know, there's no poison or like different spell that has that AoE effect. So this guy is actually super annoying. I haven't tried that, but I think it wouldn't work because of it's really like if like I said, if you're out of position. And also if you do like an animation yourself other than like just casting, like I don't know if it would knock him away, because there's certain spells that like you can actually get through the door, but it'll knock him out of place and out of the cheese. So
gotcha. But
yeah, this sorcery strat, like, again, I'm not gonna say anything, but it can be a little sketchy depending on if he rolls the attacks. And luckily with the soul spears, so again, you just saw Alpha get yeah, we can show Alpha, but yeah, most of the time you're gonna stagger the dragon champion, but oh god, I just hate this enemy so much. And look at this, he's just sitting around that corner waiting for Alpha to get a little greedy, and then boom,
he knows how to PvP.
Yeah. All right, GG to Alpha. That was you know, pretty clean for the most part. So
yeah, the main danger for that is, like you said, with the rolling attacks. As long as you space yourself fine, you'll, you know, and not try to get two casts off at the same time, you'll have plenty of timing to be safe.
Exactly. I think Flippy is taking a break. Keck, wait. Okay.
Alright. A minor breather. Getting ready for Brightbug to nuke Mirror Knight. This actually will be fun to see how much more damage that Flippy has.
Yeah. So, talking about the AI loop. So basically what you want to do is you can either Brightbug in the arena or before. This line... Okay, so he's not going to do the loop. So basically, what you do is like there's a certain line in the arena towards, I would say, like the first third of this area that you want to just again stand there. You turn around. You want, if you have the time to cast, which again I haven't done this in a while, but you would either cast or you bait out this horizontal swipe from Mirror Knight, which he will do every time if you start the AI loop correctly. And as soon as he does that horizontal swipe, he'll immediately go into the first lightning attack. And again, that's where it's critical on whether you're going to continue the loop or not, is your damage output. So with the Crystal Soul Spear, you have plenty of damage to be able to keep him in the loop. And I think Flippy, again, the reason he doesn't do it is because he has plenty of damage, and he probably, again, it's a creature of habit mentality. So if it works, right?
Yeah.
And I didn't even pay attention in Alphazari and Giant Lord, so
yeah.
And yeah, so like we saw Corazza earlier kind of do a bit of a YOLO strat. I'm assuming Alpha is going to take this a little safer because he has plenty of time ahead of Flippy. So again, pretty clean. So you saw that head rolling. Oh god, I didn't see that other giant alive. I don't know if actually Alpha saw that either, but he's going for it. I would never, if I was in this position in the tournament, I would never do that. But yeah, it's Alpha, so enough said. But yeah, so he took a bit of a risk there because, again, like we talked about with these giants, they have this really broken, I would say, attack where you can actually get staggered, and it's like so ridiculous, the range. So it's one of those things where it's best to kill them before you even get to Giant Lord. And again, you can either use that giant statue head, or you can take things into your own hands and use your offensive spells and kill them. But again, depending on your damage output, it can actually be super risky trying to kill them just from, I guess, full health. So a lot of the times, depending on, speed is a factor in this tournament, but personally I like to have either the fireball comet environment kill them, or the stone head, and if not, then I just bone out and retry.
I'd say take a break and get a smoothie, but they can get you up there, which is always fun.
Yeah, for real.
Right, well, it looks like it's about to be the final showdown for Alpha. Looks like he's making some last-minute preparations.
Yeah, so like I talked about earlier, I was correct in the sense that he wasn't gonna get that 140 time, but he's still he's easily gonna get 150.
Yeah,
because our timer actually started a little early. Because that was weird. I think my timer flashed, or maybe that was just a visual glitch. Timer, cooperate. But yeah, no, basically, we're looking at like a 145, 150-ish time, because again, you melt Throne Duo, and then for Nishandra, it's pretty similar in terms of the damage output. Like Nash has a tiny bit more health than each of the Throne Duo partners, but it's with Crystal Soul Spear, you just melt everything in your path. It's insane how OP that spell is.
Yeah, I think back when Alpha got this run a while ago, when I watched it, he pretty much had to deal with one attack from Nishandra, and I think that was it.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. And if you're not sure what Flippy's doing, you're like, wait, weren't we in this area like an hour ago? He's farming Twinkling Titanites, which, again, Alpha is using the same staff, but at a +2 instead of Flippy, which he's going to get a +5, if I'm correct. So, and you know, it's again in terms of like when we talked about the, you know, if you just want to get a no hit, it's probably worth you know, going for those extra twinks. And also, you know, there's always the element of Shulva, right? We saw Shulva in the Miracles run. And did we even see Shulva in any other runs? I'm trying to think. Pyro, definitely not, right? And then Hex, there's no reason to as well, I believe. So yeah, the only runs we actually saw Shulva was Miracles. And if you're not familiar with Shulva, there's a ton of Twinkling Titanites. And before I go off too on much of a tangent, let me focus on this fight because it's pretty much over. But yeah, Watcher was made quick work, and we have 10 Soul Spears just for Defender. And again, Alpha's trying to bait out attacks because he doesn't want Defender to heal Watcher. And that was actually a nice play by Alpha. That combo, wow, 2 times in a row. I don't know if I've ever seen that. That's pretty rare. But that follow-up, that third attack, a lot of you know, beginning players don't anticipate it, so they start to punish, and then boom, you have a big sword in your face. So
it's
GG.
one of the best aspects of Dark Souls.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, this could be it, guys. If Alpha does Nashandra hitless, it's over. The tournament is over in terms of the competition, so
it shouldn't take long. Even with like +2, he's hitting close to 1,000 with those Crystal Soul Spears. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And he has a lot of, you know, he's been stocking up on some of the cast restorations, and specifically for this.
Yeah, he has plenty of herbs. He doesn't even need that many herbs.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you noticed, but he did level up before Throne Duo. Probably just, you know, he didn't need it, but it was probably just extra endurance or, you know, whatever, you know, he felt he needed. And that's it. That's our first hitless run of the tournament. We saved the best for last. GG Alpha, like an hour and 45 minutes, I'm going to assume, something like that. GG. I have nothing else to say, man. That is insane. So, and we could get 2 hitless events again. So just to put things into context, Alpha has guaranteed his $50, but Flippy actually still has money he can win here, because if you're not familiar with the rules, any hitless run, well, actually no, I may need to go back to the rule book, because I think I said that if the winners have 0 hits. So I think Alpha gets 2/5 of the prize pool, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Does that sound right, chat? So I think Alpha actually just walked away with $100 and probably a little bit more. So wow, GG, and yeah, and if someone wants to let Alpha know. Alpha eating good tonight. Yeah, Alpha's gonna get a nice steak meal at you know, the #1 steakhouse in his local city. He's gonna be sitting there with a staff at the table, and everyone's gonna be looking at him like, "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" And he's gonna have no fucks to give because he has some nice money in his pocket.
He's gonna give up the Lamborghini for the steak.
Yeah, exactly. Who needs a Lamborghini when you got like the, you know, what, Wagyu beef or whatever that stuff is?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm a chicken person.
Okay. Yeah. He's gonna get a Snake River delivery overnighted. It's like, I think that's the most expensive cuts of meat you can get, in at least in the US over here. How much of his run does he have left? It's up to you guys, I would say. If Flippy has like a half an hour left, I don't mind. I mean, we can talk.
Yeah.
I guess it's up to the viewers. I'm fine with Flippy finishing his run. Thanks Alpha for the raid. And yeah, if Alpha wants to join Discord, I mean, I don't know Crab or DC, it's on you to, because again, you haven't slept, but if you want to hang out and just let Flippy finish his run, that's fine with me.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good to stick around.
Because I feel like it's kind of like unfair, especially because Flippy is hitless. If he wasn't hitless, I would be more inclined to say, yeah, let's wrap it up. But I really would love to see 2 hitless runs.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not trying to like bend the rules, but if Alpha wants to split that extra, prize money from the hitless segment, or like the 1/5 from the hitless, he can, if he wants, offer to divide that into 2. If, of course, Flippy gets hitless. I'm not going to let him bend the rules that much, but I would be open to that. So, Alpha, welcome in. And again, congrats on the hitless run, dude. That was insane.
Thank you. Oh, wait, I didn't show my endgame time. Should I, reopen?
If you're already offline, that's okay. You can just tell us.
Okay, it was... I closed Dark Souls too.
Actually, wait 1 second so I can open
Yeah.
up my scene to just type it. So,
I mean, I can also go live quickly, I guess.
It's okay. It's up to you. I mean, I think it's fine. So Alpha, let's see. So you got 0 hits, and then your IGT. What was it?
It was 146.48. Yeah.
146.48. Wow. Yeah. So that was kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking it was going to be around 145 once you got to like the Feldstadt area and Crypt. So, but yeah, I mean, how does it feel to know you are the only person in this whole tournament to get a hitless run so far? Because again, Flippy could come in here and have a crazy double hitless run.
I mean,
were you nervous? Were you more excited just to be competing, or?
I was really excited to be competing. I have done some tournaments before, like we talked about, but this is, I think, honestly, like the first head-to-head tournament. I'm trying to think of what I've done, but this was really fun. It was really fun to watch everyone compete, and going against Flippy. Flippy is the guy who inspired me to start streaming, start doing hitless runs. So it's really awesome to be able to run against him. It was fun.
Yeah.
They want me to parry Dragon Rider. I don't know.
I mean, I'll allow it.
Too.
I mean, your run's over, so if you want to just, have us go to the big screen and you just sit there pairing Dragon Rider over and over for content, I mean, I'm not going to say no.
I don't know. How
but you're not required, that's for sure.
If someone gives me like a tutorial on how to parry him, I might do it. But also like turning on stream again, giving everyone those like notifications, that's a lot of effort. I don't know if everyone wants to go through that.
I don't know, guys. I think we may have to ban Alpha. This is can we get some Maiden Riot in chat?
Yeah, this seems to be against the rules. I mean, not that we really know what the rules are, but it seems to be against the rules.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if you look really closely in my OBS scene for the rules, there's a very, very small font. It's about like 1.5, and it says if you do not parry at the end of your run, specifically to the winners of Sorcery, it's not any other school of Magic, you don't get your prize money.
Only the winners, only of Sorcery. This seems a little, I don't know. Are we sure about these rules? I want to double check on this. No? Okay.
I don't think any of us are sure about these rules, but they're there.
I mean, the timestamp's there, guys. You can look yourself. You can take your magnifying glass and try to find it, but it's there. All right. It's like the Krusty Krab rules, from back in the day of the SpongeBob episode. I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of a boomer. None of these Zoomers have seen that, but that's.
I remember the Krusty Krab. Well,
come on, guys. You know the Krusty Krab.
Unfortunately, I work there.
But yeah, as I say, so like we asked Karaza, what are you gonna do with your prize money? Or actually, before I ask that, so we can at least get this set in stone, so people don't call me a loosey goosey when it comes to the rules. If Flippy does this hitless, are you good? You don't have to, obviously, because I don't want to make you sound like a bad guy. But do you want to split that extra incentive, or are you gonna take it and have some fun with it? I mean, the rules are the rules from what I said. So like I said, right now you have 2/5 of the prize pool. That's yours. So what you do with it is up to you.
That is a tough question. I'm not sure.
All right. Well, we'll see if
feel
Flippy
like
even no hits. Because if Flippy gets hit, then you don't even have to have that moral debate in your head.
I'll watch Flippy's run. If it's entertaining enough, I might give him half the money. But if it gets kind of boring, if he goes a little too slow, then I don't know.
Wow, we gotta someone clip this. Someone clip this and send it to Flippy, man. If it's not entertaining enough to Alpha standards, he is gonna make him just sleep on the streets tonight. Jeez, man, that's pretty rough.
I don't know about that one. I feel like Flippy's living fine. I don't think we're worried about Flippy here. Did he do Spooter Ball? I wish to know.
Oh my gosh,
Did he
wait.
kick around now?
Oh, he's killing the invader? Oh my gosh. I did not realize that Flippy does that. Yeah, I mean, I was looking for some salt and some banter, so this is the content I was looking for all along. It took us almost 14 hours to get here, but this is the
content machine. Don't worry about it.
This is the real content of the tournament. Dark Souls 2 no hits. Nah, I'm all about the trash talk. Even though it says in the rules no insulting and no trash talk, so this is banter. But yeah, no, this is the content I support in my channel.
Let's just marvel at the fact that this fight went extremely quicker than Alpha's.
I mean, yeah, but he's also still like 30 minutes behind me, so trade-off.
Man, the salt. I don't know, man. Maybe I need to kick Alpha from this Discord channel. I don't know what's gonna come out of his mouth next,
I'm
man.
kidding. Flippy is the most consistent sorcery runner in the community. I knew I had to beat him on time if I was gonna win, and he knew that too. That was the entire premise of this, and like Flippy set it up before the run. Tortoise versus the hare and all that. The good shenanigans.
That's true. That is true. But yeah, so the second question I had was, what are you gonna do with the prize money? Because I'm actually really curious, because you have the most, the most, or I guess the biggest scoop out of the prize pool cauldron. God, is that cringy? I don't know, guys. I'm trying my best here, but yeah, what are you gonna do with your fast cash?
I mean, that's just a good question. I was not.
Keep the TOS alpha, by the way. I don't want to know about any clubs you're frequenting or
Well, I'm underage, so I actually can't do any of that anyways. Not that I really.
Can we delete the VOD? Anyone knew how to delete VODs? And yeah, no, I'm kidding. But yeah, no. What do you? I would say, do you have like anything for like your stream that you want to get, or maybe just go and treat yourself
That's
to?
actually what I'm thinking. Maybe like a good mic or something, or like good.
That would be cool.
Jeez, I honestly have no idea. I'm gonna be honest. I was prepared to just run, and I was like, all right, well, if I get hit anywhere, Flippy is gonna beat me. So this is a little dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, oh, actually, the one thing I do want to ask you is, what was your reaction when Nosh broke through that cheese? Because that was probably the closest call I've ever seen for that specific.
I don't know if someone has a clip, but I died inside. I thought the run was super over. I was so lucky that was the last shot. I was convinced that it was just over right there. I was so scared. Like, there was so much just like noise coming out of my mic. I don't know like what it was, but like oh, okay, there's a clip here.
Avian has
honestly,
a clip.
I kind of watched the clip. All right, one second. Let me watch this clip.
I can bring it up on the screen. Let me do my magic for a second.
Sorry about that. I kind of cursed you for that.
No.
It
wasn't a curse because I still made it through, right?
This may
forlorn.
This may be scuffed. Let me see if I can do. I might be able to do some hackermans here. Give me 1 second.
Some hackermans, the big brain computer stuff.
Let's see. We don't need your scene anymore.
Well, while you guys are doing that, Flippy just got a Forlorn and just instantly vanquished him. No sweat whatsoever.
Bring Forlorn back. That was too easy. We need another one. What was that? Where's the challenge?
They can only be summoned if you parry Dragon Rider 30 times.
You're really gonna make me do this? All right, next stream, whenever that is, I will parry Dragon. I don't know how many attempts it'll take me, but I'll do it just once.
Do it just once.
Do still? Jen, you know what? Give me that parry tutorial. I will do it.
Dude, OBS hates me, by the way. I'm failing this hack like miserably. But better this than, oh god, dude. Doing the AV work in between runs is probably the most terrifying thing, by the way, guys. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, I failed. All right, I'm gonna try something different. See if I can fours and CD something real quick. I'll try this. Actually, yeah, but crap, if you wanna stall for me.
Yeah, I can do that.
Because the one thing I don't want to do is I don't want to take off Flippy's screen, and then if something happens, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, right now Flippy's kind of stuck in the usual things. Looks like they're checking for Lycia to see if they'll invade. They can still invade even if Lycia's dead, correct?
No. That's why we kill Lycia.
Gotcha.
He should be completely safe here because you can also only get one Forlorn per crypt. So all of this is he's just strolling around. We're good.
Just having fun. Also, Alpha. So, quick question for you: how'd you feel about that one arrow clanking off the guy's shield?
I was so confused. I was like mashing my R1 button and the arrow just wasn't coming out. And then I tried R2 because apparently that's the slot it was in. And then it didn't come out either, but that's because I didn't have the stats for the bow. So it's like a really, really long windup, when you don't have the stats for a weapon. And so then I zoomed out and then the arrow went off and I was like, oh my god, why? Why is this my life? I was so scared that Forlorn was going to come in. Like, if Forlorn invaded me there, I was insta-dead. Because I had no way to deal with him. I didn't, set up any prep. I was just like...
Yeah, you were really low with all charges at that point.
It was really scary. Oh no. I don't Flippy streams back.
Yeah, Flippy's fine. There's just minor technical difficulties.
Did the stream end?
No, you're fine.
No, it just went black for a second.
Oh god. See, this is what happens when you try to do something.
Can't have fancy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just hate how clips are.
That was totally the splice, yep. Flippy splicing in his...
Wait, you see the mouse hand? Oh god.
Don't worry, we don't know what you're clicking on.
We can only see the mouse.
You don't want to know
hiding
what I'm
all the Dark Souls porn.
Alright.
Oh wow, Flippy's is gunning here. So Alf, I have a question for you. It looks like you took some time to bait out some of the Dragon Riders and the Cyan Knights there. Do they usually give you trouble at all?
They never have actually hit me, but they just get scarily close. And then I saw one runner baiting them out. It's like, hey, that seems like a good idea. Just yoink that real quick and put it in my run. So I don't know how much safer it actually is. As you can see, Flippy pretty consistently just runs a similar thing.
Yeah. And this is also a fun contrast to your run and Flippy's run. Your first open for Velstadt was 2 casts and then quick roll out of the slam. I think you nearly gave Deadeye a heart attack with that one.
Yeah. All right, guys, I did it. It's scuffed, but we can at least watch the clip. So. Don't say a word, all right, guys? Don't you say it. Don't you say it. This is not a scuffed stream, all right?
It's a text.
Also, who clipped this? Avion, you gave us no lead up. You're banned from being a clipper.
This is a fun and interesting.
What was the clip?
fight,
Quick, share it.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, but yeah, that's the that was probably the scariest moment of the whole run.
I was terrified. But once it's
Honestly-
over, you know all the bad luck is gone, so it's free from there.
Exactly.
It's kind of funny to me because I looked away when I was like, "Oh yeah, this looks like it's perfectly fine. Nothing's going wrong." I look away for a second, then I hear Deadeye freaking out. I'm looking over like, "Wait, what did I miss?"
I did the same thing, except it's worse when you're the person playing. So like, I was like looking at chat. I was like, "She's dead. We're fine," but she wasn't, and then she was. It was fun.
Hey, if you like scorpion hugs, then there you go.
I do not. All arachnids are terrible.
All
Oh my goodness,
arachnids.
spiders are awful.
So I take it you're not a Quelaag fan?
Well,
Well,
spider. Anything with spiders, just instantly the worst thing in the world. It is so terrifying. Real life, in game, just all of it.
yeah, you hesitated on that. I don't think that's the case.
Look, sometimes you hesitate for content. People can speculate, but that's all it was. It was just hesitation. There's no reason.
We're getting
So
closer to- oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was just gonna say. So it looks like Flippy. I mean, he's doing really well. I mean, I don't. Again, I'm not gonna cast a curse, but yeah, we may see a double hitless, which would be fantastic. And again, kind of reinforce my statement from earlier that sorcery is one of the stronger schools of magic, and
I don't think that's the phrasing you used. I think you used the word.
what did I say? What did I say? Come on now.
Something is a little bit easier, but I'm not gonna say for certain.
Wow, the shade being thrown. Me and Flippy come in, give you free content, hitless runs straight onto your page, and you come in and call us bad, saying our runs are easy. It hurts.
All right, guys. It's been a good tournament. Thanks for coming. See you later.
That's okay. $100 soothes a lot of hurt, so we're fine.
I'll be depositing that prize money to an offshore bank account. If anyone needs me, I'll be on the other side of the globe. Take care.
So Alpha, how many soul spheres did you need to be able to take out the guardian dragon here? You one cycled it. We looked away for a second, and Deadeye didn't even get to see your fight.
It is 4 crystal soul spirits right in the head. Flippy will do the same thing, and it's lovely. It's glorious.
Oh, the dragon
You
actually
cannot mess
managed
up
to
this
run
guy.
away.
Yeah, the dragon had like 1 HP, but not a problem for Flippy.
I don't think I've ever seen that death animation, the midair fall back.
Oh, you should
it's a nice one.
you should ask Nico about some mid-air death animations. I think that what happened. I don't know if you guys know what I'm alluding to, but basically, Nico got killed by a ghost hitbox or lingering hitbox from the fire attack. So he just was walking towards the elevator, and just all of a sudden, his character just died. And I think this was actually on this. I think this is when he was doing Pyro only. Yeah, because they're basically like. It happens more often because you poison Guardian Dragon. So basically, yeah, he can die at any point, right? And since he flies around a lot, your odds of him dying, during flight is higher, right? So it just, yeah, it's completely BS. But again, in terms of like, testing the game and trying to break the game, like I'm sure that they didn't test that to the extent they should have.
I think we can safely say all of the Dark Souls games, there's a lot of stuff they didn't test, to say the least.
Yeah, and then we get the Elden Ring leak of people jumping around from the testers, and now you know why From Software has trust issues. So
Next time we do this, we need to like bring in a Wheel of Hog style. Give some tasks to Alpha to really show off.
Yeah, just to let people know, it's 0 to 0 for the sorcery only, and Alpha has 1. And Flippy, we are going to let finish because A, he's hitless, and B, I just think it's entertaining to watch. So
yeah. Why not? Like Flippy's gonna go in and show off like what the damage difference is. Like Alpha completely wrecked them. Just imagine being fully upgraded.
Exactly. Yeah, Flippy not only has higher damage, but he also has so many more casts of Crystal Soul Spear. So he's just machine gunning down enemies.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that. How you don't go for the second batch of Crystal Soul Spears.
Yeah, I cut out.
Yeah, so you only get 2, right?
Crystal Soul Spear, I only get 1. I only go to
DC, you lied to me. You lied to me, man. How could you?
He had 5 casts.
5 casts, but that's 1.
Okay, so
You lied to me,
you
dude,
actually
you
get a
lied.
lot more. You get a lot more pursuit and the stuff. Hey, look, don't blame me. I can't help it that Alpha has weird routes that are incorrect.
What? Incorrect? How could it be
I don't know who to
incorrect?
ban first. Do I ban the runner? Do I ban the caster? I mean, come on, guys.
Yeah, I mean, my run is based off of, I believe it was Flippy's originally. It might have been Drunky's, one of the two. And then I started going, well, this is taking a long time. I'm getting bored and I want under 2 hours. So I start cutting a lot of things. And then when you cut a lot of things, you don't get all the full soul memory that Flippy gets. Like that's why you might see him kill some spiders in Freya's room, because he's like really close to them. And so that's why I don't give up the last 2 souls of Freya. That's like
Okay.
80,000 souls or something. Or like it's a lot of souls. Or like I think it's even 120,000. That gets me
Okay.
right over the mark.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we were talking about like route divergence, about like you're zipping through and Flippy is, he's doing the natural Soulsborne mentality of going through and picking up all the shinies.
Hey, it's shiny for a reason. It's got to be important, right?
Exactly. Man, that was a much quicker. I don't even know what to call that guy. Deadeye said the guy's name a little bit ago, but the dragon,
dragon champion or whatever.
Yeah.
The dragon Chad, because he's just a prick.
He's literally like harder than.
Actually, my favorite name for him is Q-tip guy. That was I forget who coined that term, but I love it so much because his weapon looks like a Q-tip. All right, guys, for the one heads in chat, you're gonna make me ruin the joke, but yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I was struggling with him. I was taking it quite slow once I got.
Yeah, he was trying to troll you. He was sitting around that corner like, come on, you know you want the greed, and luckily you played it well.
I was so tempted to like walk up and see if I could shoot over the railing. But
Yeah, I
was
saw
like,
that.
"It's not
That's
worth
actually
it. It's
something
not
that
worth it."
Drunky mentioned too, is that the Staff of Wisdom has such a tall, it's like such a tall staff that you can actually like shoot over things easier. That's also one of the benefits of the Rune Sentinels fight. It's because you can kind of like hit the Sentinels at an interesting angle.
Yeah, it's also really nice because sometimes just from locking on, you'll get headshots on enemies. It's not super important, but it's a nice little hopeful thing. It's also really bad though when like a small enemy walks up to you, like those little lizard creatures in Amana. You cannot kill them once they're on top of you. Like you just will never be able to touch them. It is the worst experience, them chasing after you.
Yeah, I hate those lizards. I just hate Amana. Like I love, like I said, it's a beautiful area, but mechanically it's horrible.
You gotta just look at appearances. Mechanics, substance, nah. You don't need that. You just need appearances.
Fair enough.
Oh my goodness.
Also,
Flippy
for
just...
me, oh sorry.
No, go ahead. It's just surprised to me how aggressive he is with these, but he has plenty of damage.
Yeah, that giant back there didn't die for me. I was so confused. I've never seen him not die to the head. Like I thought the head falling is like a guaranteed kill, but he was just standing there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Uh-oh. Oh no 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 no. Okay. I think he's good. Oh my gosh, dude. That giant can like, man, you think it's like those football players, who are just like tanks, and then you see them run, it's like, oh, he's not that fast, and it's like, oh my gosh, yeah, these guys can book it. That's why I hate this area, and that's why I have like the most conservative strat in the game in terms of boning out. Yeah, it's insane. So well played, Flippy.
Who needs safety and caution when you can just kill everything before it gets to you?
Exactly.
I will say, Flippy is definitely much faster than his original runs. Like, he used to follow the Sorcerer's code, which is kill everything you see for safety. But now he actually runs past a few things, so it's improvement. And he's also still, like, always racking off hitless runs, so...
Yeah. Also, where's our timer, Deadeye? How much time has passed?
We are at 2 hours and 16 minutes, which is actually really, really good for, like, the meta. So.
Yeah, it's really, really good. It's gonna be on par with some of the faster other runs, like even the the miracle runs. How fast was Ritual's run?
I think it was
like 202, right?
Yeah, it was around. Actually, I can look right now. I'm an idiot. I'm a one head, guys. Forgive me. It was 201.26.
Okay. Yeah, so it's like,
dang.
Yeah, Ritual was 201, Max was 223. For Hex, Chris was 210. For Pyro, LCorazza was 222. I'm just listing the fastest, and then Alpha was 146. So.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like, miracles are usually the one that's talked about like being the worst out there. Well, Pyro for 2, honestly, but. Miracles is like has a lot of build-up and everything, but it's going about as fast as these, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Miracles, once it gets rolling, like with your Great Lightning Spear and stuff, at least in a lot of places where like Pyro gets kind of killed by water and a mana and stuff, Miracles shine even more. So
yeah, we're talking about how the sorcery just walks up and just goes pew pew a few times and wins, where the sorcery has to stack poison, toxic, get a lot of fireballs going.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited. Well, I know I'm going to eat these words, but I'm excited to route Pyro. Running it is probably going to be horrible, though, I'll be honest.
Just only Great Combustion, only melee mode, and kill everything. Easy.
I'm a big fan of Great Combustion and Great Fireball. I really see. Okay, the one complaint I have, again, it's because of the fact that it's an any %. But I think, well, actually, no, not necessarily. Because again, if anyone doesn't know Shilky in the chat, he's done every single all content Magic run except for Miracles, which, by the way, Ritual is attempting all bosses plus DLC. And I think he actually does it in like 5 hours, like 4 hours or something. It's insane. He is, like I said, that's why his any % was 2 hours. But yeah, so I don't even know what I was just saying. Oh yeah, so Shilky basically like the spells that he uses are like pretty much just from the any % and maybe like 1 or 2 outside of it. But like there are certain spells that you really can't get on hitless, like Forbidden Sun, because there are some spells that are locked behind a like what do you call it, like a
line?
Yeah, quest line, and also the whatever things you join.
Covenants.
Oh, Covenants.
Covenants, yeah, exactly. So, and Flippy is going into Throne Duo, so you need to be cursed. Yeah, exactly. So there's certain like requirements that go against the hitless rules. So we're trying to maybe like revisit some of these rules, but then again, there's going to be riots and complaints. So.
Yeah, like allowing getting cursed jars or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, and Flippy goes like the opposite route with his Throne Duo fight. Goes for the big guy rather than the live lady.
Oh no!
Oh.
That poke. That's rough.
Man.
I don't even know what to say.
Clearly
It
inferior
may be
game.
callous, but moral obligation kind of relieved here for me. So
Yeah, Alpha's sitting here with a ear-to-ear
look, Flippy
grin.
has
And
too many runs. He has a trilogy sorcery. Okay, he's fine. Everyone, it's a sad occurrence, but Flippy is still a god of these games. Let's all remember that.
That was a fun little trick that Flippy did with the cutscene and the spear.
Yeah, that's the third one we've seen, right? There's a Pyro version, there's a Miracle version. Is there a Hex version?
You can probably set up Dark Fog or something.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, see? We got everything covered. And
yeah,
even though Flippy got hit on Throne Duo, that is still a fucking GG in my book, because that is the only one-hit run. And that's also, again, compared to Alpha, that's the second best hitless run we've had all tournaments. So, yeah, shout out to Flippy. And yeah, again, congrats, Alpha. And again, if anyone wants to go into Alpha or into Flippy's chat and let him know he can join the Discord, we'll begin with the post-game interviews soon. But yeah, so did we get an in-game time? So it's around 2 hours and 15 minutes, which is again insanely fast still. What was that, Alpha?
I was just gonna say, me and Flippy flipped the scripts. We said I would be really fast and get one hit at the very end, so that and then he would get the 0 hit, right? So that's like clean hit all the way to the end. You're wondering.
I mean, luckily it wasn't a hit to Nishandra, but I mean,
yeah,
it's still a rough hit, right? I mean, like I said, I think every single Dark Souls 2 hit runner has been hit by Throne Duo. The one thing I will say is at least Flippy wasn't on like match point. You know what I mean? Like if it was a thing where you had one hit and then he just needed to be hitless and then he got hit there, I would be,
very
even more devastated. I mean, I feel bad, but you know, like I said, a one-hit run in this tournament environment is insanely impressive, and there's no way I could do something like that. So yeah, GG's to you both. And is Flippy gonna join? He doesn't have to join, but
I let him know in his chat.
Okay, if he's okay with joining, I would like to have him pop in. So yeah, oh, he's looking for the Discord. Cool. Alrighty, so let's see if this works.
Wait, did someone kick him out of the server? He's saying someone kicked him.
Oh, I kicked him. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Whoops.
I thought I kicked him from the... Guys, I'm so sorry.
Wow. So tragic.
So
it's okay. It's okay.
Abusive banning privileges, like threatening to ban casters and runners, and actually doing it out of spite.
Mistakes.
All right, this is gonna be real awkward because I'm about to give him another invite.
I can back you up on why this happened. Don't worry, I'm on your side for once.
Okay, in my defense, I've never.
What did he do?
I've never kicked someone from my server before, so I'm crying, guys.
Wait, what happened? I'm so confused.
No, so he told me, kick me daddy. He said, kick me daddy, and he didn't leave after the countdown, so I kicked him. He didn't say how I should kick him. He didn't say, don't kick me from the server.
All right, now you knew exactly what he meant.
No, it was not clear. All right, it was not clear.
I think he needs the role to be able to join us.
Oh, shit. Okay.
I think. He said he's in there.
I get it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right. No one say anything. All right, we're gonna convince him. Oh shit, he's here. Hey, Flippy.
I'm muted.
It's so
Hey,
weird
what's up?
that
Yeah, I already heard you. Too late, Alpha.
What did Alpha say?
But yeah, I was like
Alpha's
looking up
totally
and
on
down
your
the server
side.
list, and I'm like, okay, I can't. Where is it? And then I realize, and then I'm like asking chat for a link to your Discord, and then I realize, oh wait, he kicked me out. It's not here.
There was no kicking involved. Clearly, you left the Discord, and you know I will not tolerate this in my channel.
So I quit out of the Discord app. So that should have just taken me out of the channel. Like I just quit the Discord app entirely.
It's okay. We all make mistakes, Flippy. It's no big deal. I'll forgive you this one time, all right?
Oh man, GG Alpha, fantastic run, dude. I never stood a goddamn chance.
No, you played so well, Flippy. I'm just happy that that we had like 2 hitless runs. You know, like pretty much like 99%, 98%, whatever of like the whole you know, the whole event for Sorcery. And honestly, like like I said, of course it's like, you know, from a like host perspective, it's like, oh man, I really hope we can get like 1 hitless run. And like, I mean, you know how it is, like Throne Duo has its memes, but in my eyes, like you pretty much
that was
didn't
just
know
an
it, so.
early roll. That was poorly timed roll. That's all that was, but that is what it is. But it warms my, I've said this before, but I'll say it here. It warms my cockles to see so many people do the like Sorcery, Pyromancy, Hex, Miracle only hitless runs. When I started streaming, it was Xenosum had done some stuff in DS1. There was Couch Jockey in DS3. McDrunkard was working on Sorcery in DS2. And that was it. That was it as far as people doing Magic hitless runs. And now I'm this old slow man who like can't keep up with the youngsters. GG Alpha.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, I mean, we're all inspired by these original runners, right? I mean, like you, Drunky, I'm like blanking out on people. Yeah, I mean, because Drunky got the Sorcery and the Hex World's First, and then I always forget the name of the Pyro World's First, and then of course Jens, who's been in
Parabellum.
Parabellum, yeah, and then Jens has been in the in the chat all weekend. Shout out to Jens, just for all the support.
Jens, the goddamn legend.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at the time, I don't know. I mean, Miracles wasn't even like really on the table for like people thinking it was possible. At least at that time. I mean, it was.
No,
it was so.
Had to innovate so much.
Yeah, it was just something that was like, okay, like Miracle only. Yeah, like good one, you know. And then he's like, yeah, no, I'll do it. And yeah, of course, it was a long run compared to now because we've had so much progress in the routing. But I mean, that's like another huge accomplishment for the community. The fact that like, we're able to trim down some of these like 4-hour meta runs to 2 hours, to me is so cool. Also, before I get too carried away, Flippy, what was your final in-game time, if you know it?
Oh yeah, let's check that.
Just writing it for my standings scene.
Let's see what we got here. We are at 2:25:30.
2:25:30. Okay.
So, not the quickest I've ever run that, but see, I thought I was still gonna be on. Hold on. Are they talking? I can't hear them.
No, we're not talking.
Oh, okay.
You're all alone. You want to get kicked? No,
when I first talked to you about like being in this Deadeye, I was doing Trilogy, and I thought I was still gonna be on Trilogy, and then like a week later I got Trilogy, and so DS2 got uninstalled, and then I was like, oh crap, now I have to reinstall and dust this off. But I had a couple. I did like 2 practice runs on stream Thursday. First one was 2 hits, second was hitless, and then did like a practice run yesterday and it did a hitless run. So yeah, so things dusted off pretty well.
All right, Flippy,
Yeah.
I need your advice. So
What's
my
going
last Soul stream was my DS3 run, and then this stream I got the DS2 run. Does that actually? Do you think then if I get DS1 next stream, does that count, or is there too much of a break here?
Okay, you know what? What you're doing is you're doing something that creates new rules. Like, for example, in Sekiro speedrunning, you used to like be able to quit out and be on the start screen for as long as you wanted, and that was just fine until somebody submitted a run where they were on the start screen for like 3 hours. And that's when they made a rule for speedrunning that you couldn't like just hang out on the start screen. So if you do that, you will be setting a precedent. You will be doing something that forces Team Hitless mods to make a new rule.
Do it.
So you should totally do it.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, Avian's rioting in chat.
More for Avian. But wait, do you still have like the VODs or local recordings?
Yeah, like the VOD is saved as a highlight from my last stream, and then
okay, you actually did
download it
save
to my computer so I could get it to YouTube.
Honestly, you should do it. I mean, even like, yeah, actually, I'm not gonna say the next part, but just personally, if you get it, I mean, you know that you got it, so.
Yeah.
Like
okay.
some
Next
people make
stream,
a hissy fit about practicing between
my
like
gosh.
streams. Like this is the ultimate.
Yeah, like I'm working on a run that's split up between like 3 to 4 days, depending upon how fast it goes. So.
Yeah, so I know we've been talking to Alpha for a little bit, but
yeah.
Was there
maybe some time
anything? Yeah, right. Was there anything, because as I say, you didn't have to deal with any like hit mentalities really. I would say actually, were you blind to Alpha, or were people telling you how he was doing? Like, did you know he was hitless?
I was asking a little bit, and yeah, I asked, like, I ended up asking, and when he was headed into Throne Duo, so, people weren't, like, bombing me with updates, but I was curious, and I asked a couple times, and they were letting me know, and, I mean, I knew this was a possibility coming in, that if Alpha goes hitless, there's just nothing I can do, and we're just gonna do the best run we can otherwise.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, like I said, when people were like, oh, Flippy's asking, like, should we, cut the core? I'm like, no, like, he's hitless. Like, that, to me, that's just, like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I get it. Like, technically, it's over.
What I was asking was, should we just do, like, wrap-up interviews while I'm finishing my run? My whole intention was to just continue going no matter what. I wasn't, like, in a downer mood or anything about that, because, like I said, I was kind of, I knew going in this was a possibility. I wasn't in a downer mood about it, but I was just wondering, like, if you wanted to wrap up, I could do the interview while doing a mana, and,
yeah, just the casual hitless interview, No, I definitely didn't.
Practice, but
yeah, I definitely didn't get the impression.
If you guys were content to watch me like ping around, I wasn't gonna stop you. And my intention, whenever I go into any of these, I'm finishing no matter what. You can pull the cord on me whenever you want, but I'm seeing it through to the end.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I definitely wasn't even like, unless you were at like, I don't know, Dragon Rider. Like, let's say you did Jens's challenge and you were on like your like 600th parry of Dragon Rider, like, yeah, of course I'm gonna be like, Flippy, enough of these shenanigans. But yeah, no, it was
get the gong.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you finished, and I'm glad that everyone stuck around to see the end too, because it's one of those things where like I just think it's like respect more than anything, and it was so cool, like Crab said earlier, that we have like these two different runs, and there's pretty different strats involved, and you get to see like, okay, this is a little slower, but it's way more OP. And then Alpha just like zooming through the any percent with the bare minimum spells to get by. It's it was a pleasure to watch.
All these young zoomers, like, it's like they don't even like doing the runs. They're just so eager to get it over with. They don't take the time to savor things.
Whoa! We're enjoying runs now. No one told me that. This is unheard of.
Aren't children? They're not knowing how to enjoy things.
God,
I enjoy $100 of prize money, Dead. Like,
also,
I think that's pretty good. Enjoy it.
I'm gonna ban everyone in chat who's posted peepo feet in the last 2 minutes. So enjoy your permaban because I'm done. There's too much feet in chat, and this is uncalled for. My chances of getting a sponsor for the next event just went to 0. So I hope you enjoyed your emote because it's the last you'll see of that one.
Hold on. It depends on the sponsor.
Yeah.
You get,
I
like, an
mean,
automatic
maybe we
foot
can get
massager.
like Dr. Scholl's or some like foot cream. I'm open. I mean, as long as they pay the bills, right? That's all that matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, edible foot moisturizer. Perfect. There you go. There's a sponsor.
Oh dear.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have any other questions. DC, do you have anything else on your mind?
I would like to share with Flippy and see what he thinks about the Notchka with Alpha. Do we have a link to that clip real quick?
Oh god. I can change. I can just change to my clips scene. Can someone DM me the clip real quick? Actually, do I have it still? No, I don't. Can someone post that clip again? Okay, thanks. Yeah, let's see this.
It was a bit of a scare.
Nah,
play it
you're
with
looking
sound on it,
forward.
please.
No, we need to hear the screaming.
Oh, hey guys. Forgot I have a webcam here, but that's fine.
Hold on, let me bring this up on my screen.
Oh, actually, shit, I didn't transition. Hello.
Oh, I think I know what happens here.
Yeah.
I have
So this
a
was like the
feeling.
closest call by a long
This is
shot.
a fun and interactive boss fight, everyone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Oh my fucking god.
I actually don't remember hearing the end of your reaction, but that was amazing. And yeah, we're gonna make a Najka arrive emote out of this clip, by the way. So.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy fuck.
Honestly,
Oh my
like
fucking
this.
god.
No, this was amazing. Like this, between you getting a scorpion hug and just watching Flippy just look at invaders and just stare them down.
Yep, she can squeeze through there. Yep. You gotta watch how you turn her. Because if she turns just right, you don't want her running at the trees like that. You want her, like, turned a little more running at the bigger tree.
Yeah, honestly, no, it happened twice today. Like, not even just twice this weekend, like twice today. Like, Pan had that happen to him in the Pyro
Oh,
tournament.
Pan had that happen?
Yeah, I don't know if we have the Pan clip. I don't know if anyone clipped that, but actually, it might be in my Discord. Let me check real quick. But yeah, no, it happened to Pan too. Actually, I think
Alpha,
I have...
you are so lucky that she didn't do the quick stab.
Oh, I do have it,
I mean,
actually.
you're lucky that that happened. You're unlucky that that happened, but at the same time, you're lucky she didn't do the quick stab.
He's
All
just
right, I think
giving
I
us
have
free
the clip, by the
confidence.
way. Let me see. I'm watching it first.
Okay, let's see.
Nope, it's not that one. Does anyone have? Oh,
Yeah,
you got it,
Doofus.
Doofus?
That's
Okay.
good.
Dude, I just linked it.
Are you sure this is the one?
No,
She's
this
not
is
getting
the
out
hit.
of that.
No, this is the one I just watched. Yeah, it's not this one. Imagine posting a clip before looking at it. How embarrassing. I'm just kidding.
Imagine banning someone.
Nope.
Okay, DC. All right. Let's calm down here with the... Okay, bro. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I actually don't have that clip, but...
Honestly, I don't know how to disconnect people from a voice call either, so, yeah.
Hey, I mean, at least I didn't ban you. I don't know how to unban people, but yeah, no. I have nothing to say. All right, well, yeah, if there's nothing else, again, congrats, Alpha, on the only hitless run this weekend and the fastest magic run.
Alpha.
Like, you literally, like, killed it, so. And
Thank
GG
you.
again, Flippy, for the speedy run, one hit run. And again, that was the second best run of the weekend in terms of hits, so well done to you. Yeah, we actually had, what, 0, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, and then, after that Sag. But yeah, no, it was nice. And like I said, these runs are extremely difficult. And again, if you're not following these runners and these casters, there's been a bot spamming links, probably too much, but I apologize. But yeah, go follow everyone who's been involved in the tournament. It took a lot of time, a lot of effort. We planned this like 5 weeks ago, and we locked in the date, I think around that time too, right? So it's been like, it's crazy. I was really nervous something was going to happen. I know Pigeon, his work schedule got changed on him, so he unfortunately had to step down from casting. But like the fact everyone was able to make it this weekend and we pulled it off is, I couldn't ask for anything better. So thanks everyone again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deadeye. You guys have done a fantastic job of putting all this all together.
Yeah, and shout out for Soza. I have a lot of people to thank. But yeah, he did all these scenes and these overlays in terms of like, the style and font and stuff, and it's insanely professional. Like I said, I think that, this was above, anything I could have asked for sure. So, but yeah, so I'm gonna, yeah, for sure. So I'm gonna take it solo from here. But thanks again, guys. And like I said, Alpha, I will be sending you a PayPal on Monday after I get everything calculated. But yeah, thanks again, guys. And thanks again, DC, for staying up and casting with me. It was a lot of fun.
Of course, I had a lot of fun myself.
Alrighty.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. GG's again, and I'll talk to you guys later, right?
Take care.
Bye, guys.
Farewell.
Alrighty. Back to me. So yeah, before we wrap up, I want to show something else before. Actually, I'll show my webcam because, yeah, I figure I'll talk to you guys for a little bit. But yeah, no, thanks everyone for honestly like one of the best weekends in terms of like these gaming events. I've done one previous tournament, like it was actually before the pandemic. And that was in Rocket League. So I've actually never done a Dark Souls tournament before. And I think it was amazing. So despite all the sleep deprivation, the constantly being hungry and all that, thanks, X. But yeah, no, it was a blast. So I just want to thank all you guys again. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. So I'm going to put on this ending screen. And yeah, again, thank you to Team Hitless. Eden posted again in the Team Hitless channel, which I think helped get some new viewers as well. Also, yeah, that's a good point, Alpha. There is plans in the works of doing a Dark Souls 1 or a Dark Souls 3 portion of Wizard Wars 2. So because this was such a success, in my opinion, I do want to do that. So if you are interested in participating in Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 3, don't spam me with DMs yet because I have to decide which one we want to do first, but we're definitely going to do that. I need time, so it's not going to be like, it might be a month or 2 or 3 from now, but I think that's the plan. So yeah, if you're interested, you can definitely message me once I've announced the game that we're gonna do next. But yeah, we are definitely gonna do another Magic-based tournament because again, I think that the Team Hitless tournaments are great, but they tend to be biased towards melee runs. So I think it's a nice variety to have in the community. So, but yeah, so thanks Team Hitless again, Artie, Eden. I didn't put his name here, but yeah, thanks Eden for your help. Team Widers, Nas with the raid earlier, which was awesome. Oh, last thing I want to say is the donation. Again, I don't want to sound like a, like I don't know. I don't want to sound like I'm begging because, again, we have a very sizable prize pool. And, I think that regardless of any more donations today, we've absolutely killed it. But if you enjoyed the tournament and you enjoyed Alpha's run, because again, he got a hitless, he's going to be taking home 2/5 of this this prize pool, which is awesome. But if you want to donate anything, I'm going to leave the donations up for the rest of today. So yeah, anything after midnight, I would say. I mean, if you donate in the morning, that's fine too. But yeah, after tomorrow morning, I'll close it off. And and then like I said, I'll PayPal the winners on Monday tomorrow. So, but yeah, thanks to everyone who's donated so far, especially Ritual, who donated a lot of money to the tournament and then actually won, but disagreed with the ruling and conceded to Max. So not only did Ritual give up prize pool money, he actually donated towards the prize pool. So that's in my opinion one of the most humble gestures I've seen this weekend. So I just want to specifically shout out Ritual for that. That was really wholesome of him. And yeah, congratulations, Alpha, Max, Souza, and Corazza, who again all will be getting that 1/5, and then Alpha is going to be getting 2/5. So yeah, and like I said, I'll keep you guys in the loop for the next tournament. But I think that's all from me. I'm also going to lose my voice if I talk anymore. But yeah, thanks everyone. It's yeah. So yeah, without further ado, I think we should end this weekend with a nice fat raid to someone. So if anyone has anyone in mind, yeah. Yeah, and I will be uploading these VODs to yeah, we can raid Eden maybe. Where's I got all these clips. Let's see. Who we raid in? We should raid together. Let's see. I'd be more inclined to raid Eden than Weedle, because Weedle hasn't been involved. Not to say he wouldn't, but yeah, let's go raid Eden for sure. Yeah, so we're gonna raid Eden, who's doing the Evil Within 2. So you don't know Eden. Eden is a moderator. God, I can't even fucking talk. Okay. Eden is a moderator for the raid message. We can do Shark Souls. I don't know. And then or Shark Souls raid or Wizard Roars raid. I don't know, dude. WW2 raid, get down. That sounds really offensive. I don't know. Whatever you want to spam, go for it. But yeah, we're gonna raid Eden, and yeah, I will. And like I said, I'll be uploading all these tournament VODs and the YouTube. So anyway, yeah, you can raid this. What Sosa put. So yeah, I'll keep you guys tuned. And yeah, if you haven't followed the channel already, like I said, we're gonna do some future tournaments here on this channel. And yeah. Alrighty. So yeah, I will catch you guys next time. Thanks again, and I'll be making a post and stuff too, just to thank everyone, especially. So, alrighty. I'll see you guys next time, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care.